thank you here, including our on our panels who are joining us from various other places. So without further ado, we will go straight to the questions. Okay, so I would want to ask with Rashane, Rashane is not here, sorry, Stuart. I would really like to know from you is, could you share with us one or two examples of how indigenous peoples-led conservation or community-based conservation in your work?
Hello. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks to the organizer, WWF Myanmar, and friends here. I think when we talk about indigenous conserved, community conserved areas in Myanmar, I think we need to also bring about the picture of the indigenous peoples in context in Myanmar. First, I think, as said, the indigenous peoples in Myanmar are not legally recognized, and there is no legal protection from the government, which is a very sad part. But the other funny thing that we see is also the Myanmar as a government consented to UN DRIP, but back home it is not implemented. And even though there is no recognition from the government, the indigenous communities have been in Myanmar since time immemorial for millennia. And they have been doing community conservations, biodiversity conservations, environmental conservations in different forms. Indigenous peoples in Myanmar occupy from alpine, hill regions, tropical, subtropical, and coastal areas. And like, if we look at the biodiversity in Myanmar, 80% of it falls under the management of indigenous peoples. And the existence of biodiversity in Myanmar is a proof that there is a strong management of the indigenous peoples over the nature resources and their territories. Samples that we can see here, I have put up this Salem Peace Park is an award-winning ICCA in Myanmar and also in Mekong region. So in this, you will see how indigenous communities in Myanmar manage their forests, their biodiversity, their environment. And I will not go deep into that since you can see the pictures and information embedded in it also. Yeah, so yeah, thank you.
No, Stuart, thank you very much. I think one key element we are here, this is a historic moment, right? We are here, we're having this event at the COP15 here in Montreal that is working to adopt a blueprint for conservation or nature, right? Like the 30 years blueprint. And I think the discussion around is that you're talking about the recognition. So however, though could be bigger policies and stuff, but at the crust of it, it's what really comes down at the national level. And I think that has also been a challenge. You're talking about UN DRIP, adopted in September 2017, is quite old. But also saying that the recognition is what's really important at the national level to ensure that indigenous people's governance is recognized. So thank you so much. So Stony, I'm again going to you with the next question is, from your experience and the work that you're doing, could you share some examples?
Yes, thank you everyone, and thanks for these good opportunities. Let me start with saying indigenous knowledge is the community-based conservation itself. Because one saying is that our practice, the way we live, our way life, and then our subsistence for livelihood is never meant to kind of harm the ecosystems nor exploitation of it, but to keep balance and harmony. because the indigenous peoples never take from natures and Mother Earth more than they need it. And it is also realized that today, the indigenous peoples are the custodians of the biodiversities and environment. But my colleague also already said, is funny and sadly the way our practice, our customer tenure, being indigenous people is not recognized. And our customer practice, shifting cultivation, such as they are kind of seen as like outdated style, which destroy the ecosystem and cause deforestation. But in fact, shifting cultivation has been practiced since our ancestor, since immemorial time, and it is our main source of our livelihood. And today, the world also showed that, records show that most of biodiversity are within our indigenous peoples area. But because in shifting cultivation, there's a good practice, such as not cutting down big trees from the bottom so that it can generate new branches and life. And shifting cultivation itself is the key to conservation of seeds, life, and the tradition, cultures, and the traditional knowledge of indigenous people. But today, our way of practice, our customary tenure, has been facing many challenges and obstacles because it is not recognized and protected. It's facing many outsider pressures, and also assimilation by statutory law and off by conflict. So that it has struggled from keeping the good practice, the value that we have to the natures and to the environment. Henceforth, nowadays, it is needed to support and to promote the indigenous people to restoration of its own self-ownerships, and so that they can protect their environment, their territory, and they can gain on assets and benefit sharing from it. And meanwhile, we need to conduct evidence-based documentations to record good practices, and we need to also do campaign to promote the sense of ownerships and conduct awareness raisings and promotion of the capacity of indigenous peoples, leaders on the rights of UN drift and self-determinations, so that they can prevent from exploitations of their genetic resource, they can protect themselves, and also they can gain, they can ensure the assets and benefit sharing. If indigenous people lost their way of sense and ownerships over their territory, there is no hope for conservation and no hope for mitigation of climate change and all. The conservation of forests and biodiversity can only be achieved with the full participation of indigenous people. Yeah, thank you.
Stoney, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing. I think this is, again, a really very important aspect that you talked about, is about recognizing the practices of indigenous peoples and the traditional knowledge. And I think this is also what we've been discussing here at the COP, saying that scientific knowledge is important, but it needs to go in hand with the traditional knowledge and practices. I mean, they must be doing something right over these years, that the world's richest biodiversity ecosystems are found in their areas. I mean, there has to be something right. Maybe not scientific, but the way the holistical relationship that indigenous peoples have with the ecosystems and nature. I think that's a very important point for us to also keep reminding ourselves that it's not only about numbers, it's not only about science, but it's also about collaborations and recognizing and giving due respect to those knowledge systems and practices. Next, I will reach out to Omborn online. Omborn Sawadika from Montreal. Thank you so much for joining us, and it's late in Thailand. So from your experience and the work that you're doing, could you share your experiences?
Thank you สวัสดีค่ะอมบุญทิศนาจากไทยแลนด์ค่ะในสไลด์จะเห็นว่าพื้นที่จุดสีแดงๆที่พวกเราอยู่เนี่ยอยู่ในภาคอีสานของประเทศไทยห่างจากเขื่อนจีนประมาณ 1,500 กิโลเมตรแล้วก็ห่างจากเขื่อนลาวประมาณ300 กิโลเมตรพวกเราได้รับผลกระทบจากการสร้างเขื่อนในแม่น้ำโขงสายหลักและก็การเปลี่ยนแปลงของสภาวะภูมิอากาศโลกรวมทั้งโครงการพัฒนาต่างๆที่ถังถมเข้ามาในลุ่มน้ำโขงสิ่งที่พวกเราได้กระทบเนี่ยเราเจอปัญหาทั้งในเรื่องของความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพที่ลดลงนะคะความมั่นคงทางอาหารที่หายไปพันธุ์พืชพันธุ์ปลาที่หายไปรวมทั้งการเปลี่ยนแปลงสภาพนิเวศย่อยในแม่น้ำโขงซึ่งส่งผลกระทบต่อความมั่นคงทางอาหารต่อวิถีชีวิตต่อประเพณีวัฒนธรรมของชุมชนริมโขงในส่วนของภาคอีสานเนี่ยของประเทศไทยเนี่ยเป็นอย่างมาก Next slide please สิ่งเหล่านี้เนี่ยทำให้ชุมชนเครือข่ายที่พวกเราทำงานอยู่ในเขตพื้นที่7จังหวัดภาคอีสานเนี่ยร่วมกันหาทางออกเพื่อที่จะแก้ไขปัญหาซึ่งแน่นอนนะคะว่าจะต้องรับรู้สถานการณ์ด้วยการศึกษาเรียนรู้ปัจจัยในส่วนที่เกี่ยวข้องทั้งหมดนะคะซึ่งใน15 ปีที่ผ่านมาเราได้ทำงานวิจัยนะคะไทยบ้านส่งเสริมให้ชาวบ้านสำรวจสภาพนิเวศที่เปลี่ยนแปลงไปอะไรบ้างที่เหมือนเดิมอะไรบ้างที่เปลี่ยนแปลงไปนะคะก็ทำงานวิจัยกับชุมชนทั้งหมดในเขตพื้นที่7จังหวัดเนี่ยประมาณ12แห่งนะคะแล้วก็ได้เริ่มทำเขตอนุรักษ์นะคะทรัพยากรสัตว์น้ำเนี่ยในช่วงปี 2019 ถึง 2022 เนี่ยทั้งหมด23แห่งสิ่งต่างๆเหล่านี้เนี่ยเราได้เริ่มต้นในการศึกษาสำรวจผลกระทบทั้งในระบบนิเวศย่อยในแม่น้ำโขงแล้วก็แหล่งน้ำในชุมชนสำรวจทรัพยากรของชุมชนและชุมชนมีอะไรบ้างทั้งหมดนี้ทำด้วยตัวของชุมชนเองเขาจะเป็นคนที่รู้สถานการณ์ปัญหาในชุมชนของเขาแล้วเขาก็จะเป็นคนคัดเลือกว่าพื้นที่ตรงไหนเหมาะที่จะฟื้นฟูพื้นที่ตรงไหนเหมาะที่จะทำกิจกรรมการพัฒนานะคะเขามีการปรึกษาหารือในการทำงานมีการจัดเวทีประชาคมหมู่บ้านตัดสินใจที่จะทำเรื่องเขตอนุรักษ์ปลาการปลูกพืชพื้นถิ่นเพื่อสร้างแหล่งที่อยู่อาศัยสร้างบ้านให้กับปลาประสานหน่วยงานที่เกี่ยวข้องโดยเฉพาะกรมประมงเพื่อขอสนับสนุนพันธุ์ปลาเพื่อมาปล่อยในพื้นที่ที่เขาทำเขตอนุรักษ์ทำปุ๋ยอินทรีย์ปลูกผักพืชผักสวนครัวซึ่งทั้งหมดเนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่พวกเราทำในระบบนิเวศที่แตกต่างกันที่ชุมชนมีความรู้เฉพาะท้องถิ่นและมีรูปแบบการทำงานที่แตกต่างกัน Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kunampon, for also sharing the experiences of what they've been doing. And I think these are all great examples saying that communities are already doing a lot of work on the ground. What's really needed is for them to ensure that enabling environments are there for them to continue doing that work, but also ensuring that they have a right to just decide, have their self-determination, and other rights associated. Next, I'm going to go to Nemio to share with your experience one or two examples of community-led conservation.
Thanks, Tina. In here, I would like to highlight two different topics. One is how indigenous community are important to achieve the global biodiversity frameworks. And second one is what we are doing currently. So in the biodiversity conservation, definitely the community-based conservation is important, especially ICCA, Indigenous Community Conserve Area, and OECM. So such type of the activity is mainly by the local communities and local indigenous groups. So in this case, the importance to achieve the post-2020 biodiversity frameworks without the indigenous community and local community. And for second one, there's a no doubt most of the key biodiversity area is within the indigenous community area. So in this case, definitely free, prior, informed consent is required in the country, and also the respecting their customary rights. That is a major important word in the IP at LC area. In currently what we do is we have a community-based conservation, like an inclusive whole of society approach, including the local community and indigenous people and youths, women, everyone have included in the biodiversity conservation. That is a very being crucial. Currently, we have a community-based conservation we call the citizen science and biodiversity hero. We have series of biodiversity training to the local community, and also they conserve by themselves in their own area. That is very important for the resource ownership in the current context. We have in longer term, it's how to be best support of the bottom-up approach of the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan. That is also will be the more important for the country in the future. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so very much. I think, again, these are the key, very relevant discussions to also put into the COP15, and hopefully they will be reflected in the decisions, relevant decisions. As we all know, the NBSAP is a key element that will set the stage of how countries will be operationalizing the vision of the post-2020 at the national level. So it's a very key document, and I think one of also the element about that is how will they report on that. So you also have the monitoring framework to go with it. So this is a very important set, and we talk about the whole of society, and that's what we are looking at. You know, the GBF is supposed to be this vision of the whole of society approach, and in that we need to make sure that the rights holders are not left behind, and to ensure that, you know, when you're actually saying that, we also need to make sure that we stand by our words. I think we have Rashani online, but maybe we can wait. But I will, okay, I'm going to change the session into first I'll finish with your recommendations. Now moving forward, Stuart, I want to ask you, so looking at these examples, we shared some really good examples for the audiences to understand and see. And you are here, you're representing your communities here of what you're saying. So you have this ownership of these. So what would your recommendation be to people, agencies, parties, civil society, media here, indigenous peoples, like what is needed for an inclusive GBF?
Thank you very much. I would like to speak on this in terms of way forward, what we can do, and what we should be doing. Yeah, now, as we talk about the ICCAs and biodiversity conservation in the context of Myanmar, I think we should never forget what is happening in Myanmar. So with this coup in place, as we all know, before I talk about biodiversity conservation again, let me go back to what indigenous peoples are and what they're going through. Yeah? After the coup, our territories, indigenous territories, have been turned into killing zone. And you know what? As we talk over here, you know, as we speak of their lives and what they have been doing, their contribution, our peoples are running for their lives. And with this situation, with this condition, we talk about over here NBSAP strategy, targets, and all, you know. I don't think it is really something practical that I can see for the future of Myanmar with this situation if it continues. So I would like to request the international community to help us to overcome this coup in a way you can. And also, and in the future, like the recommendations that we are of course still hopeful. We are in a terrible situation. but we are hopeful that we'll be able to overcome soon with your sympathy, with your assistance, you know. And what I see, like the recognition of indigenous peoples, yeah, and their rights, I think that plays the fundamental part. And also, when we talk about this, I think it is very much important to look at the constitutional reform, the legal reform, you know, that really ensures, you know, their status and their, you know, I mean, this is something, you know, a process to rehumanize, you know. Our indigenous peoples in Myanmar have been dehumanized, even though their contributions have been so big. So it's a process to rehumanize them, you know. And also, the international community and INGOs, let us not go by, you know, just to fulfill the project goals, you know. For example, like MBSAP plan target, you know, like 30%, you know, let's not go for that, you know. Let's also focus on the real people, yeah, the real guardians, you know, who are really in charge of that. Now, as said, as mentioned earlier, these real guardians are running for their lives. What can we expect, you know? That's a big question for us. And if we want to talk about the recognition of, the reaching the MBSAPs, you know, like beautiful speeches here we hear, you know, from COP event, many other international events, you know. I think if we don't look at those important aspects, I think we are going nowhere. This is something important that I see. And also, I think that we need to do a serious educational reform, yeah? In the schools, what we are being taught, you know, it is about capitalist values. There is nothing about our indigenous values, you know. And these indigenous values, indigenous knowledge to be taught in the school is not just for the indigenous peoples, indigenous communities, you know. It's also for the peoples and kids in the city. Because most of the policymakers from cities and from urban areas, you know, they are doing a lot of policies and decisions which are bullshit, yeah? You know, and they are destroying, you know, these policies, these laws are destroying. And they're not only indigenous peoples, they are also destroying themselves and destroying the whole planet, you know. So we need to bring these important aspects into our education so that our kids can be educated and taught in such a way that they really care in word and in deed. I think this is something important for us. And if we, like I said, even our like INGOs and international community, you know, we really look for that. We would really expect your help to make it happen a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those powerful words. And I think, again, a reminder, we are in this crucial moment here, and how do we really make sure that this actually means what they're aspiring for is living in harmony with nature. And that cannot happen if you, again, have a framework that is going to take away and exacerbate the human rights values of, like, indigenous peoples and the rights holders. And I think what you talked about, I really like this, and I'm going to maybe be using it, is this dehumanize and rehumanize. You know, for people who are here, I don't know if you're aware of what's happening on that side we're talking about, is there is a lot of migration and conflict and killings happening. But saying that dehumanize, like I think all of you both shared about, is that dehumanizing indigenous people's practices. Like, you know, you're always seen as, you know, practices not being scientific enough, or not recognizing customary ways of indigenous peoples and their knowledge. So thank you so much for that. Also food for thought for all of you who are here, and hope to also reach to parties, hopefully, because this is really very important. This is not only about nature, it's about ensuring that what we are doing does not exacerbate more inequalities in the world. Now, next, the same question to Stony you. We share the good practices. It looks really very good. But now is the time to share your recommendations or what you're expecting of the GBF from here, COP15.
Yes, my colleagues have already given really good comment already. And I will also like the opportunity for being here. So my recommendation is I would like to give in 3S for emphasizing 3S. The first is that strengthening FPIC. And the second is that stronger participation of indigenous people. The third one is that strategic planning for implementation. When saying is that FPIC must be conduct and implement for every activities, such as development project, including designation of protected area. And currently the country is in chaos, and designation of protected area must stop. It will not help any conservation of and protected area. And the second, strengthening and recognition of customary land tenures and land use for sustainable livelihood. Designation of this protected area is no conservation at all. For conservation is require community participation. And for community participation, it needs to conduct FPIC, and it needs to be ensured. And the third one is that strategic planning for strategic implementation of biodiversity conservations, which include inclusion of indigenous peoples in the project. The last, not the least, we need peace. Without peace, there cannot be any conservations, and there can be no harmony of life and for natures. So that I urge to every state members, stakeholders, agency, to put your available time to save life and natures, and to work on your utmost to end conflict and to build peace and reconciliations. Thank you.
Thank you, Stoney, again for another very strong messaging saying that the aspirations that are being set out here, the prerequisite for it is peace. To ensure that we have peaceful societies first before we do anything else. So thank you again for another very strong messaging. I'll turn to you online. What would be your recommendations for the outcomes of the COP15 here in Montreal?
Thank you. สิ่งที่คิดว่าสำคัญที่สุดในการสร้างเสริมความเข้มแข็งแล้วก็สนับสนุนให้ชุมชนในท้องถิ่นได้ทำงานก็คืออย่างเข้มแข็งก็คือว่าต้องมีข้อมูลที่ทันสถานการณ์ทั้งที่เป็นสาเหตุของปัญหาทั้งการเปลี่ยนแปลงของสภาวะภูมิอากาศชุมชนจะต้องรู้เท่าทันในเรื่องราวเหล่านี้เนื่องจากเครือข่ายของเราเนี่ยอยู่ห่างกันในรัศมี800 กิโลเมตรเรามีการสื่อสารมีการประชุมออนไลน์ผ่านไลน์ผ่านระบบซูมทุกเย็นวันศุกร์นะคะแล้วก็ทั้งหมดทั้งมวลที่เราทำงาน15 ปีที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยเราศึกษาให้ชุมชนท้องถิ่นทำการวิจัยไทยบ้านตั้งโจทย์เองจากสิ่งที่เขาสงสัยแล้วก็ค้นหาคำตอบแล้วก็แก้ไขปัญหากันไปในระหว่างการทำวิจัยเราใช้กิจกรรมที่ค่อนข้างหลากหลายเพื่อเสริมสร้างความเข้มแข็งของพวกเขาเช่นรู้ว่าจะต้องแก้ปัญหายังไงเนี่ยจะมีการระดมทุนจากภายในมีการทำผ้าป่ามีการตั้งกองทุนปลาเพื่อแก้ไขปัญหามีการประสานแผนจากข้อมูลที่ได้กับหน่วยงานที่เกี่ยวข้องโดยเฉพาะองค์กรปกครองส่วนท้องถิ่นแล้วก็ทำงานในระดับเครือข่ายที่จะต้องเชื่อมโยงเครือข่ายกันท้ายสุดแล้วเนี่ยสิ่งต่างๆเหล่านี้เนี่ยจะถูกนำไปเจรจาต่อรองในระดับนโยบายเราเข้าสู่ศูนย์กลางของอำนาจที่ทำเนียบรัฐบาลเพื่อเจรจาต่อรองว่านี่คือสถานการณ์ปัญหาที่เกิดขึ้นและสิ่งที่เราจะแก้ไขเนี่ยคืออะไรนะคะซึ่งแน่นอนว่าทั้งหมดทั้งมวลเนี่ยมันขึ้นอยู่กับข้อมูลขึ้นอยู่กับความเข้าใจและความเข้มแข็งของชุมชนท้องถิ่นที่จะเจรจาเรื่องนี้อย่างมีพลังจนกระทั่งเราสามารถที่จะพูดคุยกับหน่วยงานรัฐในบางหน่วยงานได้ว่าสถานการณ์ปัญหาเป็นเช่นนี้แล้วก็มีแผนแก้ไขปัญหาอย่างไรโดยเฉพาะแผนเรื่องการประมงในลุ่มน้ำโขงแน่นอนว่าความร่วมมือทั้งหมดอยู่ที่ความเข้มแข็งของชุมชนอยู่ที่ NGO อื่นๆที่ทำงานร่วมกันสถาบันวิชาการรวมทั้งสื่อมวลชนที่จะต้องออกแบบวางแผนในการทำงานผลักดันเรื่องนี้ร่วมกัน Thank you very much
Thank you so very much for again having a strong messaging saying that it is really very important to have collective actions, and also important is to have access to information. If you don't have information, then it's also very difficult to. I mean, what their experience has been working together, negotiating, and also ensuring that there are these enabling environments for all of us to do so. So thank you so very much. So we have Rashni online, but before I go to him, I want to again acknowledge and present it again here, saying due to the challenges operating context in Myanmar right now, and to best ensure the safety of all speakers returning to Myanmar, there will be no references to the political context of the country in this session. So after we will be having a Q&A, I would really ask you to remind you of being aware, and we will also be, we'll see how much time is left, but we'll also prioritize taking questions from our online participants first. And if time permits, all of you are here in person, so please feel free to also reach all our panelists after the event. Next, I'm going to again bring back Rashen Salagnan, I think it's online. Is the Project Management Specialist for the Regional Environment Office, USAID, Regional Development Mission for Asia. And also, I would like to also acknowledge that today's event is supported by USAID. So, Rashane is also joining online. To you.
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Hi, no, I just want to thank you, the moderator and also the speakers as well. I apologize that I could not join you earlier to give my opening remarks due to some technical issues, but I'm here now and I want to commend the speakers. It's a passionate speeches and information that they have shared. Our colleague Kun Ombun, Stoney, and the rest of the speakers. Yes, and there has been conclusions or recommendations that has been discussed already, but obviously conservation and reversal of the destruction of the nature in several areas in nature, and it's really hard not to work with indigenous people who have the know-how of the local know-how and have been working in that area to conserve the nature, and most of the time is better conserved than having the public or private actors doing it. So it's quite astonishing that we have not been involving the indigenous people and the local communities enough in the discussion and the solution going forward. So this session is a good opportunity to do that, to remind ourselves of that again, and to try to identify what is the international communities can lend a hand to indigenous communities. I just want to emphasize that USAID, along with the partner WWF, we stand close to indigenous people and local communities, and we want to provide support where we can in order to help conserve the nature together. So just want to end with the fact that, but before we're looking at the conservation of the nature, as the colleagues mentioned, perhaps security is something that we have to ensure that it exists first before we move on to conserve the nature, because why would we conserve the nature if we have no people living in it? So thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. And I think, again, saying that conservation will also be, efforts will be effortless if people are not there. So thank you so much for also another strong messaging there. I'm going to open the floor, and there is a question from our colleagues who have joined us online. I'm going to take that one first. I think it also, Nemi, I think it's also directed to you in a way that you'll be talking about the NBSAP. So as we were talking about, that NBSAP is going to be a key instrument to be bringing home the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. So the question is that the current NBSAP actually was only from 2015 to 2020, and it needs to be also be updated. So the question is that, if so, what's your recommendation for the NBSAP for adaptation currently, for conservation, use, and equitable benefit sharing? So I'll go with you, Naomi, because you've been working on that, and maybe from Stoney and Stuart, what do you see how you could be part of the NBSAP at the national level?
Thank you very much. Before going to the NBSAP, I would like to slightly highlight about the 30-30 goals. That is a very good discussion in here, that scientists say 30-30 is only the minimum requirement. So I'm talking about this global event. I'm not specific about the Myanmar situation. So that is a main discussion point you can hear in the opening speech about the minimum requirement, because we are trying to conserve the mother earth. We have a lot of biodiversity loss day to day. So that's why more ambitious target is required to save the mother earth. That is the one main requirement trying to clear. And secondly, yet current ambitious is already over and the time to move. But in here, I would say bottom up, not from the top down. Bottom up means we have to make consult with the several key stakeholder, right holder, indigenous community, youth, women, everything, all inclusive in there. That is the one I would like to highlight. So definitely, MBSF is a requirement in the country. In accordance with the CBD event, a lot of people read about the MBSF, but in Myanmar specific, bottom up is very important. That is the one I would like to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Stoney, would you have a recommendation how to make the NBSAP a bit more stronger? Like, how would you want to be part of that, if that helps? The national biodiversity strategies and action plans. What message would you give? What is needed to make sure that the strategies are inclusive?
I have only one concern, because under the NBSF and NDC, there was a lot of the green grabbing before, and then I was just only concerned that in the implementation of 30-30, it needs the real recognition and participation of the indigenous people. Yeah.
Stuart, you?
Actually, I'm confused with MBSAP target and what is happening now. Yeah, because looking at the context, for example, 30%, yeah, is the MBSAP. And meanwhile, on the ground, our indigenous territories or like biodiversity hotspots are turning into mining sites also, you know, on the one hand. So I can see here the double standard from the government itself, you know, that's really funny, but I don't know how it is going on, you know. And also, yeah, of course, to reach that target, it is first and foremost important thing is the recognition of indigenous peoples. I think this plays the fundamental. And also the indigenous governance system that has to be recognized in full-fledged. That cannot go, you know, like patchy and selective, as my colleague Stoney was saying, you know, the importance of shifting cultivation, yeah? Like in our context, we call Zoom, yeah? So Zoom is actually the keystone of that, ecosystem in indigenous communities, especially in the Mekong region, if we look at it, you know. But without recognizing it, you know, because indigenous system is a package, yeah? It is not like capitalistic robotic system. You know, it's very different. Yeah. So it has to come with a package as indigenous governance system. And without looking those things, without touching those things, I don't think this MBSAP target will be fulfilled. I think it'll just go in thin air. That's what I see. Thank you.
No, very relevant points. I think what you're talking about is looking at a holistic approach, not by piece, and totally understand that it has to be a bottom-up approach to make it more inclusive. Like, you need to make sure that the whole of society are part of the NBSAP, but also taking this opportunity to say that, you know, maybe I'm also stressing it a bit, but saying that we have to be cautious of what the target 3 on 30 by 30 and how it's going to be implemented. There was a problem with the Aisha target on protected areas. Now we are expanding it way beyond that, from 17 to 30%. And how can we then now again ensure that the indigenous peoples are able to retain their little rights that they already have and are still having conflicts, right? So I think a reminder for all of us is when we are asking for something is to look at the holistic approach of the social, economic, cultural impacts of all these asks here, which are very easily aspirational, but should also be grounded in the ground realities that communities are facing on the ground. And I think NBSAP could possibly be a process, but hopefully it's going to be a bit more bottom approach and a truly transformative NBSAP, and hopefully the outcome of the COP15. Thank you so very much. We have about 5 more minutes. Let me just check if there is any other questions. Okay, on the ending one, I would also ask now, I think we only have 5 minutes, so I'll just go to the closing, if that's okay. Nemio, what, from yours perspective, and again, this amazing platform here, what would you say, like, I'm going to give the closing remarks, substantive ways for the international community could support indigenous peoples and local communities?
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's why I would like to highlight again about the mother earth issue that a lot of people, that's why we all are in here about 2 weeks, discuss, debate, talking about how we can conserve our nature. So we're facing a lot of biodiversity loss. We're facing the severe deforestation, forest degradation in everywhere of the world. So we're trying to conserve the nature, harmony with the indigenous people. I'm no doubt that is indigenous people roles and responsibility. It's very much important to conserve the Mother Earth. So that is first one I would like to say. No possibility of achieving the global goal of 30 by 30 or whatever numerical digits in there. So definitely, without equitability of the partnership with the IPLLC, we cannot achieve under this global goal. There's no doubt or question. For secondly, FIT, definitely our college, Stoning already mentioned, important. Not only on paper, just we need to apply the FIT properly in what about the FIT development in the indigenous area. I truly agree on this point. And also the MBSAT again, that is the requirement. We people that like in the global level, people trying to commit on to conserve properly by the national biodiversity strategy and action plan. So we, in our country case, already is since 2 years, but that is the time. I mean, I'm not saying this is the right time or not with the bottom up, but that is a country requirement of the MBSAT in the country, and whole society approach. Definitely that is more important to develop the ambitious book. That is a process is more important in this case. I'm fully agreed that peaceful society is a prerequisite. We have a lot of challenging on that. Ensure the meaningful and inclusive implementation. That is, I want to highlight about the 2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Everyone right to live in harmony with nature, and also no one left it behind. That is the one I would like to make a call to the international audience. The special attention in this case request to all international audience. We are trying to reverse the biodiversity laws in the country, in Myanmar. We need your help and not forget Myanmar. And thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. We only have time for this much. Thank you for all the speakers panels online, the panels, also the participants. Thank you so very much. We will close on this side. And also for all our audiences, thank you so much for taking the time to come so early. We do have some coffee, water, snacks on the side, so please help yourselves. But also, please take the opportunity to get and meet the speakers on the panel to really know their stories, connect with them. So once again, also thanking USAID for supporting this event, and of course in collaboration with WWF. And thank you so much for all the panelists and for the audience. Have a good day and good luck in the negotiations.
Thank you all. Yes.
gave the prayer.
Yes.
It was really beautiful. It was
Yes.
really beautiful. Thank you.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Good to go. B, I think. Framework. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. You have to keep up with it all. Exactly. Do you teach? Because you're a doctor. You did, but I didn't have a check. Okay.
If people want them, I put them to you.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
I see. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Got to learn more about that.
Okay.
No,
Yes.
but, you know,
Yes.
I'm a PhD, so you know.
Is this working?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this session at the Nature Positive Pavilion entitled Faith Voices for an Ambitious Global Biodiversity Framework. My name is Gopal Patel. I serve as the co-founder and director of Bhumi Global, a Hindu environmental NGO, and I'm also part of the coordinating team with the Faith Coalition here at COP15. We have about 20 to 25 faith-based organizations here over the next 2 weeks, and we're here to lift up the voice of faiths, the spiritual, religious, moral, and ethical urgency for protecting biodiversity. At this session, we have a number of speakers from a range of faith traditions who will be talking about our multi-faith priorities for the GBF. This is a document. Our priorities have been developed over the last 2 years, consulting numerous faith groups across the world. And I'm very happy to announce that we have over 55 faith-based organizations from every part of the world, spanning every major religious tradition, endorsing the multi-faith priorities. And I don't think it's an underestimate to say that these groups represent tens, if not hundreds, of millions of people worldwide. And so we're very grateful that representatives from some of those traditions are here today to talk about our multi-faith priorities for the GBF, talk about why faith is important, and what their hopes are coming out of COP15. I'll just run down the panel, introduce all the speakers before we get into it. We have Dr. Chris Elisara from the World Evangelical Alliance, Dr. Husna Ahmed from Global One, Amy Echeverria from Columbans International, To Torres from the Monk Forest Community, and Dr. Alexandra Gusens Ishi from Soko Gakkai International. Chris, I'd love to start with you. One of the priorities we have in our multi-faith priorities for the GBF is to look at the cross-cutting issues of climate and biodiversity. I'm wondering if you could speak to that and why that was important for us to lift up.
Thanks, Gopal. It's great to be here. I want to speak to this issue because as religious people, we deal with complexity all the time. And when we look at the biodiversity loss and the causes and drivers and solutions, it's a very complex issue. And it's a priority for us to state that to solve biodiversity loss and get to nature positive, it's going to require an integrated approach. We are really asking for a serious integrated approach that addresses this complex issue. And that solutions that are not holistic are incomplete and they're unsustainable and they're just not going to work. This is actually why we're on the stage, because we're a part of that complexity. We are bringing our faiths to this issue with common cause for a common solution. And that's the only way that we're going to get through this. And so we're also saying that to be cross-cutting, we need to bring in multiple targets that are coherent with other issues, such as climate change, pollution policies, business concerns, and the way that we do business, and other ecological concerns. And also, I'm going to put this in, I'll talk about this later, cities. Cities are a cross-cutting, complex issue that needs to be mainstreamed in the conversation. And that's, I know it's happening, but we've got to push harder into that. And as people of faith, who are also urban people, we need to bring our faith, city solutions, city nature solutions to the fore. And I'll talk about that later. But hopefully that explains why this is such an important issue. The complexity requires holistic approaches, and we're here as faiths to contribute.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris. And Alexandra, I'm wondering if I can come to you to speak to the ambition that faiths are bringing and hoping that comes out of the GBF, and connected to that, working towards an equitable, rights-based approach. If you could speak to that, please.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So on that multi-faith response document and policy that we've been really working together, of course, there is that part where, as faith, we absolutely support an ambitious GBF. So as part of the mission to really, it speaks directly to, of course, indigenous peoples and local communities, but also truly many and most faith communities of the interconnectedness, sacredness of nature. And grounded on that vision to really live in harmony with nature, based on equitable governance, rights-based governance, with a vision to really halt and reverse biodiversity loss. So the policy outcome is in full support of that. And the point on rights-based approach that we have in that policy document speaks to the inherent dignity of people, which is central in terms of the vision. And then concretely, it also speaks to not cutting people and nature in that vision. And so through a rights-based approach, it's a way to honor that in concrete terms. And we are advocating, and in that we are amplifying and supporting all the other constituencies and caucuses in that, which is to really have the free, prior, and informed consent principle of indigenous peoples respected, the rights to land tenure be also respected in the various parts that relate to that in the GBF, and equitable and fair governance in various parts as well. As faith-based, we also have a specific, a point that we also uplift, but that also other caucuses are calling for, which is the integration of the newly recognized human right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment by the UN General Assembly earlier this year. And so it has been integrated also in the climate outcomes earlier in November, and it's important that it can be not only recognized as a principle in the GBF, but the GBF truly is deeply connected to the outcome, which is the fulfillment of this right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment for everyone. And so that it can also be integrated in some of in the goal, so that it can link to specific indicators and measurement. So that's our part of the policy outcomes that we have been calling for, and that we are amplifying other caucuses' voices on that. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Alex, for lifting up those points. I'd like to turn next to Totoros, who's from the Monk Community Forest in Cambodia. We'll have translation after his remarks. I'd like to ask you to speak about another priority we have in our multi-faith priorities, which is lifting up the importance of the sacredness and the web of life. Please.
ជាបន្ទាប់សូមដល់កម្មវិធីទៅដល់ព្រះអង្គហើយចង់សួរថាតើទំនាក់ទំនងជំនឿនៅក្នុងជីវិតរស់នៅហើយនឹងធម្មជាតិហ្នឹងវាយ៉ាងម៉េចខ្លះព្រះអង្គយល់ឃើញយ៉ាងម៉េចដែរ
ហើយអរុនសួស្តីទាំងអស់គ្នាចឹងក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះថ្មមានការសប្បាយមែនទែនដែលបានចូលរួមខបលើកទី15នៅប្រទេសកាណាដានេះ
Good morning everyone. I'm so happy to be here part of this COP15 here in Canada.
ចឹងជាទូទៅនៅក្នុងភេទជាបព្វជិតអ្នកបួសនៅក្នុងសំណាក់ពុទ្ធសាសនាទាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងជំនឿពុទ្ធសាសនានិងធម្មជាតិនេះគឺមានសារៈសំខាន់ខ្លាំងមែនទែន
As the Buddhist among a Buddhist follower, we have a strong belief on the connection between our life and the natures.
មិនបានថាព្រះពុទ្ធសាសនាហើយនឹងធម្មជាតិនឹងមានសារៈសំខាន់ពីព្រោះព្រះពុទ្ធសាសនានិងធម្មជាតិនេះមានទំនាក់ទំនងគ្នាតាំងពីព្រះពុទ្ធព្រះអង្គបានកើតរហូតដល់ព្រះអង្គបរិនិព្វាន
Why is this important that the Buddhism have close connection to the natures? If we look at the story or the history of the Buddha's life, he was born under the trees and he died under the trees.
ព្រោះចំណុចទី1ទាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងព្រះអង្គប្រសូតគឺព្រះអង្គបានប្រសូតបានតែកើតនៅក្រោមដើមឈើហើយត្រាស់ដឹងនៅធัวទាំងឡាយក៏ក្រោមដើមឈើពេលដែលព្រះអង្គសគត់ទៅក៏ក្រោមដើមឈើដែរ
As we notice that we learn that he born under the tree, he delighted under the tree and then he died under the trees.
ដែលជាទូទៅគឺព្រះពុទ្ធទ្រង់បង្រៀនឲ្យមនុស្សទាំងអស់ប្រកបដោយមេត្តាធម៌ចេះរស់នៅជាមួយធម្មជាតិចេះរស់នៅជាមួយសត្វព្រៃហើយនិងជីវៈចម្រុះ
And the Buddha teach us to have loving kindness to all lives on us, to have love to the nature, the trees, the life, different kind of life on us.
ចំណុចនេះយើងអាចនិយាយបានថាយើងអាចរស់នៅដោយធម្មជាតិអាចរស់នៅដោយគ្មានយើងបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនអាចរស់នៅដោយគ្មានធម្មជាតិទេ
That means we can live. The nature can live without us, but we ourselves cannot live without nature.
អញ្ចឹងនេះគឺជាទំនាក់ទំนងគឺជាជំនឿពុទ្ធសាសនារវាងធម្មជាតិដែលបានកើតឡើងមកនេះ
And that's the connection between the Buddhism, the Buddha himself, and then the natures.
អញ្ចឹងក្នុងនាមយើងទាំងអស់គ្នាមិនថាតែជាតិសាសន៍ឬសាសនាណាទេគឺត្រូវមានទូនាទីឬកាតព្វកិច្ចមួយថែរក្សាឬក៏អភិរក្សនៅធនធានធម្មជាតិទាំងអស់នោះហើយរស់នៅជាមួយធម្មជាតិទាំងអស់
So it means he teach us, the Buddhas teach us we have obligations to to take care to cultivate the natures, the biodiversities, different kind of life, everything that exists on our earth.
នេះគឺការលើកខាងដើមនេះគឺជាទំនាក់ទំនង រវាងពុទ្ធសាសនាជំនឿពុទ្ធសាសនានិងធម្មជាតិសូមអរគុណ
And that's how the Buddhism have connection with the nature, with the life on earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of, in my own Hindu tradition, that the very first temples were in forests, and the trees were the first deities within Hinduism, and so very much relate and resonate with that. Amy, I'm wondering if I can move to you and talk about another priority that we're advocating for here, which is one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss, which is production and extraction. So if you could speak to that, please.
Thanks, Gopal. And good morning to everyone here and online. I think the production and extraction model that we live in economically is really being put in question in this process and in others. And I think that's important because from our perspective, I think as faiths and as Alex said, other constituencies are really lifting this up, that the production extraction model of economics is doing great harm physically to the world, psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually. And so what we're calling into question in this model is this concept of commodification of nature, that nature is purely at the service of human consumption and need, and in many places, in many cultures, beyond what is actually needed to live and to thrive. And so what we're calling for is a turn towards right relationship, which I think as faith traditions, spiritual traditions, all tell a story of when there was right relationship in all of the cosmos, in all of the world, between humans and nature. So right relationship is what we're moving towards. It also means we're moving away from, calling for a move away from fossil fuels, industrial agriculture, systems that, again, commodify the earth. And so we want systems and structures that are sustainable, that are life-giving, not only for humans, but for nature itself. That nature has the capacity to live as it is meant to, where it is meant to. So there's a kind of an essence of vocation and purpose, not only that humans have, but also other than human life. And I think in all of this, we're talking about transition and transformation, and we need to be really intentional. That was our brother was speaking about intentionality last night. We need to be intentional, thoughtful, prayerful, reflective, dialogical about how we move from one system to another. So I think we have to be really careful about not just choosing another response, choosing another solution, but really looking for just solutions, just transitions, just transformation that also includes love, harmony, reconciliation. And I think these are all things that we share regardless of our faith tradition. They're values that we want to lift up. And we have something to say to these big structural questions and systemic questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Amy. And Husna, if I could turn to you, we've spoken about cross-cutting issues, ambition and a rights-based approach, the web of life, production and extraction, but it's only going to work if we have a strong implementation mechanism within the GBF, and that faiths are part of that implementation. So could you speak to why we've included that as one of our priorities, please?
Thank you, Gopal. Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. So I've been asked to speak about the implementation mechanism for GBF. And it immediately reminded me of a hadith of the Blessed Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If the hour, the day of resurrection, is about to be established, and one of you is holding a palm shoot, let him take advantage of even 1 second before the hour is established to plant it. Albani. So actions, what's needed. All these convenings and talks are useless without action and implementation. We, the faith groups, believe that genuine transformative change is needed at all levels to achieve living in harmony with nature and an equitable, rights-based, nature-positive world. But can we achieve it? We need to acknowledge that the world has changed, and this is our moment to define our aspiration for a planet we can be proud of, where inequality and injustice are removed and we save our beautiful planet. Our faith voices must be heard, amplified, and taken seriously. Real, transparent action is what we want to see. More details on the implementation mechanism is needed to guide member states as they set out on raising their ambition and integrating the framework into their national conservation plans. The mechanism must allow tracking of progress and the ability to increase action if sufficient progress is not made. The implementation mechanism must be agreed upon at COP15 to ensure implementation can start immediately. Recognizing the positive dimensions and contributions of faith-based organizations which motivate many of us for the betterment of the environment. Whilst it's encouraging to see the recognition of the role of faith-based organizations play in cultivating an enabling environment for the implementation of the global biodiversity framework through a participatory and inclusive whole society approach, a lot more engagement at the highest levels is needed. We were concerned by the lack of transparency in the informal group gathering at the end of September 2022, and we hope that the participatory and inclusive whole of society approach will determine the next steps towards the adoption of the GBF. A full financial gap analysis must be completed in parallel with targets to avoid delays in implementation. Resources that are raised must be distributed to the places and people that most require them. Subsidies that are harmful to the environment, such as fossil fuels, industrial, animal, agriculture, and mining, must be repurposed or eliminated on as ambitious a timescale as possible, recognizing the importance of a just transition. If we are to have a whole society approach, we need to educate our communities on faith teachings, as it can have a truly transformative nature. Only those of his servants who are learned truly fear God. Quran 35:28. According to Imam al-Ghazali, knowledge exists potentially in the human soul like the seed in the soil. By learning, the potential becomes actual. As a Muslim, I'm taught that humans are stewards of this planet. It's a trust given to us by Allah, and we have the responsibility of preserving the natural order on earth and maintaining the balance, and must strive to ensure this fair allocation of resources. The Holy Quran reminds us of the beauty of our precious planet. Who has created the 7 heavens, one above another? You can see no fault in the creation of the most beneficent. Then look again. Can you see any rifts? Then look again and yet again. Your sight will return to you in a state of humiliation and worn out. 67:3-4. Surah Ahzab states, we did indeed offer the trust to the heavens and the earth and the mountains, but they refused to undertake it, being afraid thereof. But man undertook it. He was indeed unjust and foolish. Quran 33:72. This trust includes the responsibility for and the custody of the environment. In Islam, Muslims believe that man has been given a responsibility by Allah on this earth, and that man will be accountable to Allah for his actions and the trust placed in him. Now, with the majority of the Muslim world population in the global south, my concern is that without support, the Muslim nations will not be able to enforce the implementation mechanism. Funding and leadership is required in equal measure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Husna, for that, to really emphasize and stress the importance of a strong implementation mechanism and the need to engage faith-based actors so that we can achieve a nature-positive world by 2030. And I loved how you ended there with some beautiful references and quotes from the Islamic tradition. And for all of us, our faiths really compel us to do this work and drive us in really significant ways. And so I'm wondering, I'm just going to ask each of you to share a teaching or a prayer or a meditation or story from your traditions that give you hope, that nourish you, that get you up in the morning to do this hard work, especially while we're here in COP15 and the hard negotiations. And so, Alex, I'm wondering if I could start with you.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm a Buddhist, and there is a metaphor from the Buddha's teachings that I really like. It's called the Indra's net. And so it talks about this net or web that's around the world. And at each knot, there is a jewel. And that jewel reflects all the other jewels. So it's like it both contains the lights of all the jewels, and then it reflects as well. And that metaphor to really speak about the interconnectedness, interrelationship between all things, not just all human beings, all phenomena. And when one cord is pulled, then everything moves. And when you take that in, when I take that metaphor in an active manner, I would say, it gives me the hope and momentum that everybody, even each single phenomena, can also have a positive contribution in moving everything else in this interrelationship, interconnectedness. So yes, I think when I reconnect to this ultimately unlimited potential that I have, that we all have as human beings, that gives me the momentum and energy and will to keep moving forward and connecting with others. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alex. That's beautiful. Amy, I'm wondering if I can turn to you and you share something that nourishes you or moves you in this work.
Thanks, Gopal. I'm a Catholic, and in the Catholic tradition, we have daily readings. And today's readings are actually two of the most significant readings that we have in our teaching. They are the Adam and Eve story, when Adam and Eve were banished from the garden. And the second reading is the story of Mary, Jesus' mother, the mother of God, being told that she invited that to carry, that she will be the bearer of God in the world. And so the first story, the way I like to understand it and interpret it from an ecological perspective, is really, it's a story about broken relationship. It's a story about what happens when we move with our own desires. And so for me, the story of Adam and Eve and the banishment from the garden is a reminder that a call, an invitation to me as part of my vocation as a Christian to restore that relationship, that paradise relationship that once existed. And so this morning, as I was reading our readings today, I also looked out of the window where I'm staying, and there's a huge construction site. And they were up early, and the bulldozers were moving piles of dirt from one spot to another, and it made no sense to me why they were moving this pile to there. It just all looked the same, and I started pondering what was in that pile of earth. And I thought, how many, tiny creatures, microorganisms that we can't even see are being moved just shoved from one side to the other with serious disregard. And so I said, well, I better get to the conference center, because I think essentially that for me is the call, to question why piles of earth are being moved from one spot to another with great disregard. And so the invitation, I feel, as Christians, is to restore that right relationship. And being here is a must in that. And the story of Mary, if I may, is a story again about vocation, about being called to something, to be a bearer, a witness of love in the world. And so today, again, in the second reading, I'm reminded, yes, these meetings are complex and they're discouraging at times and difficult, but there is a purpose greater than myself, and there's a story longer than my life, and a tradition far wider than my own story. And so I do feel that being called to something is why I'm here, and I think why we're here as people of faith, because we recognize that there's something bigger than ourselves moving in the world, and we're trying to be a friend to that greater love, light, and peace in the world.
Okay. Thank you so much, Amy. It was beautiful. Chris, I'd like to turn to you. You come from another Christian tradition. I'm wondering if you could share what inspires you in this work.
There's so many things that inspire me from my Christian evangelical tradition, and I'm just going to read a scripture, because as I mentioned, I do a lot of work in cities, and you mentioned Genesis and the garden there. That's the first picture in our tradition we get of God, is as a gardener, making a place for us in a garden. But the story goes on, and the story actually ends up in a city. And we're actually have just transitioned in the last 10 years from being a rural species, human species, to an urban species. And we're going to be more of an urban species in the next 20, 25 years. 75% of the world's population is going to be moving and living in cities. And so we need to figure out how to make cities commensurate with community well-being. Human community, forest communities, plants and animal communities. All those communities need to thrive together. And the picture in the end of the Bible is a picture of a garden city where God lives with people, plants, and animals in a garden city. So that's the place narrative in Scripture. And the scripture that I want to read is from Jeremiah 27:7. And it says, "But seek the welfare of the city where you have been sent into exile, and pray to the Lord on its behalf, for in its welfare you will find your welfare." A lot of the targets in the GBF are city-based targets. We're not going to achieve those targets unless we actually figure out how to design and live in cities commensurate with nature. So this is really inspiring to me, that God has this arc of the story, and we just got to follow it. And the last thing I'll say about the tradition that we have and we all have here is that faith can make us bold. I was listening to you very deeply, and I was thinking, yes, yes, yes. We cannot just sit on our hands and say beautiful, eloquent words. We got to act. We got to act with boldness. We're people of faith, and we know who calls us to be bold. So, in our educational institutions, religions can have a conservative place, right? But in our educational institutions, let's go beyond the conservative and be innovative. Let's be bold in our innovation. Let's put the questions on the table and ask them and work on them and be tough-minded, tough spiritually to solve these problems together. So I'm just going to say that in terms as well. So be bold. That comes through my tradition and our traditions.
Thank you so much. I'd like to turn to To, and we already heard some beautiful teachings of the Buddha earlier, and I would say the Buddha was bold by his life and by leaving behind his wealth and opulence to serve the people. And so, To, I hope you can share with us what is one of your favorite stories from the life and the teachings of the Buddha that gives you the hope and the inspiration to do the work you do.
ព្រះអង្គយើងបានឮថាព្រះពុទ្ធព្រះអង្គបានរស់នៅមួយជីវិតរបស់អង្គលះបង់ដើម្បីជីវិតរស់នៅរបស់សត្វលោកធម្មជាតិអីចឹងណាចង់សួរព្រះអង្គវិញតើមានចំណុចណាដែលព្រះអង្គពេញចិត្តឬក៏អនុវត្តតាមទស្សនវិជ្ជាឬក៏ធម៌របស់ព្រះអង្គដែលបរៀនយើងឲ្យអនុវត្តតាមណា
អរគុណសម្រាប់ការលើកឡើងនេះនៅក្នុងព្រះពុទ្ធសាសនាយើងមានចំណុចមួយដែលឃើញថាពាក្យពិនជាមួយនឹងបរិស្ថានធម្មជាតិនឹងខ្លាំងមែនទែន
Thank you for asking. In our Buddhism, one point that really demonstrate about environment issue.
នៅក្នុងនោះពេលដែលព្រះពុទ្ធព្រះអង្គបានចូលទៅសាងភ្នោះហើយបួសជាបព្វជិតហើយនោះគឺព្រះអង្គបានទស្សនៈនៅក្រោមដើមឈើហើយរស់នៅជាមួយសត្វព្រៃដែលជាព្រៃធម្មជាតិមិនមានអ្នកណាដែលថែរក្សាឬក៏ដាំដុះវាទេពីដើមមក
We know that when the Buddha become the monkhood, he went to the forest and lived in the forest with animals and just as a simple life there.
ហើយនេះជាខ្សែជីវិតរបស់ព្រះពុទ្ធដែលព្រះអង្គមាននៅសម្រាប់ព្រះអង្គប៉ុន្តែក្រោយមកទៀតណាសម្រាប់គេហៅថាសាវកអ្នកចំនួនក្រោយរបស់ព្រះពុទ្ធដែលព្រះអង្គបួសហើយបានត្រាស់ដឹងហើយចូលទៅបួសតាមព្រះអង្គនេះគឺត្រូវតែស្នាក់នៅក្រោមដើមឈើត្រូវតែស្នាក់នៅនៅក្នុងរូងភ្នំហើយរស់នៅជាមួយសត្វព្រៃដូចជាសត្វមរឹកជាដើម
That's one part of the life story of the Buddha. But after that, you know, whoever the follower of the Buddhas, when they become the monkhood, they somehow had to go and live close to the nature with the animal, with the forest, like following the Buddha's practice.
ដែលខ្សែជីវិតនៃការរស់នៅរបស់ព្រះពុទ្ធក៏ដូចជាសាវកនៅក្នុងសម័យដែលព្រះអង្គគង់ធរមាននៅគឺភាគច្រើនគឺរស់នៅក្នុងព្រៃឈើតែម្ដងបានន័យថាធ្វើទុដងដែលស្នាក់នៅក្រោមដើមឈើគេហៅថារុក្ខមូលេ
During the Buddha's time, you know, when we become the monkhood, we have to go and live and, you know, do the Dharma in the forest, what we call
Rukha Muli.
What the Buddha called Rukha Muli, meaning the forest area or life.
ហើយចំពោះសពសត្វទូទៅទាំងអស់កាលពីសម័យព្រះពុទ្ធព្រះអង្គគង់ធរមាននៅបើយើងគិតមើលទៅថាយើងរំពឹងមើលថាកាលពីប្រហែល 2000 ឆ្នាំជាងមកបើយើងសម័យមើលទៅថាព្រៃឈើគឺដូចផ្ទាំងគំនូរនៅខាងក្រោយនេះ
From that, if we can imagine during that time, we may feel that we have the forest, something like the pictures behind.
អញ្ចឹងពុំមានអ្នកណាមួយដែលបំភ្លេចបំផ្លាញធម្មជាតិទាំងអស់នឹងទេហើយសម្រាប់ពុទ្ធសាសនាវិញគឺយ៉ាងហោចទៅប្រសង់មួយអង្គឬក៏ប្រសង់មួយអង្គដែលបួសនៅក្នុងសំណាក់ពុទ្ធសាសនាហើយបើហ៊ានទៅកាប់ដើមឈើឬក៏កាច់មែកឈើនឹងប្រព្រឹត្តទៅជាទោសនៅក្នុងពុទ្ធសាសនា
So it seems that no one had intention to destroy a single tree in that time. In fact, the Buddha follower or become a monk, if they cut one tree, it's something that the Buddha call we have kind of a sin action, yeah, something bad for us.
អញ្ចឹងទាំងអស់នេះគឺជាការបង្ហាញឬក៏អាចនិយាយបានថាជាសេចក្តីស្រឡាញ់ដែលផុសចេញពីពុទ្ធសាសនាផុសចេញពីពុទ្ធសម្រាប់ធនធានធម្មជាតិហើយនៅរាល់ដើមឈើទាំងអស់នៅក្នុងព្រៃមិនថាព្រៃភ្នំក្រុមថ្មឬក៏ដើមឈើតូចធំទេវាសុទ្ធតែជាលំនៅឋានរបស់ពពួកទេវតាមួយប្រភេទ
From that you know, all kind of life, the trees, it's a home of God, or the home of the Buddha, home of different spirits.
នៅចុងបញ្ចប់នៃផ្សេងជីវិតរបស់ពុទ្ធគឺព្រះអង្គបានត្រាស់សម្ដែងទុកឲ្យយើងក្នុងនាមជាអ្នកគោរពបដិបត្តិពុទ្ធសាសនាឬក៏មនុស្សនៅក្នុងពិភពលោកនេះថាឲ្យមានសេចក្តីសន្តោសឬក៏ប្រកបដោយមេត្តាធម៌ចំពោះគ្នានឹងគ្នាចំពោះមនុស្សនឹងមនុស្សចំពោះមនុស្សនឹងសត្វបានន័យថាឲ្យចេះស្រឡាញ់រាប់អានគ្នាដូចជាបងប្អូនបង្កើត
So the last word from the Buddha before he died, he advised that we must live with loving kindness to all human beings, natures, different pieces of life who are existing on our earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's so beautiful. As we wrap up now, I'd like to go down the panel and just ask you to share a few words in terms of what are your hopes for COP15? What do you want to see in about a week to 10 days' time in terms of the global biodiversity framework? We've spoken about our faith priorities. We've spoken about how our faiths underpin our desire for ambition, to be bold, to take action in the world. But what is, if you can offer one thing that you would like to see, one thing you'd like to see shifted by the end of next week when the framework is agreed? Chris, we'll start with you.
You know, I think there's impressions that average people are going to get that are really important because they're not going to get into the weeds of the details, right? But I think there's some real strong things that need to come out from me, and it connects to my son. I'm going to tell a story about my son, right? Because he just graduated from college. He was a business and economics major with an art minor, and he just came out of college. And he's looking out the world and saying, I want to do something in business that makes a difference. And so he looked at B Corps. He said, I want to work in a B Corp because they're actually really trying to innovate and do something different economically. And so he applied for this job. 600 young people applied for one job in this one B Corp that's working on tech solutions to social problems, right? That tells me two things. One is that there's a young generation that's eager to do good and to figure out how to do good economically. So the signal that we need to send here is that the direction of travel for the economy, for the future, is nature positive. That will get businesses realigned, and it will get young people that are coming out of college realigned professionally to start working on economic solutions. And the last thing I'm going to say is just a plug out here for UN Habitat and an initiative that faith can get involved in terms of cities, which is SDG Cities Global Initiative, because that's where faiths are working on these economic city solutions, because they're said, bring faith to this, and there's a whole window for us to work in with UN Habitat.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Husna?
Thanks, Gopal. I think for me, it's the whole society approach. What I'm sensing is, for instance, in this room, I don't think there's any member state representation here, if I'm correct. It's the faith communities and you know, I think it's vital that the member states are in the same room as the faith communities and having those conversations, because otherwise we're not going to achieve this whole society approach. If we're looked at as on the sidelines, or you know, we need to be front and center with, you know, others as well. So you know, we have the caucuses for women, we have the caucuses for youth, but the faith caucus needs to be much more aligned with the UN COP and having the member states having, whether it's bilateral meetings with us or whatever, it needs to happen, because otherwise things aren't going to shift.
Sure. Thank you, Husna. Amy, what are you looking to see by the end of this process?
Thanks, Gopal. Yep. Oftentimes I'm asked, as a person of faith, why are you involved in this? You know, this doesn't seem like it's something that would be a priority for you as a person of faith. But studies actually tell us that roughly 8 in 10 people in the world identify with a particular faith tradition or spirituality. And so for me, the question is, why aren't more people of faith involved in these processes? And in fact, all of us that are here, the negotiators, how many here do have identify with a particular tradition, but feel that they have to leave it at the door when they come into a space like this? And so one of my hopes is a growth and an increase, a presence of people of faith and people feeling free to speak from their faith tradition, to find that as a source of strength and insight and wisdom. And then finally, I would say another hope that I have is, you know, whatever comes out of the GBF, that it in some way moves us closer to justice, to love, to peace, to reconciliation, to harmony, to forgiveness. This framework has the potential to do that. And it's our role as people of faith to bring that to life. So more engagement with the faith communities and moving even the slowest, smallest bit towards this paradise that we know, this utopian horizon that we know is calling us.
Thank you, Amy. And I love the pairing there with Husna's remarks. Husna, you spoke about a whole of society approach, and Amy, you mentioned there a whole self approach.
Yeah.
That we should not leave certain parts of our identity at the door when we come into a space like this, but we should feel comfortable to bring our whole selves into a conversation. To, I'm hoping you can share with us what your hopes are for COP15.
បាទព្រះអង្គមានអីជាការរំពឹងថានឹងកើតឡើងឬក៏ចង់ឃើញចេញពីព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ COP15 ហ្នឹងទេ
អរគុណច្រើនសម្រាប់អាត្មាដែលនិមន្តមកពីប្រទេសកម្ពុជាក្នុងការចូលរួម COP លើកទី 15 នេះគឺសម្រាប់អាត្មាថាកិច្ចការងារនៃការប្រពៃធ្វើ COP លើកទី 15 នេះទី1អាត្មាគិតថាយើងនឹងអាចដឹងគាត់ថាយើងនឹងអាចដឹងពីការកើនឡើងកម្ដៅនៅលើភពផែនដី
For me, what I joined here, I heard and I know what really what affect to the climate change.
ហើយតាកតងជាមួយនឹងការបាត់បង់និងវិធានការដែលយើងមានសម្រាប់ការការពារធនធានធម្មជាតិនិងជីវៈចម្រុះទៅថ្ងៃអនាគត
ហើយយើងក៏បានដឹងនិងទទួលស្គាល់អ្វីដែលជាការបាត់បង់នៅជីវៈ sorry we also realize that what have been lost in terms of biodiversities, and we also recognize how we express commitment and seeking for participation of different stakeholder actors to take part in the defining solution.
មួយទៀតតាកតងជាមួយនឹងការពង្រឹងសមត្ថភាពបច្ចេកទេសហើយនឹងស្ថាប័នដើម្បីបញ្ជ្រាបនៅប្រធានបទស្តីពីការប្រែប្រួលអាកាសធាតុក្នុងគោលនយោបាយច្បាប់ផែនការទាំងនៅថ្នាក់ជាតិនិងថ្នាក់អន្តរជាតិ
And we also realized how we want to see the policies, the framework being state or implement at different level, at the state level or international global levels.
មួយទៀតដែលសំខាន់គឺមានការបន្តដាក់ចេញនូវវិធានការនានាដើម្បីការគ្រប់គ្រងការបំពុលបរិស្ថាននិងប្រព័ន្ធអេកូឡូស៊ី
What is important is that we recognize we need a framework of implementation in terms of how we can protect and monitor what we want to see in terms of biodiversity protection.
ទាំង4ចំណុចនេះគឺជាការរំពឹងទុកសម្រាប់អាត្មាដែលបានមកចូលរួមខបលើកទី15នេះ
So all of what I just mentioned, I hope I could see the implementation to what that have been raised so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Alex, you're tracking the negotiations very, very closely. What are your hopes by the end of the process?
Thank you. Yes, so I think my hope, so I think like from the big picture, I guess my hope is that currently still seeing positions being so far apart and of course delegates holding to their national vision and priorities. I guess my hope, and that's why every morning before coming to this space, I'm really chanting, and in my prayers, I'm upholding I would say the strong hope and determination that they can go beyond and find the will to move together and get an outcome together, to really get an outcome together. I feel that the biodiversity issues have become more understood in a way because of the pandemic and the COVID-19 crisis, which kind of shed a light on the sudden interconnectedness of everything. And I hope that this GBF will become a moment that was like the Paris Agreement for climate in a way, where it touches on the awareness of everything and leads to be able to do this whole of society approach where people feel that it's their issue, they are connected. So both that there is ambition from the state parties, but that it leads to also ripples effect in terms of awareness and movement at all levels.
Great, thank you. Strong, something strong, but also something that is implemented and brings everyone on board. We have time for a couple of questions, 2 at the most. So if you do have a question for our panelists, please make the question as short as possible and as general as possible so we can get as many of them to answer it. If there are any questions, please do raise your hand. We have a question here. We can get the microphone. Muni, can we get the microphone here? We have one question here and then one question towards the back. Just say your name and organization, please.
Gorangadas from Govardhan Eco Village. My question is for the very important point which you raised is how do we bring the states, member states, to take the faith opinion seriously? What you have any thoughts in mind on how we can actually make that happen?
Thanks. And we'll take the second question and then we'll go around. Again, please just mention your name and your organization.
Hi, good morning. This is Arif from Farming Future Bangladesh. I'm the executive director. We are a science-based organization, but we are training faith community and engaging them in many like science-based solutions. So based on our learning and experience, we have realized that there is like disconnect between evidence-based, like a solution that we have actually, and the existing knowledge of faith community. But we have realized and perceived that a lot of the people in our community, almost 60 to 70% of population, we are a Muslim country, majority of our people are Muslim, they rely on faith leader and faith-based, leader, what they talk and perceive, particularly of the like technology-based solution. So for a nature-based solution and sustainable approach that all we are talking about in relation where we have like climate vulnerability and inflation and other economical problem that we are facing. Where do you think that science can play a vital role through faith community to educate people and to influence the political leaders, particularly state and countries? Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Who would like to take the first question? Anyone interested to try and answer the first one in terms of engaging member states?
As I mentioned it, so I think I can try and say that. I think I know that myself and Gopal have been on a similar journey in terms of engagement with the UN, for instance. So, in the past 10, 12 years, the UN has engaged more consistently with the faith communities. I mean, we're both part of the Multi-Faith Advisory Council to the UN IATF. I also sit on the World Bank's moral imperative to end poverty. So, the engagement is coming in terms of the institutions, international institutions. In the past, we were brushed aside, we were ignored, but I think they're recognizing with, a lot of the MDGs, for instance, had failed, and so, we have the SDGs which are coming up for 2030, so, that's something that's happening. Now, what I feel is that it's, for instance, this UN COP15, the UN could have played a better role in getting the member states to have meetings with us specifically. That would have been one way, because once the engagement comes, what you find is a lot of the individuals, it's because, when we see member states, we just see it as a state, but the individuals within the states, as one of our friends here, panelists, mentioned, is that they have their own personal religion. And, so in terms of, them buying in, as stakeholders, I think that's something that is possible and feasible. But people fear faith and fear religion because they often see the negative sides of it. They see terrorism and extremism and things like that. What we are bringing is we're bringing hope, we're bringing love, we're bringing peace. So that's the side that we need to really sort of come forward with. So it's that opportunity. It's the gatekeepers who need to let us in rather than block us. I think that's from my perspective. I think, Chris, you've got something to add?
Yeah, I just want to add that we can, when we have this conversation, we can point out things that are perhaps not understood about faith. For example, when it comes to, with our tradition, it's been studied, it's called a halo effect. That is when you put a dollar amount to all the services that we provide in a church, for example, for a community, education, mental health, addiction recovery, plus the green services for the property and so on and so forth, that actually comes out to a dollar amount. Now, if you took that church and all those services out of the community and you replace those with government services, it costs 4 times the amount for the government to provide those exact same services. That's a policy impact that they should be taking us seriously on. But we haven't communicated that. And so there's all this benefit to having a conversation that you've just said we can have, that then we're a common cause for these types of solutions. It doesn't make sense, for them not to know what we do and why we do it and how we do it.
Thank you, Chris. Amy, can I ask you to answer quickly the second question around bridging faith and science? Could you?
Can I speak to both of them?
Sure.
Quickly?
Yes. Yes.
They're related.
Mm-hmm.
They're related. Two things. I think Alex and I, in March, at one of the intercessional meetings in Geneva, there were 4 people of faith, 4 or 5 of us, explicitly wearing our identity as faith people. Now we have 30, 40 people who are here. So I think, firstly, that engagement with states, with parties and other constituencies is we have to be here. And we have to know that we have a place here. And so we have to take our place at the table. And if we're not given a place at the table, we need to keep showing up and saying we have something to contribute. And so I think that's an important part of, it's being here and establishing not only systemic relationships, institutional relationships, but personal relationships as well. I had the experience in March with a delegate. One of my activities in Geneva was going and approaching delegates one by one according to the countries that we're in. And when I met with one of the delegates and identified as a Catholic person and institution, the delegate started to cry because she too was Catholic and felt such a deep sense of frustration that she could not bring her whole self, that she had to leave her faith at the door. But she was able, in that conversation together, she was able to draw strength from her own lived experience, her own faith, her own teachings and wisdom. And so I think in terms of the second question, what's really essential is that we be open, whether it's at a personal level or a systemic level, to be ready to listen and open to the other, whether it's other faiths, whether it's other constituencies, whether it's faith and science in dialogue together. It's that openness that we need to cultivate so that we can find our unity, our commonality, and that shared vision that you talked about. And because what divides us is really so much smaller than that unifies us. So I think those are some thoughts.
Great. Thank you so much, Amy. We are going to have to wrap it up there because we are at time. Again, I'd like to thank all of our speakers, Dr. Chris Elisara from the World Evangelical Alliance, Dr. Husna Ahmed from Global One, Amy Echeverria from Columbans International, Toros To from the Monk Community Forest, and Alexandra Gusens-Ishi from Sokogokai International. Just a plug about the faiths here at COP15. As Amy mentioned, we are about 30 to 40 faith-based representatives here over the course of the next 2 weeks. We have a pavilion in the next room over, the faith-based pavilion, where we have events every day starting from this afternoon. So please visit us. You can go to our website, biodiversity.faith, where you can see the full schedule of events we have here at COP15 and read our faith priorities and see the full list of the 55 organizations that have endorsed our faith-based priorities. We also have some swag, as it's called. We've printed our priorities on a deck of cards. They're available here. So please pick up a deck where you can see what our priorities are, what our concerns are, and what our hopes are for a strong global biodiversity framework. Thank you to the Nature Positive Pavilion. Thank you again to our speakers, and we hope to see you again soon. Thank you.
also being discussed, but I'm not. It's me. I have to. Sorry, it's me. Sorry. Sorry, I'm going to remove that.
The first is that technology is amazing.
Maybe,
I think it's on. Can you hear me?
There.
Okay. So three quick takeaways. Really clear to us from this public mobilization exercise that Canadians of all ages and all walks of life across the country feel passionately about nature and want it protected. And I won't take the time now, but I really invite you, I dare you, just to read even one of these letters, especially the ones with kids' handwriting, and not be moved by how passionately people feel about the nature all around them and how much they want it protected. The second takeaway that's super important, especially for those of us engaged as civil society organizations, is that many, many people are uncertain, actually, of the efficacy of communicating to their elected decision makers. A lot of these letters start, I don't know if anyone's going to hear me, or they'll end with, please read my letter. And so the messages are hopeful because people took the time anyway to write, but it's a clear sign both about our obligation, I think, as organizations engaging the citizens to help connect people's most heartfelt wishes to decision makers, but also of the importance of this. If people stop believing in the possibilities and the importance for them to let their elected officials know what they want, this whole system breaks down. We are here with governments elected by peoples to do the people's will. And so it was a really important reminder about that connection, that transmission belt from what people want in far-flung communities and towns across the country, not just in the halls of power, sending messages about what's important to them. So they're doubting that connection, and we need to double down on engaging citizens to make them feel that their messages count and can get to decision makers. And I guess my last takeaway is really just that we have a long way to go. So tons and tons of people came out, but we know from the scale of the public expectations and the state of the nature crisis that there's still a huge gap between what people are hoping for the future of nature and the situation that we have now. And we can't let the momentum drop. So there's been a huge momentum in Canada generated because of the occasion of the COP coming here. And we have a lot of work to do, kind of if we think about the lessons from the climate movement, to build a really across society feeling about the importance of nature being something that we have to talk to our decision makers about. A lot of the people engaged here loved nature, and we need to move people on that continuum from being a nature lover to a nature citizen so that it becomes an unrelenting demand from the public and ultimately it becomes a ballot box issue. So those are our three takeaways about how we were inspired by the messages coming from Canada, and I'm just going to turn it over to Georgina to talk to you a little bit about how they engage the public in the UK.
Great, thank you very much. I'm Georgina and I'm from the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, which is based in the UK. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about why you can see birds mixed in with the letters on this wall. And it's not just because RSPB and Nature Canada are BirdLife International partners, but they're also an opportunity for you all to add your messages of hope alongside these amazing letters that we have. So we're sending a signal out of this COP into the future, messages of hope, messages of ambition, messages to the leaders that are here negotiating over the next 10 days. So please do take a bird, add your message of hope to it. The other reason there are birds mixed in with these letters is that because RSPB is running a campaign in the UK called the Urgent Conversation Campaign. And as part of this, we teamed up with a very famous choreographer, Sadek Waf, and a group of 80 students from a dance college in the UK. And they've created a human murmuration, which you will be able to see when we play the videos next door. It illustrates our connection to nature and the importance of passing down a healthier planet to the next generation. And as I said, we'll show you the video, so it's super cool. There's also a behind-the-scenes footage of why they made it, how they made it, the students talking about their own connection to nature as well. So it really connects in with these letters of hope from young people in Canada as well. And I think it's fair to say that this exhibition is a real representation, a physical representation of hope. And yeah, as Gowrie was saying, please do read some of these letters and look at some of the drawings. I think for me, that's what's been so amazing. Like there's a little bat there that I can see already, and it's so beautiful. And I'm going to finish by just reading out a quote from the choreographer that we worked with to create the human murmuration that you will see in just a moment. So he said, "This performance is about recovery and hope. It is inspired by the murmuration of birds and the beauty they create when they move as one. When you see the passion of these young dancers working together, you can't help but feel hopeful. Our world leaders should follow the example of the birds and these dancers at COP15 and cooperate to create something beautiful, a plan for the future of nature." So I now invite you all to follow us through into the cafe, where we will show you a video about the letters of hope, and then we will also show you our video about the murmuration that we've created. So please do join us.
So just come in this way. We need to change mics? Okay.
So this one is for the speakers of the cafe.
So I kind of, I have, oh, test. Test.
I don't think mine's on. Yours is. Is mine? Test.
And
okay, now I hear mine.
oh, there's Vera. Okay, everyone, we'll be starting in just a moment.
Thank you so much for coming.
Whew, that was really like.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think your mic is on.
Is test?
No.
Test, you can hear me? Okay.
No, I don't think
Not
it's
loud.
It's not on.
It is on or no? Just speak louder. Okay.
It's
Thank
not.
you.
It's not on.
They're
I think
saying
mine.
it is, but it's
Oh.
just not very loud.
Mine's on for sure.
Yeah, yours is louder than mine.
Is mine on?
Okay. Thank you.
I have some of my notes on my computer. Do you think it's fine? So Oscar has a personal emergency. He's like rushing here, but he needed the address. So I was just like, it's the Nature Pavilion.
Yeah.
That's why you probably have like 5 missed calls from me.
We'll just adapt.
Okay.
I'll start with you then. If he comes, I'll...
Okay, thanks, Rachel. Should we maybe start or wait for her to?
Let's start.
Okay.
Is this working?
Yeah, because we're starting with the video.
Hi, next slide, please. My clicker
Okay,
is not
thank
working.
you. Oh.
Your mic is not. This isn't working, so we'll just do next slide.
I don't.
Hi. Thank you so much for joining in this conversation today on how we as a global collective, as nation states, and as communities and as individuals can restore our human relationships with biodiversity, particularly with keystone species. We acknowledge that we are interconnected to nature, that the well-being and climate resiliency of humanity and Mother Earth are interconnected and interdependent, and that broadly due to colonial worldviews, this relationship has become unbalanced and inequitable. We acknowledge the indigenous lands we come from and those of the Kanien'kehá:ka today. Restoring a relationship with species that is proactive, reciprocal, and caring, just as many indigenous peoples and local communities have known and practiced, will require major transformations in our shared values and our solutions. So today, we will center the interests, the needs, and the rights of biodiversity of the keystone species that sustain the ecosystems that support all life. We will save time at the end for questions and a discussion, so you may be considering your thoughts and questions throughout. I am joined by a true stellar panel of experts. If we can go 2 slides over, my clicker's not working. Can we go next slide? Yeah, okay, just 1 second. That's fine. Stellar panel of experts in science, policy, conservation, and governance. I'm joined by Julia Jackson, Vera Urtaza, and Callie Wielenturf, and Oscar Soria is joining us shortly. My heart is so full to hear from them today. And to start, I think I'll start with you, Julia, while we get our slides working. We'll get to a video in a little bit. But Julia, as the founder of Keystone Species, can you tell us about the importance of protecting Keystone Species, specifically their connection to climate change, and about an exciting initiative to restore our relationship with them?
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. Ooh, is my mic working?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. My name is Julia Jackson. I'm the co-founder of Keystone Species Alliance and also Grounded. Keystone Species Alliance is an alliance of environmental attorneys, NGOs, indigenous communities, artists, conservation scientists that are all banding together to demand that we enshrine the legal personhood of Keystone Species within the Constitution. Right now, we're partnering with the state of Quintana Roo. The Mexican government has agreed to change their constitution. I'm joined by my co-founder, Vera Artaza, who's from Mexico. At first, they told us we were crazy for wanting to put species up equally with human beings. But I think what's crazier is that we're killing 150 species off per day. We're losing 27 football fields equivalent of forests per minute. We are killing 100 million sharks per year. We've lost 16% of the gray wolf population in the US alone. And we just simply cannot afford to keep destroying our ecosystems and expect to make it out the other side. I feel like, and this might seem controversial, the climate movement is way too anthropocentric and human-centric. There are 8 million other species for which we depend upon for our survival, a healthy biosphere, and healthy, resilient ecosystems, and they deserve to have a voice and seat at the table. So that is what we formed. It's a 501c4, so we can legislate and lobby on behalf of keystone species, sharks, whales, jaguars, manatees, mangroves, coral reef ecosystems, seagrass beds, phytoplankton, and other vital keystone species that we need to stay well below, well, at this point, 2 degrees Celsius. And I'm joined by such amazing panelists as well. And yeah, really excited and honored to be here. I guess I'll just say quickly why are keystone species important. I wanted to read an actual definition to you guys on what keystone species even are. So keystone species is any species, whether plant or animal, that shapes an entire ecosystem. Without its keystone species, the ecosystem would be dramatically different or cease to exist altogether. The most famous reintroduction program of a keystone species was the gray wolf into Yellowstone National Park in Yosemite, or in Yellowstone National Park in Montana. And when they reintroduced the gray wolves, they had no idea the trophic cascade and impacts the wolf would have on the entire ecosystem. And once the gray wolves came back into that ecosystem, aspen and willow trees came back and started flourishing because they kept the plant-eating elks on the move, so they weren't able to overgraze aspen and willows. They also were able to bring the population of songbirds back to the trees, because once there was more dense brush on the willow trees, the songbirds had a place to rest and nest. They also brought back, there was 1 colony of beavers in the entire park. They brought back, just through trophic cascade, 9 colonies of beavers, which impacted the health of our waterways. So keystone species impact our carbon cycle, they impact our water cycle, and they impact our nitrogen cycle. Unfortunately, biodiversity loss and science behind biodiversity loss, especially the carbon cycle analysis of species, gets a lot less funding. Yet we know that these whales impact the carbon cycle of our oceans. Sharks, as apex predators, impact the carbon cycle. There's many, many species that are climate solutions and the unsung heroes of the climate crisis. We simply can't afford to think that one technology, like carbon capturing technology, will be able to sequester 36 billion tons equivalent of carbon we're putting up into the atmosphere and keep wiping out ecosystems and make it out the other end. We need these species as our unsung allies and really the stewards alongside many indigenous communities that know how to create healthy ecosystems, and we need more protection. Currently, and I know Oscar, I'm going to introduce Oscar next. Actually, he was supposed to go before me, but Oscar, who's also on the panel, has been really leading an amazing effort with a bunch of NGOs on not pushing for protecting 30% of our planet by 2030, which is what you'll hear in the negotiations, but scientists say we actually need to push for half of the Earth protected by 2030. We are way behind target. Oscar will talk about why that number is so important and other things. Hi, Oscar. But basically, scientists say within the next decade, we need to protect 50% of our planet by 2030, and keystone species are really the key to rewilding and key to these ecosystems remaining resilient and healthy. Anyways, honored to be here with all of you. Let's keep pressuring these delegates to create way more ambitious targets and push for biodiversity loss as a huge agenda for the survival of humankind and also other species. So I'm going to pass it to Oscar if you want to come join us. Thank you for getting here.
Yeah, thank you, Julia, for being a voice for keystone species, and we're so excited that Oscar's here to join us as well. Hi. Oscar, I know you're the you're campaign director for the Global Web Movement of Oz, an expert with the CBD process. I'm wondering if you can help kick us off on the urgency of the post-2020 framework, what the state of play is for biodiversity.
Well, thank you, and apologies for the delay. It's been hectic negotiations where everyone knows what are the red lines, but no one knows what we can commit into this. And I say, I'm a positive person, but lately, in these days, I just really failing to understand the lack of urgency on why we are here and the importance of really get this right. I just felt that the rooms of the negotiations are full of complacency. And I think it's also a symptom of our anthropocentric perspective of this. So there is something in the negotiations that we're not feeling how nature is dying and how we are dying with it. And if you see the negotiation text as it is with all these brackets, it's really concerning, because what we have seen since Sharm el-Sheikh, which was the previous negotiations in the COP15, is that there's been just some momentum and some awakening about the importance of restore our relationship with nature. And that really paved the way for the Chinese presidency to really move forward in the conversation. Unfortunately, then COVID-19 came, and all of us, we thought that COVID is going to be that awakening moment, that teaching moment on what happens when virus doesn't have more nature to survive and then goes to humans. And we thought that was the opportunity for all of us to rediscuss equality, to rediscuss the environment, just to discuss, to really manage to find a resetting, put it this way. That didn't happen. And in the negotiations since then, what we have seen is governments trying just to pretend that they are champions with a target that got outdated, because the target got insufficient when new science came up during 2020. And if you see from March 2020 onwards, almost all body of science are telling us that we need to protect way more than 30%, and we need to conserve. And also, what has been said is the role of indigenous peoples there, the role of indigenous peoples in bringing that wisdom, that technology, that traditional knowledge, in order just to have that space for us. And I think also it's an invitation to us. We need just to really bring that knowledge to the invitation for all of us on how are we going just to reconnect with nature, our lifestyles, our consumption process. So we in Avaz means voice in different languages, and in Avaz we also had that process, or really still redefining our mission, and not really only hear the voices of humans, but how we're going to hear the voice of nature. And when I was when I was young, in 1996, I remember that for those who basically feel, okay, why this CBD conference, why this international law is important, it really is. Even if people say it's not binding or it's just basically a piece of blah in the law, in reality, that convention was useful and critical for local fights. My first campaign, actually, when I was in my 20s, my early 20s, we used Argentina. I am Argentinian, so at that time there was this massive project just to convert forest to soybeans. That's the first time that also the monocultures and the transgenic soya started just to kick in agricultural superpowers Argentina. And went just to protect 300,000 hectares of that for that deforestation. And Argentina didn't have much law, but Argentina was the signatory of the CBD, and then we used the CBD, and then the judge actually took that as a valid argument to stop the project. So this piece of international law are important for all of us, and that's why this agreement needs to get right, because then we need to go to court. Because my sense is, my last day, I'm going to say to all of the delegates, if this fails, I will sue in court. Because that's basically what we need just to go. We need to go on court, because I don't think that this place is going to deliver the ambition that it has. I'm really hoping that I'm getting wrong with this, but right now, we are in a legal emergency because this room is not delivering. And it's up to us to hold all of these negotiators accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oscar, your words are so forward-thinking, and I think for all of us, it's really pointing to this urgency that we have and the work we have to do, even outside of the negotiations and what happens in those rooms. But all of us here, what are we doing outside of there? And I think part of the reason we're here is about restoring our relationship with biodiversity, with keystone species. And as Julia was talking about, one of the ways to do that is through recognizing rights. And to even expand on this approach of rights, recognizing a specific species, of an ecosystem, or of nature, or of Mother Earth in her entirety, this is an innovative approach to really centralize an ethic of care and reciprocal responsibilities into our legal governance and economic systems. And I think now, if we can get our slides to work, we're hoping to be joined by Oscar from the state of Quintana Roo. If we can go another slide over. There's one quick video from him in Spanish, and then Vera will translate for us after if this works.
Hola, muy buenos días a todas y todos los que están viendo este video. Soy Oscar Révora, soy subsecretario de Gestión y Protección al Ambiente de la Secretaría de Ecología y Medio Ambiente del Estado de Quintana Roo. Quiero mandarle un caluroso saludo desde Cancún a todos ustedes.
Hello, my name is Oscar Révora. I'm Undersecretary of the Ministry of Ecology in the state of Quintana Roo.
A este panel de conservación de las especies sombrilla.
Might be hard for you to hear.
Yeah,
sorry.
So he's really grateful for the invitation to be part of this panel, and he's recognizing the need to recognize the rights of keystone species because of the role they play in ecosystems.
Desde que me platicó, quiero decirles que yo tengo un corazón activista y conservacionista.
He's also an activist who's now in a political position, so we have an ally there.
Y sobre todo, pues que ahora que estamos de parte del gobierno,
now that he is in the government,
me interesa muchísimo es que
he is really
el gobierno pueda tejer puentes con asociaciones como
the government can actually build bridges between governmental government and NGOs to protect keystone species. He recognized the role that NGOs play because we're on the field, so we need to advise them and they need to listen to us, and that way we can move this forward. He also spoke about how by recognizing the rights of keystone species, we also need to implement public policies and build a whole structure to incorporate those rights into what the government is doing. It was a really long video, but the main goal for him was just to say that he's really thankful for the invitation and that we have a partner with the state government of Quintana Roo. So thank you.
That's great. Yeah, we absolutely thank Oscar for sharing his perspective as a representative of governance. And I think now to go to the scientific perspective, Callie, as a scientist, National Geographic explorer, founder of the Leatherback Project, can you tell us your story in Panama, the on-the-ground experience with keystone species, and the journey to Panama, passing the National Rights of Nature law in February this year, and what comes next?
Thank you so much, Rachel, and thank you to everyone who took the time to be here this morning. I'm really excited to be here just to share the story of rights of nature in Panama, and as a scientist, speak to my personal perspective of stepping outside of science into the political realm to affect change for nature. As part of my work with the Leatherback Project, I use sea turtles as ambassadors for conservation of oceanic and coastal habitats. And as many of you may know, sea turtles are keystone species, which means that they play a vital role in the healthy functioning of ocean ecosystems. For example, hawksbill turtles and green turtles, they're the gardeners of seagrass beds and coral reef ecosystems. They make sure that the sponges and the algae is under check and that the coral has the space to grow and maintain a healthy relationship within the reef ecosystem. And leatherback turtles, for example, the largest species of sea turtle in the world, they can grow to be 10 feet long and weigh 2,000 pounds. They can eat their weight in jellyfish every single day. And jellyfish, as you may know, consume juvenile fish and fish larvae. So when we have healthy leatherback sea turtle populations, we have a control on jellyfish blooming events, which then supports healthy fish stocks, not only for the sake of the fish communities, but also local coastal communities. And so just to jump into my story, in 2019, I received my first grant from the National Geographic Society to lead a pilot study in the Pearl Islands archipelago in Panama. It's a 240-island archipelago in the Gulf of Panama, and my goal there was to evaluate local nesting and foraging sites of sea turtles and also evaluate the local threats facing their survival. And over the course of that first 5-month expedition where I was living in a tent, and the past 3 years since then, we've identified 25 sea turtle nesting sites that are new to science and 3 foraging grounds. And also as part of this project, we've identified various threats, including the illegal wildlife trade of sea turtles in the Pearl Islands, the drowning of endangered sea turtle species in artisanal gillnets and longlines, in addition to the illegal consumption of sea turtle meat and parts. And so earlier that same year, in 2019, I was part of a sexual harassment legal case at my first job as a marine biologist, where I needed to defend my own rights to a healthy and safe work environment. And in this process of having my rights be violated, needing to seek legal counsel to defend myself, coming to a resolution and being able to move on with my life, I wanted to move on in a positive way from this negative experience. So I was thinking about this problem-solving legal structure within the United States. And when I wanted to apply that to my job as a biologist and a conservationist, I realized that nature's rights can't be defended in the way that I had defended my own, because she largely has no rights within our legal systems. And that really impacted me. And so when I was prepping to go to the field, I bought this book by David Boyd called The Rights of Nature, A Legal Revolution That Can Save the World. I highly recommend that you read it. And as I was in the field in my tent reading this book and seeing firsthand all of the threats facing marine biodiversity and specifically sea turtles, I felt overwhelmed and very compelled to do something about what I was seeing in person in Panama. So I had the crazy idea, let's see how hard or how easy it could be to propose a new rights of nature law in Panama. And I solicited a meeting with an environmentally minded senator, Juan Diego Vasquez, and Panama's First Lady, Yasmin Cortizo, and I presented the legal precedent of rights of nature from Ecuador and Bolivia. I brought my data sets from the field and compelling multimedia to show them what I was actually witnessing on the grounds. And then I spoke about how this could be beneficial to Panama as a country and leading the way and pioneering this new type of legal framework to protect nature and restore our relationship with nature. And to my surprise, both political leaders were actually very excited about the concept. And we spent the next 2 years drafting, debating, and revising the law in collaboration with the Earth Law Center. Rachel is actually one of the amazing women on the Panama team. And I'm extremely excited to announce that on February 24th of this year, 2022, the President of Panama signed this law into effect. So, so starting this upcoming February 24th, 2023, Panama's nature now has a large list of rights, including the right to exist, the right to persist, regenerate her vital cycles, the right to be restored, and the right to representation in court, among others. So starting in February, any member of Panama's society can bring a case to the courts on behalf of nature, the same way that a child or an elderly person can be represented by a third party in courts today. So that's really exciting. And at present, we're working on the regulatory component of this law. So we need to submit this by January 15th of next year, basically working to decide what are the fines going to be for violating the rights of nature, what are the consequences, and how do we really make sure that this is implementable in practice. The law also includes many ecocentric principles like the prevention and precautionary principles, in addition to in dubio pro natura, which means like in doubt, side with nature. And we're also taking additional steps, myself and the Earth Law Center as collaborators, to try and implement already and subsequent laws and on the ground in local communities. So we just got an article included in a law that's currently being debated about sea turtle conservation that actually lists out what the specific rights of sea turtles within Panama should be. And if it's passed, it'll be the first time in the world that a marine species group has its rights explicitly explained within a national law. And additionally, we're working right now, I just got out of the field on Sunday after satellite tagging sea turtles to propose a new national wildlife refuge in the Gulf of Panama. And this would be to protect sea turtle populations, humpback whale populations, and many, like 21 migratory bird species, a subspecies of the boa constrictor that's only found in the Pearl Islands. So we're really excited about this initiative because we're not only creating an MPA, but we have the opportunity to actually, within the document that creates the MPA and the National Wildlife Refuge, decide what the rights of the ecosystems are. So what are the rights of a coral reef ecosystem and all of its inhabitants, and who has the responsibility to uphold those rights? If the reef has the right to be restored, who needs to restore the reef, and how do we fund that? Who's responsible for paying for it? These are all the things that we're actually trying to look at in practice and make sure that we can make this rights of nature law implementable and make Panama an example for the rest of the world of how to restore our relationship with nature. Lastly, something that I know Rachel will speak more about, there's an initiative led by the Earth Law Center and the Ocean Race that I'm a part of to propose a United Nations Universal Declaration of Ocean Rights. So just like we have a UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the rights of the child, we're looking to do the same for the oceans. And I think just to wrap up, Panama can be an example of how we can use keystone species as ambassadors, not only on a science level to protect ocean ecosystems, but also on a political level to advance the rights of nature. And now passing it back to you, Rachel, I'm interested to hear from you what some of the key takeaways are for restoring our relationship with biodiversity through a rights of nature approach, and what are some of the exciting opportunities for implementation on a global scale?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Callie. Your story in Panama and your work there is really inspiring for all of us, and I think an example for the global community. And I just wanted to touch on, too, like, when we think about if a national rights of nature law has been passed, that of course includes, by extension, sea turtles, sharks, all species. But what is the purpose of having another law that actually specifies their rights. And that's the point is, of course, rights of nature includes all species and ecosystems, but through supplementary policy, we can specify what those rights are so that they encourage a higher protection in our decision making and governance. So this is a really exciting step for sea turtles. It's something I've researched regarding sharks within Panama to see what can we do in supplementary policy so that their rights are protected as well under this new law. So it's really exciting work. I think really as one key takeaway to understand our relationship with biodiversity, we have to identify the values, the principles, and the ethics that underlie this relationship. So findings of the recent Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, their 2022 Values Assessment, concludes that 1, how we value nature is tightly linked to how we care for and protect biodiversity. So it comes down to these values, principles, and ethics. So conservation can actually be more transformative when we include the diverse values of nature into our policy-making, decision-making processes and our governance. So 2, this values assessment recognizes that rights of nature is a pathway to advance justice and sustainability. And really looking at rights of nature, rights of Mother Earth, this approach is not even merely defined by rights. That's a core part of it, but really at the frame of it, it's a responsibility-based framework. So it's centered around stewardship. It's an ethic, it's a way of life. It's proactively governing human activity within ecological and planetary boundaries. And this, of course, will help protect human rights in tandem, our right to healthy water, healthy air, and everything like that. So this learning can be applied in so many key areas, I think, instead of maximizing benefits, which is often the conversation. How can we shift that to minimizing our impact? How can we restore and thrive? And even looking at global examples, Ecuador recognized rights of nature constitutionally in 2008, and this led to several positive legal actions for the environment since then. For example, the Special Law of the Galapagos Marine Reserve. It's one of the largest marine protected areas worldwide, and they use rights of nature as a guiding principle for management. And part of that within the law is seeking to create an equilibrium among society, among the economy, and nature. So it's a balance altogether. And this law also actually prohibits any fishing or harming of sharks. And it's actually proven and been realized in practice that in 2017, 20 crew members of a ship were actually prosecuted and heavily fined for fishing 300 tons of endangered and threatened sharks. The court ruled in favor of the species and that nature was entitled to reparations. So not only does this law proactively protect sharks, if they're harmed, in that case, there are legal actions that can take place. And then even looking at marine protected areas, rights of nature may provide support and a pathway for creating higher standards of our conservation. So we can push for beyond 30 by 30 to a higher percentage protected. And importantly, avoiding paper parks. We're actually ensuring effective implementation and equitable protection of indigenous rights. And then considering the ocean, which is what Callie was really speaking to, we must consider the interconnected and one living ecosystem of our planet as one entity, the ocean and the species within. And in fact, as Callie was mentioning, one key opportunity is the vision of a universal declaration of ocean rights. As Callie was saying too, it's a collaboration of Earth Law Center, the Ocean Race, Nature's Rights, and the government of Cabo Verde. And the vision is to give the ocean a voice and representation in international and national governance, so through a joint decision agreed upon by the governments of the world. And we're currently in this process now of bringing diverse stakeholders together. So this included a roundtable gathering at the New York Climate Week of over 20 governments, including Monaco, Seychelles, Genoa, Italy, and others that are now involved and providing their expertise in establishing principles underpinning a rights of nature lens, but in ocean governance. So this is all to guide a positive human-ocean relationship and actually present these principles to the UN General Assembly next September. I think, the ocean is foundational to all life, yet ocean health continues to decline. But if we recognize our interdependent relationship with the ocean and species within, ocean governance can be guided more holistically and harmoniously. Instead of separation or resource use, we can instill an ethical responsibility to protect and preserve the ocean and align all of our siloed and fragmented efforts together under one agreed upon and collective norm. And though Rights of Nature has not yet been implemented internationally, there are so many examples in practice on the local, regional, national scales that can really set a precedent for global recognition. And a second prominent opportunity is today. The current biodiversity framework draft includes rights of Mother Earth and several key targets, particularly Target 15, as an approach for implementation. And the adoption of this text is really an opportunity to integrate its non-binding but diverse values and ways of relating to biodiversity and to our planet, for whom many is revered as Mother Earth, and beyond resource use, to encourage a shift of our relationship from exploitation to care and interconnection. I think this is a vision, but importantly, it's a call to action to provide this higher respect and care for other species with whom we coexist on Mother Earth. And I really think this should be our learning for today, and I now want to pass it to Vera, and I want to hear what our call to action should be.
Hi. Thank you so much, Rachel and the ELC team, for putting this event together. Thank you, Oscar, and thank you, Julia. Well, as humans, we see everything separated, fragmented. That's the way we were taught to think since childhood. But in nature, everything is one. Everything is one beautiful system, and every single being plays a role to keep the Earth system functioning. Keystone species play a vital role. They are what keeps the ecosystems alive and healthy, and that's why we're here for, because we believe that we, as humans, can become keystone species for keystone species. Everything is really depressing right now. We're in a climate crisis, a systemic crisis, and we are in 100 years of an industrial revolution where we as humans have set in motion the sixth mass extinction. But these spaces gave me hope. Knowing that there are more crazy animal lovers, nature lovers, and people who feel more at home in nature than anywhere gives me hope. We've passed the time to take only one path when it comes to facing the climate crisis, and we can no longer just talk about conservation. We need to restore nature. We need to go above and beyond to protect nature. And keystone species reintroduction and protection is an amazing way to restore nature, build resilience within an ecosystem, and have a great potential for reanimating the carbon cycle. The IPCC special report on 1.5 says that we need far-reaching and unprecedented changes in all aspects of society to avoid the worst-case scenarios of this crisis. One way to get closer to achieving this goal and to stay well below 2 degrees Celsius, the goal of the Paris Agreement, is to acknowledge that nature has rights, that we share this planet with 8.7 million known species, and that it is our duty to change course and avoid our own extinction. We need to step up and change the course of where we're heading. We need to start being a force of change so we can create a new reality for generations to come. The rights of nature and our proposal of the rights of keystone species is making peace with nature. We are nature, we depend on nature. Our laws need to honor nature, respect her, and reflect our dependency on her. There's an urgent call for funding. We need to restore nature, and if we want to have a chance to survive, we have to raise our voices. Governments allowed this to go for too long. It's in us, as the human species, to change that. We need to break this narrative of nature on one side and us on the other. Nature is very forgiving if we give her space. Let's honor her and her keystone species today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Vera. I think before opening it up for reflections, and in just broader discussion with everyone, I want to ask one more question to our panel, and I think if everyone wants to respond or just a few volunteers, that's fine. But I loved what you were talking about, Vera, about hope, and I want to know what inspires you, gives you hope about rights of keystone species, ocean rights, or rights of Mother Earth. What inspires you or gives you hope?
Well, right now, we're forming a community around protecting nature. I believe that there's so much space for innovation, for experimentation, and even for implementing a lot of new ways to relate to nature and go back to our harmonious living with nature. So yeah, and I'm knowing like you here in Cali, here in Oscar, here in Julia, and I mean that gives me hope, knowing that there's more people in this movement that feels the same, that we need to survive, and also that we need to survive. That gives me
I think good. What gives me hope, I personally lost my home to the Kincaid fire in 2019, so I've lived the climate crisis very personally and went through my own sort of despair and grief. I think collectively we're experiencing a lot of grief with what's happening to not just the planet, but to our collective future. I think what gives me hope, however, and what kept me going through that deep despair and grief of losing everything to the fire is knowing that there is a community that wants to really ensure that we survive. The answer isn't terraforming Mars, which is another planet. We can't just export the same sort of ways that got us into this mess in the first place. I think that deep ecological wisdom, traditional knowledge from indigenous communities. Some of my indigenous mentors, I personally believe that they will lead us into the future we want to see. And oftentimes they're not like at these conferences, but they're starting to really show up in mass because they're demanding we listen and honor Mother Earth and have a reciprocal relationship with Mother Earth. And I think they, alongside a lot of people here, give me hope because their leadership, and they say we're living during prophetic prophecies, the prophetic times right now. A lot of indigenous prophecies say from now until 2052 we're going to go through a very dark time as a species. But one Quechua elder I was talking to, Kurakindi, on a bus actually in the Yucatan, who's a dear friend of mine, said, our prophecy from the Quechua says that we will hit really dark times as a species, a human species, until 2052, especially in the next decade. However, the planet we leave behind will be far more beautiful than the one we could have imagined with those that do make it through. And so that gives me hope, is really listening to the elders, their knowledge that we can make it through and we must make it through and we must honor their traditional ecological knowledge. And that's also honoring that species aren't just other species, there are non-human relatives and kin. And we need to honor them that way. So that gives me hope, is that perspective.
Yeah, thank you.
I think for me, something about the rights of nature movement and the legal framework that gives me hope is just the fact that through rights of nature, it gives every public citizen the power to advocate for nature, to bring a case to the courts on behalf of nature. And I think that just gives people the power to be a voice for nature in a way that we haven't yet seen before. And I'm hoping that in Panama, as an example, people will rise to the occasion and hold corporations and governments accountable. Additionally, in my experience in Panama, I've just found hope like at every turn. For example, Juan Diego Vasquez, the parliament member that proposed this law to Panama's parliament, he is only, I think, 27 now. He was 25 when I first met with him. He was younger than me, and the fact that he's creating his legacy and his reputation as a politician as such a young person, and he was willing to take a risk on something as controversial as rights of nature, that really just inspired me, and I admire him for really standing up for what he believed in despite the costs. Additionally, like Panama's First Lady, Yasmin Cortizo, I'd never met her before. She welcomed me with open arms, and she's been a huge supporter of the rights of nature, and she's spoken now at the UN virtually about this and calling other government officials to make similar decisions for nature. And even Panama's Minister of the Environment, Milciades Concepcion, he's really an active member of the Rights of Nature movement, and it's largely thanks to him that Panama has had the success that it's had so far, and I know it's largely thanks to him that the law will be implemented successfully. So I wanted to call them out, because without them, none of this would have been happening in Panama over the past couple of years. So they give me hope, and I hope that Panama can be an example for the rest of the world, that we really do follow through, make the law implementable, and that other countries can follow suit.
What gave me hope, can you hear me okay? What gave me hope is when I see all lawyers and indigenous peoples trying just to translate law in a very grassroots level and doing legal actions everywhere. And it also gives me hope when a government calls us and saying, you are going to be declared persona non grata, we're going to block your SWIFT because you are basically interfering with our stuff. And basically, a lot of governments are pissed because we are sending grants to different lawyers around the world, and they're winning. And what actually they're not seeing is the fact that this is unstoppable. So the right of nature is unstoppable, as it was human rights 500 years ago. It's just like, as Freud says, when the voice is in the conscience, it's unstoppable. And the human rights before, it wasn't born in the pulpits, in the church, with the kings. It came from the fight from within and from the bottom. And I think this is what's happening. And so what I do celebrate is the fact that this is something that no one is going to stop. And we're going to get a lot of pushbacks. But it's happening nonetheless, and it's happening outside this room. And that's something that gives me hope.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we know legal systems evolve, that they can be reflections of our growing awareness and a method to have collective justice. So I think that's really what gives me hope. And we're starting to see so many legal examples worldwide. Rights of Nature has been involved in legal and law and policy in over 30 countries. There's over 200 laws or policies worldwide. And there's so many examples. I only gave one, but there's so many examples showing implementation and a higher protection of nature, and also just a greater respect for nature, for Mother Earth, and for diverse values and ways of approaching conservation and our governance, I think is really powerful to me. I genuinely want to thank all of our speakers, and it's just been such a wonderful conversation to hear from you and your perspectives. I want to open it up if anyone has questions, reflections. It can be a question. If you have a thought, if you want to reflect on any learning from today, I would just love to hear. Yes, please. Oh.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert. I think that your presence here that's something that is so inspiring to all of us. And this is something that we are basically, one of the things that it gives me anxiety is that I have nephews and nieces that has your age, and I know that we are not leaving you the best world. And I wanted just to promise you that we are trying our best here, and that we're going to carry this together. And with your creativity, with your energy, and you need to come here and just make a mess. Just like make everyone, just like make their life impossible. Just say, you know what? I might not have the age now just to vote you, but I'll vote you out if you are not doing what you need to do. But I think this is it. It's just like, I have an anxiety. Let me just show you this. Every day, every day I wake up and just say, what can we do to just say to these people, wake up, wake up. It's your children. Don't come here as a negotiator of X country, etc. Come as your father, come as your mother. Just come as a human being. Yes. Because you, Robert, and many kids are basically counting on us and on those negotiators to get this right. So let's exchange numbers, and then, let's do YouTube, and let's make a mess here, because, we really need just to shake this room.
Yes, I would just encourage you to continue your advocacy. I love that you have a YouTube channel, and just continue. Keep your hope and keep going. And I know, yeah.
I really want to thank you for being here. I have 2 daughters, and the fact that you're here really touched me, because you shouldn't have to be here. The planet shouldn't be in this state. And I get it, and I'm really sorry. I mean, I'm happy that you're here, because, I mean, the fact that you took the time, that instead of living your childhood, being here in this place with these adults that clearly are not doing their job, it's like really significant. And I want to thank you, really, thank you. And God, I'm about to cry. I'm sorry. I'm super touched, and I'm really sensitive. But thank you for being here, and I'm sorry that you have to be here. You should be playing outside. Thank you.
Let's say all of us, Robert, we are sorry. Let's say this all together now. Robert,
we are sorry. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I have 6 nephews and a niece, and yeah, thank you. You shouldn't have to be here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to hear other reflections and open for questions, comments. Yeah.
First, I wanted to thank you because you're your heroes. And I wanted to I would like you to talk about what disappointed you and made you pessimistic today. Because that's how you started your intervention, and so what made you pessimistic, and how could we fix it?
What makes me pessimistic is the fact that we've been just in these conversations, in this, you have in this process what is called the open-ended working group, which is basically negotiations that happens in a cycle in order just to try just to get an agreement. And these open-ended working groups became never-ending working groups. We're, with a lot of brackets. I mean, we're getting more brackets. So the open working groups were basically supposed just to get agreements, just to get middle grounds, and just to try just to move things forward. And what we are seeing now is more brackets, and we see here no world leaders, I mean, with the exception of the host country. We see no leadership across the UN in trying just to move this along. There is no adult in the room. And I highly doubt that in the next 2 weeks are we going just to get something meaningful. So if you see all the targets are, some of the targets are basically based on political compromise rather than science. And this is not serious. And I think that what we need just to basically come up from here is what else can we actually say from here? Are we going just to set the rights-based approaches? Are we going to, what are the elements that we're going just to actually make this a little bit meaningful? But I mean, we have already 3.5 million people signing a petition across different organizations. Grounded also has put forward a petition. People are asking for more ambition. The people here are not hearing. But I think what is also important, I am pessimistic in this room, but I have so much hope outside because the fight is outside. It's happening. Not in Montreal, it's happening everywhere, where you see people actually fighting, having Robert and everyone else just fighting and bringing hope to us. And the thing is, our job here is to try just to bring those people's voices to this table, and we might actually not get the agreement, but at least we might actually tell to every delegate, look into their eyes and say, have you done what you have just to do here? Not as a negotiator, but as a father, as a mother, as a grandfather, as a niece. So I think this is what we need just to bring. We need to bring humanity in this place and really bring the awareness of our humanity, and also in understanding that we are not here just behaving just for the humans and for economic interest, but for all different ways of lives. Because like it or not, in ecological economics, at least half of our economic output depends on biodiversity. So even the most capitalistic and greedy people like Goldman Sachs, for instance, they know that we need just to have $1 trillion per year to protect biodiversity. And these people here are actually calling for 200 billion. And have you seen pledges of the governments? No. So I think this is just like the call for a deeper consciousness is what we need just to have here. We need just to go out and just speak with the delegates and say, man, woman, girl, boy, do something. Just come out with your own conscience rather than just what your capital is saying.
I wanted to just quickly draw everyone's attention to the screen. So the sign-on letter that Oscar's been leading for a long time, we have a QR code. And I mean, it was quite impressive. Our organization came on more in the last minute to try and amplify with celebrities to get biodiversity targets to up to 50%, because a lot of world leaders are talking about protecting 30% of our planet by 2030. And surprisingly, some NGOs as well are like saying we should just stick with 30, but there's a whole coalition of NGOs that are like, nature needs half. I see Amy there. Yay. Amy's here leading that charge as well. And that's what gives me optimism is, you know, there's a sign-on letter. You can join alongside 3 million other signatures to demand that if you scan the barcode, that we protect and raise our ambitions to half. Because right now we're at 15% of the Earth's terrestrial land is protected and 8% of our oceans. That's completely unacceptable. We need to get to 50%, and if we just leave it at 30%, we'll probably land at like 18% or even less. We need to up our ambitions. We should be advocating for 80% to even reach 50. So the lackluster ambitions are just not enough, and we need people like Oscar, like Amy, that have been at this for a very long time, laying and seeding the foundation to demand that we protect half of our planet by 2030. And you guys give me hope. In all honesty, when I discovered you guys existed and are championing this, I'm like, where did you come from? So thank you, and please scan to support the sign-on letter for half of the Earth.
Thank you. I think with that, we just love to thank you all again for joining us for this time and just this space and the energy. I really think this has been collectively inspirational, action-driven. We're talking about topics that aren't often at the center of conversations, and it is usually about maximizing benefit, but we're here talking about how we can restore a relationship with keystone species, with biodiversity and Mother Earth as a whole. So I really appreciate your time and yeah, your energy, and I hope we keep it going forward, and you can join us and we can talk more after this, so I really appreciate it. So, bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you.
Hi.
Oscar.
Can I give you a hug?
So nice to meet you.
Hello, hello, hello. Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Welcome to this session on bottom-up conservation from Patagonia and freshwater conservation in Patagonia. This panel is going to be in Spanish, but for the one of you that are not fluent in Spanish, I invite you to scan this code here. And then translation is going to be shown in your cell phone. You have to choose the language option of your preference. I am Francisco Solís. I'm the director of the Chilean Patagonia project for the Pew Charitable Trust, and I'm extremely excited about this panel and thankful about this opportunity. And now I'm going to move into Spanish. Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas los participantes en este panel. Soy Francisco Solís de Pew Charitable Trust, director del proyecto de Patagonia Chilena. Estoy muy agradecido de tener esta oportunidad de facilitar este panel de unos muy interesantes expositores en que justamente creemos que esta es una gran oportunidad. Mucho de lo que se comparte acá en la COP tiene que ver con información. Esperamos que este panel tenga que ver también con conexión. ¿En qué sentido conexión? Hay varias conexiones que nos parece destacar. Primero, la conexión entre lo local y lo global, porque acá se habla mucho de lo global, entonces tener esta oportunidad de hablar de lo local y cómo se conecta con lo global es ya un privilegio. Segundo tema de conexión, y estamos acá en el norte, otro tema de conexión importante. Otro tema de conexión, cómo se conecta la gente, las comunidades, los pueblos, con las áreas protegidas, con la naturaleza. Más profundamente, cómo conectamos la mente, la información con la conciencia. Y finalmente también parte de este, o pilar de este panel, cómo conectamos entre comunidades, entre gobiernos locales, y cómo también los ríos no solo conectan a la gente, conectan la vida y conectan lo terrestre con lo marino. Y particularmente desde donde vamos a hablar hoy es justamente un territorio que es la Patagonia chilena, que para formarse una idea, la Patagonia chilena tiene el tamaño de un país completo, tiene el tamaño de Nueva Zelanda. Esa dimensión de país. Y ese es el territorio desde la Patagonia donde hablamos. Esperamos poder generar una conversa amena, hay bastante material audiovisual y dejar bastante tiempo para poder compartir y sobre todo también para poder visibilizarnos, visibilizar el sur y el trabajo que se hace desde el sur, desde y con las comunidades. Entonces, primero voy a presentar muy rápidamente a los panelistas. Tenemos a Emilia Astorga, antropóloga, que trabaja como coordinadora de la Estrategia de Comunidades Portal para la región de Aysén. También vamos a aprender más de ella, de qué se trata esto. También tenemos a don Alejandro Abello, que es alcalde, ingeniero forestal y alcalde de la icónica comuna de Futaleufú, que toma el nombre del también icónico río Futaleufú, famoso en el hemisferio sur y también en el hemisferio norte. Y también es presidente de la Asociación de Municipalidades de la provincia de Palena y parte también de los 26 municipios que han adherido a la Estrategia de Comunidades Portal. Y finalmente tenemos a Andrés Díez, quien dirige a una organización muy potente que se llama ONG Pueblo Patagonia, que trabaja en la cuenca del río Cochamó y Puelo, y en la comuna de Cochamó, y que también nos va a contar las experiencias desde el sur, trabajando desde lo local. Sin más, quería decir que en el ámbito global, lo que estamos conversando hoy día tiene mucho que ver con el objetivo 3 de la Convención de Biodiversidad, cómo conectamos con los beneficios del uso sostenible de la naturaleza, de las áreas protegidas, y también cómo estos beneficios se reparten en forma justa y equitativa con las comunidades. Así que, sin más, la palabra para Emilia Astorga.
Hola, muy buenas tardes a todos. Como decía Francisco, yo soy Emilia, soy antropóloga encargada regional de la estrategia de comunidades portal para la región de Aysén. Y vamos a presentar ahora un pequeño video para que puedan introducirse en este tema.
Esta es la Patagonia chilena. Y esta es su gente. A pesar de contar con una gran cantidad de superficie protegida, hoy enfrenta grandes desafíos de gestión y conexión con sus comunidades. Por ello, queremos contribuir a fortalecer ese vínculo entre las comunidades locales y sus áreas protegidas, tanto terrestres como marinas. Trabajar por una relación mutuamente beneficiosa entre la conservación de la naturaleza y el bienestar social, donde la protección efectiva de las áreas protegidas genera una mejor calidad de vida y mayores oportunidades de desarrollo para los habitantes de la Patagonia. Una iniciativa que nace en 2019 y continúa al año siguiente con el diseño y ejecución de una estrategia marco, y se consolida en 2022 con la firma de un convenio. Una estrategia marco, impulsada por una inédita alianza suprarregional que convoca a todos los actores involucrados. El resultado, un modelo de gestión político y socioambiental innovador y replicable a nivel regional y comunal, que establece ejes y líneas de acción. Estos son algunos de los cambios que buscamos promover. Una iniciativa cuya implementación gradual ya comenzó con acciones piloto. Queremos que al 2030 las comunidades y los gobiernos locales y regionales se vinculen activamente con las áreas protegidas terrestres y marinas de la Patagonia chilena, que contribuyan a su conservación, así como al desarrollo local y el bienestar de sus habitantes.
Bueno, después de este hermoso video que hemos preparado, vamos a empezar con la presentación, y para entrar un poco en materia, si pueden pasar hacia la siguiente diapositiva. Sí. The next slide, please. Bueno, como ustedes pueden ver en el mapa acá, un poco de contexto, ¿no es cierto? Está la Patagonia chilena, desde la provincia de Palena hacia el sur hasta la región de Magallanes. Esto comprende la región de los lagos, Aysén y Magallanes. Y en este mapa se puede ver todas las distintas áreas protegidas que tiene este territorio, que son una gran cantidad, y de hecho el 50% solo de la superficie terrestre es área protegida. Y a eso hay que sumarle todavía toda la parte marina, hay áreas marinas de múltiples usos, todo lo que son reservas nacionales. En el fondo es un gran territorio donde la conservación es uno de los pilares fundamentales de su existencia. Pero, claro, uno de los grandes desafíos que tenemos en relación a esta conservación es justamente que cuesta mucho vincular y articular a los diferentes actores para que esta conservación y este trabajo sea realmente efectivo en el tiempo y se pueda proyectar en el largo plazo. Y así van haciendo esta estrategia de comunidades portal, basándose en un diagnóstico de varias brechas y donde se trabajó con 26 municipios, con 3 gobiernos regionales, con varios servicios públicos también, organizaciones del territorio, con la Corporación Nacional Forestal y con el Ministerio de Medio Ambiente como actores clave. Así es que estamos, por favor, la próxima. Y en ese sentido se fue gestando esta estrategia para justamente profundizar en lo que es la relación de las comunidades locales con las áreas protegidas, porque finalmente ahí es donde se tiene que generar esa simbiosis, porque es algo lógico, ¿no es cierto? Si somos vecinos de un área protegida, deberíamos tener una relación de mutuo beneficio, donde también el bienestar humano, el bienestar social, tanto de salud, se vea influenciado positivamente con la presencia de esta área y viceversa. El área se beneficia cuando yo realmente logro conectar con ella y logro entender también el sentido de la conservación. Por favor, la próxima. Bueno, se adelantaron un poco. Pero, bueno, la estrategia trabaja con diferentes ejes, ¿ya? Dentro de los cuales hay ejes donde hay algunos habilitantes relacionados con infraestructura, con incidencia pública, y si puedes ir un poco más atrás. Incidencia pública también, con bienestar humano, bienestar territorial, y en el fondo estos son como los pilares sobre los cuales se basa nuestro trabajo. Y hoy en día estamos trabajando con distintas acciones justamente para alcanzar este objetivo de mejorar la vinculación. Y entonces, ¿qué es lo que esperamos hacer? Una implementación gradual de un sistema de gobernanza, de mejor gestión de nuestras áreas protegidas a través del trabajo colaborativo. Y en este sentido estamos trabajando con 7 comunas piloto, con 7 municipios, con los cuales estamos implementando un sistema de planes de acción, donde cada una de estas acciones se están trabajando a través de una forma participativa con las comunidades locales. Y el objetivo es justamente alcanzar esta mayor conexión y esta mayor vinculación y justamente articular a los diferentes actores que están relacionados con la conservación. Entonces, ¿por qué son tan importantes estas comunidades portal o por qué viene a ser tan relevante este concepto de comunidad portal dentro de lo que es la conservación y dentro de lo que es el futuro de la biodiversidad? Tiene relación con que, bueno, dentro de las brechas y de las acciones que hemos podido definir, se ve mucho el tema de la necesidad de generar mayor investigación, la educación, donde en el fondo hay que apuntar directamente a trabajar con los niños, a trabajar con las comunidades locales. Porque en el fondo son comunidades que son clave para la conservación a futuro, principalmente porque ahí también se encuentran muchas voluntades, ¿ya? Y en el fondo ahí también se toman las decisiones en relación a lo que pasa en el territorio. Entonces, si uno tiene una comunidad que está empoderada con sus áreas protegidas, las decisiones siempre van a apuntar hacia el desarrollo sustentable y hacia generar esta conexión con el área protegida. Y así en el fondo aseguramos que se vaya conservando y se vaya manteniendo la biodiversidad a nivel mundial desde lo local, trabajando desde la comunidad misma. Y eso. Así que eso era la presentación que teníamos para ustedes. Muchas gracias por su atención. Le doy el pase al otro.
Muchas gracias Emilia por bajar la conservación o mostrar la conservación cómo luce desde lo local y sobre todo felicitaciones, vamos a aprender más de este tremendo esfuerzo de poder conectar con 26 municipios en este territorio nuevamente del tamaño de Nueva Zelanda, que ha sido un desafío monumental, pero ya se están viendo algunos resultados. Vamos a aprender más de eso. Entonces ahí estaba la conectividad entre comunidades y áreas protegidas, esbozada. Ahora quisiera darle la palabra al alcalde de Futaleufú, dar un poco de contexto, por qué es importante lo que una comuna como Futaleufú puede aportar a la discusión global. En general, la discusión global de conservación, las ambiciosas metas de un 30-30, en este caso, si bien Chile ha avanzado bastante en conservación terrestre, tenemos un 21% protegido, un 42% en marino, en materia de agua dulce estamos muy bajos, hay menos de un 1% protegido, en un contexto global en que el agua dulce en el planeta solo representa un 0,01% de lo disponible de agua. Y más encima, cuando llevamos el tema agua dulce, que está en lagos, lagunas, ríos y humedales, la cifra aún es mucho menor, es de un 0,007%. Entonces, es muy relevante lo que se hace en materia de conservación de agua dulce. Además, en este caso, Alejandro viene de un río que fluye libre. Recordemos que solo un 23% de los ríos a nivel global fluyen libremente hacia el mar, lo cual es una cosa muy excepcional. Y además, Alejandro, como alcalde, es parte de los 26 municipios que integran la comunidad de la estrategia de comunidades portal. Eso, sin más, quería darle la palabra a Alejandro para su presentación.
Sí, muchas gracias, Francisco. Bueno, ya me hicieron todas las presentaciones. Mi nombre es Alejandro, alcalde de una comuna hermosa, una de las comunas más hermosas del sur de Chile y de la Patagonia, y que tiene tiene uno de los ríos más famosos a nivel mundial por su belleza escénica y también por la práctica del deporte de aguas blancas, deporte aventura. ¿Ya? Viene un vídeo y luego viene una presentación para que ustedes puedan conocer un poquito lo que es Futaleufú y en los temas que nosotros como municipio nos estamos involucrando para la conservación de nuestros recursos naturales. Así que vamos con ese vídeo. Van a ver un poquito de cultura y también de lo que es Futaleufú y sus actividades que se pueden realizar. Bueno, ahí estaba el video en donde ustedes pueden apreciar la belleza escénica de nuestro río, uno de los ríos más hermosos, como les decía, del mundo, pero sobre todo un río que de alguna forma define el estilo o el tipo de desarrollo que nosotros queremos para nuestra comuna, que es un desarrollo que respeta la naturaleza, que respeta los recursos naturales, pero que también permite distintas actividades ligadas principalmente al turismo, ligadas al desarrollo de productos turísticos, ligadas al desarrollo de productos complementarios al turismo y que de alguna forma dinamiza y define lo que es el desarrollo de la comuna de Futaleufú, compartido por supuesto con toda la comunidad que allí vive. Vamos a ir ahora a una pequeña presentación en donde les voy a ir contando un poquito qué es lo que es Futaleufú, el estilo de vida que llevan las personas allí, cuáles son las principales actividades que se realizan y qué estamos haciendo desde el municipio y con la comunidad para proteger nuestro valle. Bueno, la primera lámina muestra un poquito dónde está Futaleufú. Futaleufú es una comuna cordillerana, es una comuna inserta en la Patagonia chilena, se encuentra al sur de Chile, al sur de Puerto Montt, en la región de los lagos, provincia de Palena. Es una comuna limítrofe con la República Argentina, ya por cuanto la influencia de la cultura patagónica está presente en los usos y costumbres de la gente de Futaleufú. Ya ahí ustedes pueden ver el estilo de vestimenta que tenían nuestros primeros colonos. Futaleufú fue fundada por allá por el año 1929 y fue colonizado principalmente ese territorio por chilenos que en algún momento de su vida cruzaron hacia la República Argentina, recorrieron hacia el sur argentino y finalmente decidieron ingresar nuevamente a Chile a poblar estos territorios patagónicos que estaban relativamente desocupados. Eran territorios boscosos de una densidad boscosa tal de que prácticamente no habían valles en donde sembrar. Y fueron los colonos los que fueron abriendo espacio, generando praderas, a través de las cuales comenzaron a realizar principalmente actividades ganaderas, ¿ya? Y fueron colonizando ese territorio. El único contacto que tenían entonces era con la República Argentina. Ellos todo su desarrollo lo hacían asociado al lado argentino. Se trabajaba con moneda argentina, los productos que se producían en Futaleufú se iban a comercializar a Argentina porque no había camino que conectara a Futaleufú con Chile en ese entonces, 1920, 1930. Recién en el año 1982 se construye desde la carretera, desde la ruta 7, la carretera austral, el desvío o el ramal hacia las comunas cordilleranas de Futaleufú y Palena, ¿ya? Y eso marca, pero significativamente, la forma, la costumbre, la cultura y las tradiciones del pueblo de Futaleufú, ¿ya? Pero sin duda que el tiempo ha pasado y Futaleufú ha ido creciendo, se ha ido desarrollando al amparo principalmente de la actividad turística en el río Futaleufú, ¿ya? Por allá por el año 1982-86 se comienza a promocionar, a difundir lo que es Futaleufú a nivel internacional, principalmente por deportistas kayakeros que empiezan a dar a conocer a nivel mundial la comuna de Futaleufú. El siguiente, por favor. Bueno, y como les decía, ahí están, digamos, todos los, atractivos y recursos naturales con que cuenta la comuna. Su principal río, el río Futaleufú, pero ahí está el río Espolón, también el río Azul. Hay lagos importantes, el lago Lonconao, el lago Espolón, la laguna La Paz, que es una pequeña laguna que está muy cerca del radio urbano, que es una verdadera postal de Futaleufú. Y todos estos cuerpos de agua, la verdad que albergan distintas actividades: pesca con mosca, rafting, kayak, pero también deporte de aventura de mountain bike, Futaleufú, la verdad que por muchos, incluyéndome a mí, consideramos que es la capital del turismo aventura en la Patagonia, ¿ya? Por la calidad del recurso natural, del recurso turístico, pero también por, digamos, todo lo que uno encuentra y todo lo que uno puede disfrutar en esa comuna. La siguiente. Bueno, y acá podemos ir viendo las distintas acciones que está tomando Futaleufú. Yo como alcalde, la verdad que me preocupo en forma integral del territorio de la comuna. Yo, la verdad que mi principal función como alcalde no es la conservación. No es la conservación. Mi principal función como alcalde es traerle calidad de vida a la gente de Futaleufú. Pero esa calidad de vida pasa y se construye a través de distintos factores y distintas variables. Por supuesto que están las necesidades básicas de mi población, que dicho sea de paso, aún tenemos problemas de agua potable, aún tenemos problemas de electrificación, aún tenemos problemas de conectividad. La conectividad es un factor que siempre ha jugado en contra de estos territorios porque no estamos conectados directamente con Puerto Montt, que es la ciudad más al norte y capital regional del territorio, ¿ya? Por cuanto la conectividad se hace muchas veces en avión, muchas veces en ferries y eventualmente algunos tramos terrestres. Pero eso significa que también el costo de la vida en esta provincia, en esta comuna, es bastante alto. Y eso también genera dificultades a la hora de querer avanzar en el desarrollo y ir cubriendo las necesidades que tiene nuestra población. Ahí es clave trabajar, digamos, con los gobiernos regionales, pero también ahí es clave y cómo vamos valorizando nuestro territorio, trabajando en conjunto con distintas organizaciones, tanto gubernamentales como no gubernamentales. También en este escenario para nosotros es importante que nuestra población tenga estas necesidades básicas cubiertas, pero también sabemos que tenemos que conservar lo que tenemos, que es lo que enriquece a la comuna de Futaleufú y a sus habitantes, y lo que los enorgullece también. Tenemos que proteger nuestros recursos naturales, nuestro río Futaleufú es importantísimo mantenerlo, también nuestros lagos. Estamos desarrollando distintas áreas. Por el lado del tema del manejo gubernamental, podríamos decirlo, desde el municipio estamos impulsando distintas normativas, ordenanzas, para poder proteger Futaleufú, para poder conservarlo. Ordenanza de medio ambiente, ordenanza de manejo de residuos sólidos. Somos una comuna en donde contamos con un plan integral de manejo de residuos sólidos para poder hacer selección en origen y reciclaje. Estamos separando el material reciclado, estamos trabajando con el compost, y esto, a diferencia de otros lugares en donde son pequeños planes pilotos, en Futaleufú es a nivel comunal. Es decir, en toda la comuna de Futaleufú se hace separación en origen y se recicla digamos, los materiales que es posible hacerlo. La materia orgánica se transforma en compost y se le entrega a la población en forma gratuita para que ellos puedan utilizarlo en sus quehaceres, en sus huertas, en sus campos, ¿ya? Pero también estamos trabajando con proyectos que tienen que ver con comunidades portal, que Emilia ya lo dio a conocer acá. Estamos trabajando con 26 comunas, son 3 regiones unidas, que estamos trabajando en pos de poder acercar los beneficios que significan y que traen la protección de parques y reservas, pero estos beneficios tienen que alcanzar a las comunidades locales, es decir, y tienen que ser participativamente conversando con ellas, ¿ya? De eso se trata un poquito Comunidades Portal. Y finalmente, y con esto termino, también estamos trabajando con la protección del río Futaleufú a través de una normativa nueva que estamos explorando. Estamos trabajando en conjunto con alguna ONG, Riverkeeper y Pew, para poder hacer una reserva de caudal del río Futaleufú y proteger sus aguas, mantenerlo en el tiempo para que los beneficios que todos estos recursos le dan a nuestra comuna estén disponibles no solamente para nosotros, sino que para las generaciones futuras por muchos años más. Así que un poquito de eso les quería comentar de la comuna y lo que estamos haciendo en la comuna de Futaleufú.
Muchas gracias, alcalde Alejandro. Felicitaciones. Ya me comen los dedos por hacer las preguntas ahí. pero notable que, bueno, esta es una de las ventajas de este panel, vista la conservación desde el sur, que es muy distinto a la conservación desde el norte. Perdón. En el sentido que en el sur enfrentamos el tema de la equidad, enfrentamos el tema de la pobreza, enfrentamos el tema de la satisfacción de las necesidades básicas de la población y cómo esto se vincula con la conservación. Alguien mencionaba también que crear un área protegida en el hemisferio sur es muy distinta al hemisferio norte. Cuando se crea un área protegida en el hemisferio sur, el decreto de creación por lo general lleva un presupuesto asociado a cómo se va a implementar esa área. En cambio, en nuestros países en el sur muchas veces se crean áreas protegidas y no tenemos esos recursos para implementar el área. Y muchas veces esa falta de recursos, infraestructura, el peso recae justamente en las comunidades portables, las comunidades aledañas, que son la puerta de entrada a estas áreas protegidas. Pero vamos a dejar las preguntas más adelante y damos las gracias a Alejandro por su presentación y ahora quiero dar el pase a Andrés Díez de la ONG Pueblo Patagonia para que nos cuente el trabajo que realizan en otra cuenca también muy icónica de la Patagonia.
Muchas gracias, Francisco. Hola a todos. Mi nombre es Andrés Díez, soy el director ejecutivo de la ONG Pueblo Patagonia. Y para partir primero quería dar gracias a Piu por invitarnos y además reconocer públicamente el tremendo trabajo que han hecho en la Patagonia chilena, así que quería reconocerlo públicamente a Pancho y a su equipo, la verdad que han conformado un muy buen grupo de trabajo.
Muchas gracias.
Sí. Voy a partir con un pequeño video para mostrarle una campaña de defensa de protección del río Puelo. Can you pass the video, please? Bueno, mientras tanto les cuento, aquí sí. Bien, ahí podemos ver un poco el paisaje de la cuenca que nosotros nos enfocamos, que es la cuenca del río Puelo. Nosotros somos una organización que nace hace 10 años, principalmente en la lucha por una central hidroeléctrica que se pretendía instaurar en esta cuenca. Siguiente, por favor. La cuenca del río Puelo está localizada en la región de los lagos, en el sur de Chile. Es la cuenca que se marca en azul en el mapa. Además, esta cuenca es una cuenca binacional que conecta la estepa argentina con el Océano Pacífico, ya que desemboca en el primer estuario de la Patagonia, que es el estuario del Reloncaví. Además, paralelamente al norte, en rojo, se ve la cuenca del río Cochamó, que es la otra cuenca que nosotros trabajamos por defender y por proteger en este lugar. En cuanto a las características generales, ambas cuencas corren libres, ambos ríos corren libres sin mayores intervenciones antrópicas hasta el momento. La siguiente, por favor. Además son corredores biológicos de gran belleza escénica. Ahí sí, de gran belleza escénica. Esa es la cuenca del río Puelo. El 70% de este lugar está cubierto por bosque nativo y también tiene la presencia de 3 especies en peligro de extinción. La siguiente. Ahí podemos ver arriba la ranita de Darwin. Es una ranita de solo 3 centímetros que parece una hoja camuflada, ¿cierto?, en el follaje. Luego tenemos el huemul, que también es una especie en peligro de extinción, donde quedan menos de 1.500 individuos libres entre Chile y Argentina, y su número, la verdad es que está decreciendo. Y por último tenemos el alerce, que hace poco se descubrió que es la especie más longeva del mundo. así que lo siento por nuestros amigos de California, porque esta especie, la más antigua, tiene más de 5.000 años, descubierto en una zona costera de Chile. La siguiente. Bueno, en este mapa podemos ver las áreas marcadas en rojo en la distribución del alerce. Decir que el alerce fue muy talado, solo quedan muy pocos bosques remanentes en la cordillera. El 20% de estos bosques en peligro de extinción están en este sector. Los puntos marcados en amarillo a la derecha son las poblaciones de huemules que hemos registrado en la zona. Y los pequeños triángulos en azul son zonas de bosques donde habita la ranita de Darwin. Y esas son las 3 especies de extinción que habitan entre estas dos cuencas binacionales. La siguiente. También decir que estos valles sí están poblados, no solo a naturaleza, hay familias de campesinos y comunidades indígenas que habitan la cuenca, y es muy importante destacar que tienen un fuerte arraigo hacia el territorio, un fuerte arraigo hacia la naturaleza, y sus actividades tradicionales están muy ligadas al río. Acá en la foto se puede ver un grupo de arrieros trasladando su ganado a través del río Puelo. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, este mapa también muestra distintas tierras fiscales, las que se ven en verde, y tierras privadas que se ven en rojo. En total son 534.826 acres, bien, que tienen relevancia para su conservación y donde está puesto en este caso nuestro foco de trabajo. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, en cuanto no todo es lindo, ¿no? Lamentablemente este lugar sí enfrenta amenazas. La principal amenaza que vemos es el cambio climático. Lamentablemente en el sur de Chile siempre estamos muy acostumbrados que llueva todo el año. Hoy en día el periodo de estiaje, es decir, el periodo de verano donde no llueve, se está prolongando. Eso ha traído la disminución de los caudales en un 20% que podría llegar a ser un 40% en los próximos años. Y como yo hablaba que el 76% de este territorio está cubierto por bosque nativo, eso significa que el territorio se transforma en una verdadera caja de fósforos, y uno de los riesgos que trae el cambio climático tiene que ver con el riesgo de incendios. Además, el mapa muestra 3 tipos de proyectos hidroeléctricos que se han instaurar en la cuenca, los cuales hemos batallado férreamente para que no se instalen. Por otra parte, la ciudad ha intentado avanzar hacia este lugar con la construcción de caminos turísticos y posibles pasos internacionales. El turismo, si bien trae muchos beneficios, cuando no está controlado y no está planificado, también puede ser un riesgo para la conservación de la biodiversidad. Y últimamente también hemos visto una gran explosión del desarrollo de proyectos inmobiliarios, por los cuales también hemos puesto distintas denuncias a distintos servicios públicos cuando son en riberas de río, en sectores de bosques. Sí. Bien, vamos con la siguiente. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hemos aprendido de este trabajo principalmente? Es decir, hablamos de un lugar, aparte de su belleza escénica, que tiene una población muy importante que habita el lugar. Atrás, ¿no? Bien, ese video muestra un ejemplo con el cual quería terminar, pero no importa. Lo que quiero decir es que nuestro trabajo considera a las comunidades locales desde el inicio de los proyectos. En ese sentido hemos identificado que poder tener muy claras las necesidades de las comunidades para poder articular y estructurar propuestas de conservación que puedan satisfacer sus necesidades y sus necesidades de servicios ecosistémicos es clave para que los proyectos se desarrollen y perduren en el tiempo. Nosotros hemos desarrollado una estrategia que le llamamos multicapas, donde aplicamos múltiples instrumentos, como la campaña que mostré en el primer video, que es la creación de reservas de caudal para proteger ríos icónicos. La segunda, a través de derechos reales de conservación o conservation easements, ya que permite proteger tierras privadas. Por otra parte, trabajamos como muestra este ejemplo, hay una organización que se llama Organización del Valle de Cochamó, que es una organización local con la cual somos aliados y trabajamos en conjunto, que en conjunto hemos promovido la creación del Santuario de la Naturaleza del Valle de Cochamó. El Valle de Cochamó, así como el Futaleufú, es muy reconocido por el kayak. El Valle de Cochamó también mucha gente le llama el Yosemite chileno. Tiene paredes de granito de más de 1000 metros, además de un bosque primario importante, donde la comunidad hoy fuertemente está trabajando por la protección de ese lugar y el desarrollo de actividades también turísticas dentro. Y por último, también trabajamos en la creación de áreas protegidas que pueden ser desde parques nacionales o bienes nacionales protegidos. Eso muy resumidamente el trabajo que hemos estado haciendo, así que muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Andrés. Espero que nos quede un poco de tiempo para hacer preguntas, así que preparen las preguntas. Yo quería partir agradeciéndoles nuevamente por estar acá y quería ver si pudieran comentar desde el rol que les ha cabido, ya sea en su actual cargo o previo, porque se habla mucho, ayer hablábamos de lista verde, que era una luz de esperanza en el sentido que se hablaba desde lo positivo, de los verdes, no de lista roja, de lo que está mal. Entonces, cuando hablamos desde el sur, muchas veces hablamos desde lo que nos falta y lo que está mal. Entonces, quería ver si funcionaría que compartieran ahora qué es lo que está funcionando desde el sur, o lo que va a funcionar, o lo que se nos viene, y en qué de lo que estamos haciendo en el sur podría servir de ejemplo para el resto del sur, no solo el cono sur de Sudamérica, sino que para el resto del planeta. Así que ahí quería invitarlos a ver qué pueden comentar así muy cortito en ámbito personal, profesional, que sienten que es valioso desde el sur.
¿Parto yo?
Dale.
Sí, Francisco, mira, ¿qué es lo que se está haciendo bien en el sur de Chile? Y puedo hablar por mi comuna, pero creo también representar a las distintas comunas de, digamos, mis vecinas comunas de Palena, Chaitén, Gualeguay, que se está trabajando con las comunidades, ¿ya? Que se está haciendo participación ciudadana cada vez que se realiza un proyecto o se quiere implementar un programa o un plan de acción, ¿ya? Que cada uno de los proyectos de desarrollo que se están pensando se están haciendo en conjunto con las comunidades. En este caso, en Futaleufú no tenemos pueblo originario, pero sí tenemos habitantes que hace casi 100 años están en el territorio y necesitan el respeto que tanto las autoridades como las instituciones consulten y hagan los planes en conjunto con ellos, ¿ya? Esto es súper importante. Y hay varios, desde el punto de vista municipal, varios planes de desarrollo que tenemos que implementar, PLADECOS, PLADETUR, planes de desarrollo turístico, culturales, etcétera, ¿ya? Pero también cada vez que se realiza un proyecto y el Estado invierte en el territorio, también tiene que hacerse en conjunto con los vecinos, para que, por ejemplo, no pase a llevar un recurso natural importante y que de alguna forma representa, digamos, lo que es Futaleufú, ¿ya? Estamos trabajando en esa línea, estamos trabajando también con instituciones privadas. Tenemos dentro del territorio instituciones medioambientales que también trabajan en asociación con el municipio en muchos programas. Ya te comentaba el tema de la reserva de caudal, que lo estamos viendo con la Fundación Riverkeeper. También estamos trabajando y estamos insertos dentro de comunidades portal, que lo estamos viendo con The View Charitable Trust, de los cuales somos socios y hemos estado participando, y seguramente vamos a seguir liderando una serie de actividades que sin duda van a ir en beneficio de las localidades. Nosotros no conservamos por conservar, sabemos que la conservación de alguna forma mantiene los recursos por muchos años para que los beneficios puedan, digamos, estar presentes no solamente para nosotros, sino que para nuestras generaciones futuras. Así que un poco eso es lo bueno y esas son las cosas positivas que se están haciendo dentro del territorio. Hay otras cosas malas que las podríamos conversar después.
Vamos a todo esto, si no nos alcanza el tiempo, no le estamos sacando el cuerpo a eso. Después de esto podemos pasar a un café y vamos a tener otras horas si queremos seguir conversando de estos temas. No sé, Andrés, Emilia.
No, yo diría que el empoderamiento comunitario es la clave, como algo positivo que está sucediendo. Cada vez se ve que la gente está más empoderada del territorio. Antiguamente en la zona sur de Chile y en las zonas rurales la gente se iba hacia las ciudades. Hoy en día se ve que a través del turismo y áreas bien conservadas, los jóvenes se están quedando en sus localidades y eso genera este empoderamiento, digo yo, que es un círculo virtuoso porque finalmente luego son ellos mismos los que protegen el territorio.
Buenísimo, gracias. Y ahí nuevamente conectando con la meta del 30-30, queremos avanzar en los números, en las áreas, pero vemos que justamente el involucramiento de las comunidades es clave para que esto sea durable, no sea solo una declaración, sino que sean las propias comunidades quienes mantienen estos resultados y lo hacen efectivos y tangibles. Emilia.
Sí, la verdad es que Andrés adelantó parte de lo que yo quería decir. Bueno, yo voy a hablar desde mi experiencia. Yo vivo en Aysén hace 16 años, en una pequeña localidad que se llama Puerto Tranquilo, que efectivamente es una comunidad portal a un parque nacional, que es Laguna San Rafael. Y he tenido la suerte de poder conocer los distintos procesos que han sucedido en los últimos años y de ver cómo se ha ido fortaleciendo una base y una sociedad civil que está cada vez más empoderada de lo que quiere para su territorio. Y lo que quiere para su territorio es justamente un desarrollo sustentable, donde en el fondo estas áreas de conservación tienen un rol muy importante en su futuro. Y esto yo lo veo, lo veo de manera cotidiana, desde la escuela, de mis hijos, de los amigos, de las organizaciones que se han ido formando en los últimos tiempos, de los turoperadores, de la gente que llega. Y ahí yo creo que está lo positivo, como que de ahí va naciendo esa fuerza y eso es lo que estamos tratando de tomar. También todos los procesos con las ZOIT, con las zonas de interés turístico. Ahí en el fondo también hay una base súper potente y que también viene relacionado con los movimientos de defensa también del territorio. Así que eso.
Muchas gracias, Emilia. Ahora damos la palabra. ¿Quieres comentar algo?
Sí, quisiera comentar algo, porque quedaron algunas cosas que... Dije muchas cosas positivas, ¿ya? Pero en la escala del desarrollo del ser humano, yo creo que la conservación son valores más altos, que son importantes, pero las personas también tienen muchas otras necesidades que son más básicas, Francisco. En el territorio no solamente nos preocupamos de la conservación, que por supuesto que hay que hacerlo, pero también hay que preocuparse de otros tipos de necesidades que la población también tiene y tal vez forman parte de otro foro, pero sin duda que estos territorios, las personas también son territorios apartados, también tienen derecho a educarse, tienen derecho a tener una salud digna, tienen derecho a tener, digamos, una mejor calidad de vida. Y muchas veces esa parte es tan importante como el tema de la conservación. Conservar es bueno porque resguardamos nuestros recursos naturales a futuro. Pero hoy la gente de estos territorios necesita que el Estado le responda respecto a necesidades que son básicas y que todavía no están cubiertas, Francisco. Sí. Todavía no están cubiertas. Así que también es el llamado para que nos preocupemos también de esas necesidades que la población tiene.
Totalmente. Y justamente ese es el valor que quisimos dar a este encuentro. Se mencionó ayer que los desafíos de la conservación en nuestros países tienen que ver con pobreza. Por eso estamos acá. Por eso estamos hablando de esto y no solamente de lo que ocurre al interior de las áreas protegidas. queremos que, y tenemos que, no queremos, tenemos que incorporar nuestra situación en Latinoamérica, particularmente de la situación de la calidad de vida de las comunidades que habitan los territorios. No van separados. Preservación es sin comunidades, conservación es desde las comunidades. Y ahí está nuestro desafío para el sur, y importante que estemos acá contrastando o complementando el establecer metas globales con lo que es la relación, la situación y el contexto en el cual hacemos conservación en el hemisferio sur. No sé si hay alguna pregunta. Por favor, Víctor.
Gracias. Bueno, la vinculación de las comunidades locales con las áreas protegidas es un tema complejo, pero fundamental. Yo creo que tenemos que entender que la democracia, el respeto de los derechos humanos tiene que verse expresada en el territorio. Los que trabajamos desde el lado de la administración de las áreas silvestres protegidas tenemos identificado algunas brechas y algunas propuestas de cómo hacer esto. Pero tal vez a mí me gustaría ver de parte de ustedes como representantes de esas comunidades locales, ¿cómo ven ustedes o cuáles son esas brechas desde la perspectiva de los actores locales, de las comunidades organizadas, para lograr este complejo trabajo de la vinculación con áreas protegidas?
Yo creo, Víctor, muy buena pregunta. Una de las grandes brechas que veo yo es la falta de articulación y la falta de comunicación que existe desde los servicios públicos y las comunidades locales y también los municipios, como esta capacidad de poder dialogar y de tomar decisiones en conjunto. O sea, cuando nosotros hemos estado trabajando, por ejemplo, haciendo estos diagnósticos con las comunidades locales, ahí encontramos una gran brecha que, por ejemplo, la gente no conoce las áreas protegidas, no conoce cómo relacionarse con estos sectores, con estos territorios, cómo relacionarse con la conservación. Y ahí es donde falta tal vez la bajada de información, porque hemos conversado desde el nivel central, hacia el regional, hacia el provincial, al nivel local. O sea, como que hay que armar mesas de trabajo, y también hay un tema muy importante que es la capacidad de tomar decisiones vinculantes. Lo veo yo, digamos, desde la comunidad, es súper importante poder participar, pero de una manera real, y de que lo que tú estás diciendo efectivamente se tome en consideración en las decisiones futuras de ese territorio. Eso.
A mí me gustaría agregar algo a lo que dice Emilia, que tiene que ver, o sea, sí, estoy de acuerdo, y además hay para mí, y en nuestra experiencia, el poder identificar y reconocer y valorar los usos históricos del territorio en conjunto con la creación de las áreas protegidas, yo creo que es la clave para que las comunidades estén involucradas en los procesos y en el trabajo posterior dentro de las mismas áreas.
Bueno, gracias.
Sí, solamente también responder un poquito acerca de las brechas, que son las comunidades que viven aledañas a los parques y reservas nacionales, es cómo de alguna forma compensamos los territorios que a lo mejor ellos ancestralmente ocupaban. Y esto tiene que ver con un costo de oportunidad, ¿ya? Cómo el Estado, cómo la institucionalidad, cómo las instituciones en general son capaces de preparar a estos vecinos para que de alguna forma sientan que la reserva les trae también la posibilidad de mejorar sus ingresos y mejorar su calidad de vida. Asistencia técnica, financiamiento de pequeños proyectos, apoyo al emprendimiento, trabajo con las comunidades, generar también puestos de trabajo, ¿por qué no? ¿Ya? Es decir, que las personas que hacen guiado sean parte de la comunidad y sean los vecinos de las reservas y parques nacionales. Es importantísimo eso, porque si no se transforma en un enemigo. Es decir, el parque tiene que ser un amigo de las comunidades y no un invasor, ¿ya? Eso es una brecha que a veces hay que trabajarla muy bien.
Muchas gracias. Quisiera dar la palabra a Joana Coñocar, también representante de Chile, desde otra perspectiva también complementaria desde las ENPO. Joana, por favor.
Muchas gracias por primero poder darme la palabra. Yo vengo de Gualaigüe, somos corterreanos aquí con el alcalde de Futaleufú. Me da mucho gusto saber que desde nuestra provincia tan lejana al sur de Chile estamos acá en esta COP15 hablando sobre biodiversidad desde las diversas aristas. En mi caso, yo soy representante de pueblos originarios de Gualaigüe. Mi trabajo está enfocado mayormente a la conservación del mar. Y me parece que la clave que ha dicho acá a ustedes en este panel es cómo la conversación entre la gente y los diversos actores locales contribuyen a generar planes y programas mirados desde una perspectiva de conservación, pero pensando en el futuro, porque yo creo que esto no es algo que lo están haciendo para hoy día y que se va a acabar, sino que esto es para el futuro. Y lo bueno también, considero que es súper interesante porque al escuchar desde los gobiernos locales, en el caso del alcalde, la opinión de su gente, también habla de esta forma que yo creo que como país estamos queriendo, que es que las autoridades locales lleven y traigan a estos lugares, a estos espacios, la voz de su gente. Y eso es potente. Desde nuestra perspectiva de pueblos originarios, la vinculación con los otros hace finalmente que el planeta en el que vivimos todos podamos trabajarla y fortalecerla y cuidarla entre todos. Yo creo que aquí no hay ninguna voz más alta que la otra. Cuando estamos trabajando por el mismo bien, todas las voces son escuchadas y son claras. Y igual siempre me ha saltado esta pregunta de preguntarnos todos, ¿para qué conservar? Entonces, cuando uno se pregunta ¿para qué conservar?, yo creo que hay que enlistar las razones por las cuales queremos conservar. Y dentro de ese concepto de conservación también es bueno entender que para los pueblos originarios la conservación parte desde conservar la cultura. Para nosotros es importante conservar la cultura, tal como dice acá el alcalde, conservar no solamente lo que viene desde los pueblos originarios, sino de las comunidades locales. Y eso es potente. En este tiempo en el que estamos, la voz de las personas son las que deben ponerse en la mesa y en la toma de decisiones en estos eventos tan importantes para el futuro de las generaciones. Y eso, me alegra mucho que existan estos espacios, ¿cierto? Me alegro por el alcalde, conocerlo acá, ¿cierto? Y saber que Futaleufú nosotros lo vemos desde Gualaigüe, que es un buen modelo de gestión ambiental, y estamos súper interesados en ir para allá, ¿cierto? En otros temas que tienen que ver con la conservación de los bosques, porque para nosotros
Totalmente invitado.
los indígenas de Gualaigüe no solamente estamos en la defensa del mar, sino que también el bosque, porque finalmente el territorio no es solamente la particularidad de una cosa, sino que es todo. Y yo creo que como provincia podemos aliarnos para proteger nuestra provincia, porque como dice usted, es una de las provincias más bellas del sur de Chile, entonces entre todas y todos debemos generar todos los esfuerzos humanamente posibles para conservarlo, ¿ya? Porque todavía tenemos nosotros bosques nativos y si no nos preocupamos ahora de eso, puede ser tarde mañana. Eso. Muchas felicidades también por su exponencia.
Oh, me emocionaste, Joana, así que este era el broche de oro y además que terminaste con lo que partimos, que este panel tenía que ver con conectar y visibilizar. Y nos estamos visibilizando y estamos conectando entre nosotros y estamos conectando algo más grande, norte-sur, naturaleza-persona, comunidades, etcétera. Así que muchas gracias a los panelistas, a los asistentes por venir acá y que sigamos visibilizando y conectando desde el sur hacia todos lados. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Alejandro quiere hablar más, los invitamos aquí al cafecito, el cafecito de acá, y porque Alejandro tiene hartas más cosas que decir.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Distinguished guests, we welcome you to this side event, a side event that will be presented in 4 stages. The first stage is about the bioclimatic approach for sustainable cultivation of forest plants for domestic use by local communities in Côte d'Ivoire. And this will be done by the Office of the Park and Reserve of Côte d'Ivoire. And we will have 2 of its partners, the Wabilet project, funded by the USAID, and the GIZ, the International German Corporation. On this stage, I will quickly call Dr. Abdoulaye Jarasuba from OIPR to quickly join the stage, and Dr. Nohum Dam. As mentioned earlier, this side event has 4 parts. The first part is about the bioclimatic approach for a sustainable culture of forest plants for domestic use. The second one has a quite catchy title. It says, I have a dream. Youth will be speaking for a nature-positive future. And we will have the case of the Atewa Forest in Ghana for nature-based solution regarding critical public good. It's about public funding. And lastly, we will have the 30 by 30 in the Hindu Kush Himalaya. So those 4 side events will be running through from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. this afternoon. Without spending more time, we will quickly get into the gist of the topic. Dr. Abdoulaye, you're working with OIPR, the Office of the Park and Reserve of Côte d'Ivoire, and you have started an approach, a bioclimatic approach to cultivation of forest plants for domestic use by local community. Can you please tell us more about that initiative?
Bonjour, chers participants. J'ai l'honneur ici de vous présenter l'initiative de domestication des plantes alimentaires utiles. Quand on dit toutes les plantes sont utiles, mais l'utilité ici présentée elle est particulière, alimentaire ou médicinale. Vous savez que, tous comme moi, que la Côte d'Ivoire est le premier producteur de cacao et 40% de cette production est faite autour du parc national de Taï. Et ce qui a entraîné ou est la base d'une forte migration pour l'agriculture, surtout la cacaoculture. Ça a permis occasionner la destruction de tout le couvert forestier et ça a laissé le parc comme une île dans un désert, comme je pourrais m'exprimer ainsi, de cacao et de DVA. Alors, une forte pression sur les ressources parce que la zone, habituellement, traditionnellement, les gens, c'était des chasseurs-cueilleurs et les ressources forestières qu'ils avaient à leur portée n'existent plus, tout est café, cacao, EVA. Donc, où ils vont se retrouver, c'est à l'intérieur du parc pour retrouver ces espèces. Alors, vu la pression grandissante, l'Office ivoirien des parcs et réserves a développé une stratégie, un système d'agroforesterie basé sur quelques plantes qui sont prisées par les communautés. Il s'agit de Irvégia, de Blèche Média et autres. Alors, Nous avons commencé à domestiquer ces plants depuis 2015. On a produit déjà plus de 500 000 plants distribués gratuitement aux communautés et certaines de ces plantes ont commencé à produire. Et il y a plus de 5 000 planteurs qui ont eu accès à ces plants et ça couvre plus de 9 500 hectares de plantation de cacao à la périphérie du parc. Il y a un fort engouement, surtout que c'est les femmes qui sont les plus impliquées parce que le cacao qui est produit, c'est pour les hommes et quelques arbres forestiers dans les plantations, ça fait l'affaire des femmes et les jeunes également sont très impliqués. Et pour arriver à atteindre nos objectifs, nous avons impliqué la communauté scientifique pour faire en sorte que les délais de production de ces plantes-là puissent être réduits. Alors, ces premiers plants plantés en 2015 ont commencé à produire et nous avons fait une étude de marché, savoir qu'est-ce que les communautés peuvent gagner. Et cette étude a montré que pour un coût de production d'environ $1, à la vente, ces personnes-là se retrouvent avec un prix de vente de $5 par kilo. 3 fois, 4 fois plus cher que le cacao qui attire tant de personnes à la périphérie. Et ce qui va nous permettre de diminuer dans le futur la pression sur les ressources du parc. Voilà le premier point présenté.
Si je retiens bien, vous avez adopté une approche qui met les femmes au centre. Et au-delà de cela, vous utilisez la biodiversité pour le développement durable. Donc, en fait, la diversité biologique est au service du développement durable. Sur ce, je me tourne vers le docteur Ndam, qui travaille également dans la zone du complexe Taï, Grebo-Crown et Sapo, et au-delà de cela, dans les autres pays de l'Afrique centrale. Nous parlons à travers le Wabidel des changements climatiques, de low emission carbon. What can you tell us about your intervention in the area when it comes to bioclimatic approach?
Thank you. We work in West Africa, and it's a program called West Africa Biodiversity and Low Emission Development. It's a program funded by USAID, and it covers many countries in ECOWAS country. And the focus is that only 10% of the West African forests remain intact, and they are fragmented. And what Dr. Darasuba said, that it become like an island when you see the map. Our idea is, how do we extend the greenery? How do we connect the block? How do we value the biodiversity? So the program that we are funding, one is about assessing the biodiversity across those landscapes. First, to have a list, updated list of biodiversity, training people to understand and appreciate biodiversity, having focus group with community to understand the uses, and identifying list of species that are useful to them so that we can encourage them to plant outside the protected area. One other project is about planting the corridors, making sure that the protected area in one country is connected to another, like the Thai National Park in Cote d'Ivoire and Grebo-Crown in Liberia. So we are working with the communities to plan the corridor. It's about a 4 kilometers corridor, and it's working very well, but you have to choose the species that they are useful, which is useful to them. The third one is that we want to tag some key species within the park, like elephant, to understand their movement. Do they cross the boundary? Where are they crossing? And how can we understand that? So it's very, very key when you are trying to promote tree planting outside the protected area, to make sure that you are identifying valuable plant that community will like, but also making sure that the biodiversity is known and preserved, and also that the corridor is being protected. And when you look at the key element of this deforestation is cocoa. And most of the leading country producing cocoa is from that region, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, and so on. So the forest is going, and very soon that leadership may drop. So how do we maintain the leadership in cocoa production and maintain the forest that stimulate that production? So we are assessing this, first of all, to see the value of the forest in terms of carbon contribution and compare it with carbon assessment outside for people to see that there is a value in keeping the forest. So, and we are not alone. We work with other partners, and GIZ is one of them. And it will be good, you as a coordinator, but us as an expert, to tell us a little bit about what GIZ is doing in the landscape.
Thank you, Nahum. But just to remind you that I'm just facilitating this meeting. I'm not supposed to be speaking directly. But still, I'm just going to quickly share a bit some of our experiences in the landscape, the TGS landscape, which is in Ivory Coast and in Liberia. Here, when we talk about the bioclimatic approach to forest planting, we first look at degraded land within the community, and rightfully said by Dr. Abdullahi, is that as we work with the community, we make sure that species that are endangered, you know, and all those who are completely inexistent anymore in the local community, but are still found in the national park, we make sure that we try and transplant them and replant them in the community, because they need these species for their survival. So it is important to bring in the restoration pattern plants that are useful for the community. That's one thing. The second thing is that we also identify high-value conservation areas, because within the community we still have some residual forest that we really endeavor to make sure that there is a connectivity between these forests. And that is key, because our project is about restoring the connectivity between the Tai, the Grebokran, and the Sapo national parks. And that cannot be done without the involvement of the community, because they are the custodians of this land. They are the custodians of the natural resources that we endeavor to protect. So be that as it may, it's also important to realize that the spread of chemicals when it comes to agriculture have no boundaries. We don't always have the full knowledge of the spread of these chemicals that are being used. So it is important to have the nexus between the agroforestry and this value chain product that we are bringing within the community, and to make sure that these cultures are basically done in a biological way. We create a microclimate within these areas and make sure that everything that comes within the cultivation of this plant has some kind of balanced biological means. And this is quite important, and I want to share briefly with you what has been done in Ivory Coast with a man called Ambroise Co. Is currently one of the best cocoa producer in the world, certified, approved, and his cocoa cost virtually 10 times the normal price on the market. Why? Because he has been sustainably using this biological method. It is possible, it is doable. And we are here actually to promote that and to say, yes, of course, we want cocoa. Ivory Coast is the first producer in the world, but there has also been some undertaking saying that we want free deforestation cocoa. We also want cocoa that are produced in respect of the environment. And for us to be able to achieve that, definitely we have to get engaged. We have to promote these biological means. And it is important for the community to also understand that it is important not just for us as park managers, but also for them who are involved into that. In terms of income generating activities, I mean, they have more to gain. And their participation, their active and effective participation is key to the success of all these initiatives. So with this, I don't know if there are any questions for this first round of intervention here, or should we proceed to ask again Dr. Jarasuba, that what has been your success rate when it comes to planting these trees? You have been doing this from 2015 up to now. What are the lessons learned? Quelles sont les leçons apprises de cette initiative?
Bien, le parc national de Taï, de par son bon état de conservation, d'abord il est site du patrimoine mondial de l'humanité, il est également site de réserve de biosphère. Et un site très bien conservé. Et comme je l'ai dit tantôt, autour du site, il n'y a plus de forêt. Et comment faire en sorte que les communautés puissent vivre aisément de leur agriculture tout en préservant les ressources du parc national de Taï. C'est un challenge et c'est ce qui nous a poussé à travailler avec eux, savoir qu'est-ce qu'ils veulent. Donc le processus a commencé. J'avoue que aujourd'hui c'est une satisfaction parce que la pression sur les ressources biologiques du parc a beaucoup baissé. Et parce que les premiers plants ont commencé à produire et ça va permettre de reverdir la production cacaoyère pour contribuer même à la certification de cette production et améliorer le revenu des communautés. Et comme nous sommes dans un processus de le fait que le parc soit isolé de façon écologique, je pense que nous pensons que ce système agroforestier va permettre de créer le lien entre les forêts du Libéria qui sont encore bien conservées et le parc, parce que l'agroforesterie doit partir sur une base de volontariat. Si vous imposez des espèces à des personnes qui n'en ont pas besoin, alors ils ne vont pas le suivre. Elles ne vont pas le suivre. Donc, c'est les espèces végétales qu'elles veulent mettre en place que nous produisons. Alors, on cherche les semences à l'intérieur du parc, on produit pour eux et on leur donne ça gratuitement. Et il y a une certaine motivation. Et si la couverture de la zone périphérique du parc est reboisée et que la forêt se reconstitue, c'est un élément de lutte contre les effets du changement climatique. Parce que le parc est bien conservé et si on arrive à reverdir tout autour, on aura atteint nos objectifs.
So I understand that the Taï National Park is today one of the cream and the well-protected area in West Africa. And in the area where we are operating, we are actually working within the 3 last best conserved, forest in West Africa. So it is definitely key not only to have the community involved, but also to make sure that when it comes to climate change, climate resilience and climate mitigation, we should have the rightful approach. Because just importing theories will definitely not work. We want to establish connectivity because connectivity is survival, it is life. But that cannot be done at the expense of the community who have already given their land up for protection and conservation. So I'm looking at Dr. Nohum. You are currently with Wabilet, but before Wabilet there was Wabig. And you have always been working in this area of climate change. What has been the progress made so far?
Yeah, thank you. We have been working in the Upper Guinea forest, and the first thing in that area is that the remaining forests are transboundaries. And people use to this approach of my side of things and taking care, but animals don't know that. They cross and recross and so on. So the first thing for all was to regroup the players, the stakeholders, making sure that traditional people here are well known to those who are on the other side of the road, and having these regular meetings. The same thing with the foresters and up to the decision makers. And one of the Thanksgiving is the DG of the Office Guinean Ivoirian Park Reserve, where they sit yearly discussing the issue of the transboundary. And this has been very, very constructive. We signed an agreement with Liberia and Guinea for transboundary of Ziama, Wologize. We signed an agreement with Gola between Liberia and Sierra Leone. We are about to sign another one, hopefully next year, with Cote d'Ivoire and Liberia. And they have been very active, patrolling, uncovering all these illegal activity and try to stop them. So the key for me in terms of promoting community involvement in conservation beyond just giving their land is showing them the interest that you want to produce this for them. We are doing the assessment together. They will see diversity of plant inside the forest. And when we assess the same thing outside the forest, they can see the lack of that diversity. And we are telling them the importance of those trees in terms of their agricultural productivity, so they can understand that. So it's local capacity working together and taking your time. We have been there since 2015, and it's not like you're cultivating maize, it's forest. So it takes time. So we think 15, 30 years of USAID support there is not even enough. But we are going that direction. We are so happy.
No, I'm not sure if we have all that time to wait 13 to 15 years. But be that as it may, probably what we also need to take away is that community knowledge is key. They have been protecting. If we were able to find these forests today, is because the community have been working for the protection of this land. Whether it has been a sacred land or a specific land for them with a specific interest. So it is important for them to be at the center of whatever initiative we are taking. They have the know-how. And of course, with the support that is brought in by the different partners and also state actors, can fasten up the process. But we should not undermine that knowledge, that traditional knowledge that is key, and their effective participation in biodiversity conservation. So with this, I will just ask if there is anyone who has any question to this panel. We can take 2 or 3 questions. We only had 30 minutes, and I'm sure it's quickly running out. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So the question is, what is the protocol you use to choose the plants? Like, how do you engage with the community? How do you do a pre-selection? How do you find what plants are easy to put in a nursery or not? That process I'm very interested to know about.
Okay.
From the USAID side, we have after the inventory, and we are doing it with the community. We have what we call a focus group discussion in terms of trying to compare what we assess in the forest and what they know and use, and what are the names and what are the uses. From there, during the inventory, they recognize some trees related to how they use it. And we will be tagging those trees for seed collection to understand the ecology, to be able to try and grow them together with them in their community. That's one part.
Okay, probably Dr. Abdoulaye can...
Ok, c'est parti. Nous avons appréhendé des femmes, des personnes vulnérables à l'intérieur du parc, des femmes enceintes avec bébés au dos qui viennent pour récolter, ramasser des fruits à l'intérieur du parc.
And they were selected on the basis of the fact that they used to get into the park without authorization to get some of the seeds, to get some of the plants. So those plants were actually our target to make sure that we reduce their incursion in the park.
Voilà, donc nous étions devant un dilemme. Faut-il faire appliquer la loi ou ne pas l'appliquer? Alors c'est difficile, on ne peut pas gérer le parc de façon durable si les communautés ne sont pas avec nous.
We had a dilemma. We were faced with a dilemma. Should we apply the law by arresting this woman? Or should we find means actually to satisfy them? And one key issue here is that we cannot sustainably manage the park without the support of the community.
Alors que faire? Nous avons tenu des séances de communication, de sensibilisation, des ateliers participatifs pour savoir qu'est-ce que les communautés veulent, qu'est-ce qu'ils attendent de la gestion durable du site. Alors, il est ressorti qu'il faut faciliter l'accès à certaines ressources, notamment ces plantes-là. Et on s'est rendu compte que ces communautés savaient exactement la position de ces plantes à l'intérieur du parc et faisaient la différence entre les caractéristiques organoleptiques des différentes plantes. Donc nous avons géoréférencé toutes ces plantes, c'est ces semences-là que nous prenons pour produire pour eux. Et j'avoue qu'aujourd'hui, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, la pression a beaucoup diminué et ces plantes sont compatibles avec la production cacaoyère qui a drainé plein de personnes, une foule de personnes autour du parc. Et les pépiniéristes font partie de la communauté. Alors, dans le cadre du programme d'investissement forestier,
He has spoken too much now, so I won't be able to remember everything. So basically what he's saying is that they realized one thing. These women knew exactly where to find what. They knew the exact position of each tree and the seed that they needed. So they had to map all these trees in the park and allow access to the park for them to collect this, the seed and to now prepare nurseries. So those who are part of the nursery preparation are within the community. And they had to hold a lot of workshops to discuss with them and understand exactly what they wanted. And what they realized is that they knew exactly the function of each tree. They had the full characteristic of all the trees. So they actually learned from these communities when it came to this tree, and they had to map them all. And this also, by allowing them to do that, has reduced tremendously the pressure on the park.
Et ça a permis de créer des emplois parce que c'est les jeunes qui font la pépinière. Les plants sont achetés par l'OIP et fournis gratuitement aux communautés. Et tout cela renforce les services écosystémiques que fournit le parc pour le bien-être des communautés locales.
So this also has created jobs because the youth are the one doing the nurseries, and the park management buys the seedling from them and distributes it freely to the communities. So it has been quite a great experience also for them regarding ecosystemic provision. Yes. So thank you. Is there any other question before we close? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Great initiative. Bravo. C'est fantastique. You partly answered my question about how did you engage youth. So that's a good initiative, but I'm wondering if you're also engaging them in the school system, not only to have plans for the future, but have managers for the future.
Oui, effectivement, la stratégie, si vous pouvez télécharger le plan d'aménagement et de gestion du parc national des Taï sur le site www.oi.ci.
You can download the management plan of the park on their website, the OIP website, and you will see that within the management plan, there's a strategy for the youth.
Et nous voudrions tendre vers une gestion patrimoniale du site. Aujourd'hui, les migrants qui sont les adultes, ils ont un autre objectif qui est différent de la jeune génération. Donc, dans toutes nos stratégies de gestion du site, nous avons mis l'accent sur l'éducation des jeunes. Donc, il y a tout un programme ambitieux d'éducation environnementale qui prend en compte tout ce qu'on fait comme production du plan. Et nous avons eu avec l'appui de...
We have a very ambitious
un ambitieux programme d'éducation environnementale.
yes, a program of environmental education. And this is for the youth, but also to cater for one of the key challenges we have. Because the young generation of migrants have now grown up. And their needs are completely different from the youth that we have today. So we need to have a tailor-made kind of initiative and intervention in the area to be able to tackle the need of each category of the community.
Alors, pour finir, il faut qu'on tende vers la gestion patrimoniale parce que les protéger, c'est l'affaire des communautés locales. Et si on arrive à améliorer l'adhésion de ces communautés à nos stratégies de gestion, on aura tout gagné, mais avec la jeune génération. C'est un défi et nous travaillons à l'atteindre.
We need to move toward the patrimonial management of the protected area because if we are able to include the young generation in the management of the protected area, definitely we will have better result than what we have today. So with this, I just want to thank you all because our time is up and I can see some movement at the back. So we thank you so much for attending this side event. And we also want to thank IUCN who, they have given us the platform to be able to share our experience with you. So we really thank them for that and thank everyone else here. And I believe that the next event is about the youth. They have something to say and I like the title, I Have a Dream. So let's dream together with them. Thank you very much.
One slide back. Yes. Perfect. Welcome everyone, and thank you for being here. My name is Emma, and I'm going to present you Nordic views. Next, please. For 2 years now, you and I have been waiting to be here, to be on the brink of this historic moment, a moment where diversity of life, living, breathing ecosystems could be finally recognized as the life support system we depend upon. For 2 years now, we, young people from the Nordics, have been preparing for this moment, collecting views from almost 3,000 of our peers on the future they want, hopes of what could be, visions of a tomorrow worth working for. This speech is crafted from these visions, a call for action, a call for change, a space for hope. It is your choice, fellow dreamers, praised leaders, how you respond. Are you ready to stop the same? We, young people from the Nordics, dream about a world where each child and future leader would learn that life on planet Earth is changing, being changed by humanity. That change is inevitable, a threat, but also a possibility for a future where all of us can thrive. All of us meaning all of us people, but also all other forms of life. For humans are not alone on this planet, and we can never thrive alone. We need nature for water, food, air, shelter, even happiness. But of course, it is not enough to educate children and youth. Dear adults, you need to change as well. You need to learn new skills to become makers of the future and not fossils of yesterday, to dismantle old truths and create new ones. Future generations need you, adults of today, to create plans of how to survive this changing planet, to learn skills to turn your businesses to work with nature, not against it, and to transform our societies to regenerate this planet and redistribute wealth. Youth need you, adults of today, to put your money into driving this change. Stop funding the destruction of forests and burning of lands, and start supporting each other, delivering funds to those on the ground. We want solutions like circular economy to shift our systems from competition to collaboration, and from waste to continuous circulation. We want to redefine well-being, to abandon the mantras of more, bigger, 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 and shift to enough. We, young people from the Nordics, dream about a just future, where all people could live meaningful lives and be proud of the work they do. A future where no one will be unwillingly driven from their home. So no mine, dam, building, or protective area is worth more than a home. We, youth, future leaders, hopes of humanity, want justice, not only demands of saving ourselves. No, we need power today to deliver the future we want. We want to sit in youth-led climate nature councils that will leverage youth voices into decision-making. We want to see youth delegates from all over the world joining these COPs and funding trickling down to the actors working on the ground. Until today, youth involvement in NBSUPs has been non-existent, and this must change. We want justice. Therefore, indigenous peoples, the protectors of land, shall be treated with respect. We shall not take their lands or destroy their cultures, for we need ancient wisdom to get out of this mess. Respecting human rights of all people must be at the heart of decision-making. The voices of indigenous peoples and local communities are key to decisions made about their lands.
while money of richer nations is key to supporting implementation globally. We want justice, more than justice for human beings. We want justice for lands, rivers, mountains, forests, and oceans. We want nature to have the right to live, right to thrive, right to be respected. To protect nature from violence, we want ecocide to be recognized as a crime. And we desperately, desperately want to see a future where no child grows up never seeing a forest or believing that skies are hazy and waters black. We need thriving nature to play in, to grow our roots, to understand where we came from. We dream that by changing, the world could be a better place for all of us. A place where the water we drink and the food we eat would not be poisoned by pollution. We dream that by changing, the world could be a better place for all of us. A place where children would not have to fear for their futures, and neither would parents have to fear for their children. Dear fellow youth, we have beautiful dreams, not too big, not too unrealistic. Dear leaders, our dreams, our asks, are calls for action. We need you. We need action. Are you ready to be the leaders we need you to be? Thank you. In case you want to read more about our Nordic Youth Position paper on biodiversity, we have 2 of these beautiful posters for you. But thank you for listening.
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for coming to our session and our presentation. We would present a very beautiful forest in Ghana to you, And we invited you also that you can share your ideas. We want to save this forest. It's a forest with very beautiful biodiversity, but it's also rich with minerals. So it's in the mix. There is a plan of government to mine this forest for bauxite. And we've been engaging government and trying to present alternative such that we can save this forest. So you are very important. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, I'll remove this. The ideas you share here are very important. We'll take it back home and engage with government further. The first action we've done is that we've gone to court to prevent government from going ahead. But whilst doing that, we know that our government should also embark on development. So we're going around looking for ideas of how we can develop this place, not destructively, for jobs, for the communities around it. So you are welcome to this short presentation. Right, okay, so all right, okay. Yep. Okay, thank you. It works, yeah. Right, okay, so this is the Atiwa Range forest in the eastern region part of Ghana. It's about 95 kilometers from the capital of Accra. This forest has gone through several regimes. It was designated as a forest reserve in 1926, but since then, it's been a special biological area, a hill sanctuary, an important bird area, and just recently, because of a frog species that was found there, where 95% of the population are there, it became a zero extinction site, which means that it cannot be, the place cannot be destroyed. It cannot be used for any development that is destructive. There are communities around the forest. They are usually agrarian, so farming, cocoa farming is important. There are other economic activities such as rubber production and oil palm. Why Atiwa is important is the richness of it by biodiversity and also as a water tower. So, you know, the species is a very important bird area. Over 200 species of birds and mammals and amphibians and plants. It has 70% of the butterfly stock of Ghana. So over 700 species of butterflies and about 500 yet to be confirmed. 5 of them is endemic to Atiwa. But aside biodiversity, it's also a huge water tower. Has 3 of the 16 rivers of Ghana as a source from the forest. Atiwa is a mountain forest. The 5% remnant of the upper, the evergreen upland forest, which used to be from the West African coast, from Senegal up to Cote d'Ivoire. That's 5% of the remnant remaining is Atiwa. So these important species would all go because of a threat of bauxite mining. This proposed government policy has been contested by civil society groups led by Arusha Ghana and Arusha International. Aside bauxite mining, there are other gold mining on the periphery, but that is not the biggest threat. I think the biggest threat is government itself wanting to get this forest. This picture is a live bauxite site in Ghana, the Awaso bauxite site, which is currently being mined. And we put it alongside here to let you know that Atiwa would become like this if the proposed mining goes ahead. So such a beautiful forest will be reduced to this with all the pollution that comes with bauxite mining. Right, okay, so this is the forest at the moment, and then this is Awaso, so, this is what it would be. And that is what we don't want to happen because we will lose all the biodiversity we have in Atiwa. At the moment, Atiwa has over 100 species of IUCN threatened, species that are on the red list. About 100 of them are already in Atiwa. So from amphibian to birds and to plants and to primates. The mangabe was recently discovered there. It's assumed to have been lost in Ghana, but it was rediscovered in the forest. The eagle owl, which has not been spotted for 85 years in Ghana, was recently rediscovered there. So we stand to lose all this if government goes ahead with the mining. Right, so we've been brainstorming on some green pathway with development partners. So the European Union, for instance, has commissioned a study to come out with some green pathways to put Atiwa so that it can generate income and also preserve the forest. So ecotourism is one of the main ones. It's a mountainous forest. There are a lot of potential for ecotourism. Also, because of the forest, there is a good microclimate for agriculture. And the area is one of the best places for cocoa production in Ghana. So we feel that if a cocoa processing plant is put there and production is encouraged, there will be job creation for the people. Also, the various carbon emission programs also can be undertaken there. So all these are our suggestions for government. We also, okay, so we're also thinking that the area is ripe for many non-timber forest product items that can be developed for jobs and also for alternative livelihood. So these are spices and pharmaceutical products that are in the forest and in the peripheral of the forest that can be, its production can be encouraged for, to generate revenue and also for jobs for the people. So this is also part of what can be done or the resources that can be developed for the forest. There have been suggestions of, because Atiwa is one of the best forests in Ghana, it contributes to the nationally determined contribution for UNFCCC accounting for the country. So we're thinking that it would qualify for many emission reduction programs that can bring money and that can be pursued. So far, it's not been thought of and it's not been something that the government want to do. But we're encouraging that can be looked at to bring revenue to government for development. Financing is an issue, and we would really do with suggestions and also partners that we can engage later. So we suggested some financing instrument for the development, let's say ecotourism development. So public instruments, various public instruments that government can give in other industries such as housing. Government has given grants and subsidized loans to encourage investors, and we are thinking that government can do that. Government itself, through the Tourism Development Agency, can be involved in some of this. So we are also seeking views on some financing options and mechanisms that our continued engagement with government can suggest. There could also be private sector financing instrument. There are various ones that are debt, equity instruments that we have suggested that government can look at in getting finance for development for Atiwa. There are also other options. I've already mentioned Red Plus financing and also some bilateral and multilateral funds. We are engaging other multilateral agencies such as the World Bank, and I mentioned the EU, who have already on board. The Netherlands government has done very well and still interested, so we engage the embassies on some of these things. The US Embassy has been a big partner in this process. But we are also encouraging even pension funds to invest in the potential of the area in terms of tourism and other eco-tourism facility. Our engagement in Atiwa, to save Atiwa, has gone on for some time. It's gone past various governments. A government minister once, said this, where he thinks that Atiwa is a very important resource for biodiversity and also for water resources for Ghana. And for that much, raising it to a national park status is what is going to save it. And we agree to that. We've been to court now, so the case is in court. And that gives hope because we can enjoin government if there is any attempt to mine it until the case is determined. And we are very hopeful that our constitution says that we have right to clean environment, and the court will side with us on that. I will need interactions and questions from you, but also ideas. So I'm ending the presentation here. Thank you very much for your attention. And I will ask that if you have any question or clarification, we will discuss that. But if you have any ideas also that we, partners that you can connect us to for onwards engagement, we'll be grateful. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Is there a microphone that can pass around?
Thank you. My name is Urias Gold from Liberia. I work for Eco Health Alliance. Thanks for the presentation. I have maybe I'll say 3 questions. One is, you mentioned a large-scale mining is one of the threats to, the forest. My question is there a large-scale mining within the protected area or closer to the protected area? If yes, then the second question is bauxite mining, which you said is a threat also. Is it going to be created within the park? Is the license given for the mining of bauxite within the park? If so, isn't this gazetted as a protected area by law? So then the government cannot enter. I mean, I'm speaking from experience in Liberia. If we create a protected area, the government makes a commitment by law that there's no other destructive activities that can be allowed. It will happen, but it will not be legalized. And then the last point of you saying that you want to put in a cocoa processing plant to create job. We know traditionally, if you create a cocoa processing plant close to the protected area, that economic growth or economic activity may put pressure, you know, on the protected area, because you're bringing more people closer to a place that should be protected, and then you may not be able to prevent them from going into the park. So how are you planning to do that? Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, okay, so to the first point on if there's a large-scale mining closer, at the moment, no. There have been a lot of small-scale mining of gold in the peripheral of the forest, but not inside. But that is not destructive, you know, as large-scale bauxite mining. So to the point, there is no large-scale mining. They are in other locations. The photos I showed are in other locations. The second point
if the bauxite mining is going to be in the protected area.
Yes, okay, so it's a mountain forest, and the hills have the bauxite deposit. All right, so if that is going to go ahead, it means that the heart of the forest will be attacked. It means that the mine would be inside the forest, and you know the mountain will be rigged down. In the photos of the presentation, this is Awasu with the hills, you know, and then it's cut down because that's bauxite mining. You take down the soil, and definitely the forest will go. On the third point of a cocoa industry, you know, around protected area, we think, and in 2015 there was a study, a TIP study that was done on the forest, and we realized that with alternative industries such as cocoa there, yes, it would bring people there, but it would also enhance income, you know, such that the dependence of the community on the forest would rather be low. Okay, so people can afford to buy gas instead of going to the forest to cut firewood. Okay, so those dynamics have been done, and that industries such as cocoa, which the farmers are involved already, will rather be value addition in terms of, you know, they selling and being working in the factory will give them more income, and that will reduce the dependency of the forest. In terms of law and status of the forest, it is a forest reserve. Naturally, it shouldn't have been under threat. But government can easily change that policy because it's a forest reserve. In fact, that is the reason why our demand is that it should be made a national park. National park has higher status. It usually goes under legislative instruments. So Parliament would have done that, and it is difficult for any reversal of that. At the moment, it's forest reserve and an executive instrument. The president can just sign, and then the status can be taken. So a national park will do it. Yeah.
Thank you, and congratulations for this effort. I want to say that we would like to join our force to US. I work for a USAID program in Ghana, but West Africa, and we find similar problem in different landscape across the Upper Guinea forest. So what I'm planning to do is in January, February, I'll contact you. I'll organize a team to visit you and hear from you directly as I hear from you. And we will try to get some press release from this that will attract more attention to USAID. USAID is already there, but we try to push it again and saying that it's not just your case, it's similar cases across the remaining landscape in West Africa. If we do that, we are trying to solve your problem, but your problem is a learning case to solve other problems with that intention. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That is welcome. In the campaign we've had, it's been a collective effort. Local groups and international groups together have done this. So yes, Liberia and Ghana, similar circumstance. So, we would welcome that, and I'm prepared to share some contact after the session. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yes, we still have some few minutes more for interaction. So.
Hello, I was wondering if you could share some more information about the legal action you've taken.
All right. Okay. So in 2020, year 2020, we saw that that government was serious to do the mining. There was a photo I showed of the forest, and there was a red line going through it, and that was when a prospecting license was given to go and check the amount of minerals there. So we realized government was serious. So we mobilized some other civil society groups, 11 in all, and then we came out with a lawsuit against government. It's been very slow. We've been going to court for the past 1.5 years. The case will go for full trial in January. January 14th, we are back to court for the case to be. We had some private citizens join the case in Ghana. We have a very good human rights lawyer, supporting and leading the case. So that is it. How long it would go, we don't know, because the legal system in Ghana can really be slow, considering the fact that we've almost been there for 2 years, and it's now that we're going to go for a full trial. But we are hopeful. The legal system we have confidence in, and we have a very strong case. I think the public is becoming more aware and supportive of us, especially of the water sources. These are together, Atiwa give water to 5 million Ghanaians. We are just about 30 million, so a greater part of the society. So there is a lot of enthusiasm of the public, and also, I mean, mining resources are not being used effectively by government. So there is the momentum and the support on our side, and we're hoping that it will carry on during the case. One positive thing is that whilst the case is on, any attempt to mine, we can go for an injunction. The court will stop them. So that is also good news, that as long as the case has not been determined, then there will be no mining. So that is very good. Yeah. Okay, I think, yes, we have time for about 1 or 2. We have 5 minutes more, so.
Sorry, just a follow-up. You said Atiwa is not a legally protected national park, right?
It's a forest reserve. Yes.
It's a forest reserve, meaning, it was designated as a government policy, and government can reverse that policy through executive decision. That's what you said. My question is, on what grounds then are you filing a lawsuit? Because I don't see, government can argue that, well, we made a policy decision, executive decision to protect this place. Now we're making executive decision to reverse. I mean, I've seen those cases in Liberia where the government issued a logging concession in one of the national forests, and we were arguing that, no, you can't do that. The government said, well, it's a policy decision. We're just reversing the policy decision. It's not a law that we're breaching. So what grounds are you really arguing that government cannot? Mind you, now these are 2 natural resources, because if you say forest is a natural resource and it's being depleted, government can argue bauxite is a natural resource that we need to extract. Yeah. I mean, I'm just telling you, I'm a lawyer, so sometimes it can be, government can jump from different angles. So what grounds are you really using to sort of argue that this should not happen?
Okay. Right, okay, thank you. No, I mean, we just go in by the sovereign rights of the people, and also the the right that nature has. So this is a place that has endangered species, that has endemic species who have a right to exist. Also, our constitution says that we have a right to clean environment, including clean water. So if we have a place that gives water to 5 million people, then those or that population has the right to have clean water throughout. Okay, so we're going on that basis. In fact, government has the right to even undo the laws that it has. Even if the place is gazetted as a national park and government want to, it can do that. That means that if a place is not even under law, but its importance to the citizen is there, then that's paramount. Government is not of itself, it's of the people. So if the people are saying yes, and also there's a bit of the constitution that says they have a right to a clean environment, then a legal case can be made out of that. So we're going in the name of nature, we're going in the name of the right to clean environment, and we are very confident that the court will grant our request. All right. All right, okay. So there's not much time. So thank you all very much. I will take your contact, those of you who want to share some ideas with us, especially of the potential of the place, how it can be developed, linkages with partners on financing and all that. I'll hang around, and we are here most of the time. So I'll be prepared to connect. Thank you very much for your time, and God bless you.
Do you think it? Oh, okay. May I kindly request all the participants to have a seat, please? We are going to start event on 30 by 30 target in the Hindu Kush Himalaya. So please have a seat. Respected parties, representatives of different national and international organizations, youth, indigenous people, and local communities, a very warm welcome to this event on 30 by 30 target in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. For the people who do not know about the Hindu Kush Himalaya region, it's a shared mountain range shared by 8 countries in the Asia, namely Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Myanmar. This mountain range not only share physically the mountain range, but also we are connected through ecosystem, biodiversity, shared values, ethics, and also culture. This region, our biodiversity is extremely rich, and this is the foundation for us to get connected. This is the base of our livelihoods. This is the base for sustainable development in the region. However, the region is also extremely threat with different kinds of changes. That's why protected area is one of the major conservation tool for conserving our biodiversity and prospering our life for the current and the future generation. To discuss this further, we'll have representatives from People's Republic of China, Bhutan, Isimot, Nepal, and GEF, Global Environmental Facility, to discuss about the status, challenges, barriers, and the prospects for the 30 by 30 target in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. For this, may I now would like to request Professor Uning, the Director General from Chengdu Institute of Biology, CAS, to come up to the stage. Second, may I also kindly request Dr. Norbu Wangdi from Bhutan. I'd also like to kindly request Mr. Dhananjay Paudel, sir, Joint Secretary from Ministry of Forest and Environment, Government of Nepal. And last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Nakul Chhetri, Senior Biodiversity Specialist working at International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. And we have Ms. Hannah Fairbank from Global Environmental Facilities. So thank you. So now I would like to ask questions to each of the representatives from the parties and also from the different organizations. So I'll first start with Dr. Nakul Chhetri, who will brief about the status of protected areas in the Hindu Kush Himalaya as the foundation of our talk and discussion of this event.
Thank you, Sunita. It's my pleasure to bring you a very short introduction of Hindu Kush Himalayan region and its protected areas. Okay, so as it was informed by Sunita that we are working at International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, which is an intergovernmental organization working in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. So this is the region that we are working, covering Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bhutan, China, India, Nepal, and Myanmar. Next. So if you look at the history of protected areas in the HKS region, Hindu Kush Himalayan region, then it starts early in 90s or 1880s, and then subsequently quite substantial increase in number. And now you can see that almost 575 protected areas are already there. And it covers 40% of the terrestrial region of Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Next. So if you look at this slide, then you'll see the representative of protected areas in different ecoregions, which are covering different parts of the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Next, please. And if you look at this slide, then these are the indications of protected area coverage in different biological diversity hotspots that are available in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. There are 4 in number, and each of those are represented in different proportion in terms of biological, in terms of protected area coverage. And you can see that some of those are only 50% coverage, and some of those are less than 50% coverage. But what is important to know in this particular slide is there are higher number of small protected areas in the mountains, because the protected area of large scale is not feasible. So most of the protected areas are small and fragmented, and very few number of large scale or large size protected areas are available. Next, please. So with this context, I think we have to understand that what 30 by 30 means to us, because at least 53% of Bhutan is already protected area, above 23% is already covered of Nepal, and what it means in terms of 30 by 30 and what is our stand of our member countries will be delivered by our colleagues. Thank you.
So this was the brief reflection of the status of protected area in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. So for this one, this event is about to discussion what is the prospects, what are the success and challenges in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. So for this one, I would like to ask Professor Wu, like, how do you see the prospect of 30 by 30 target in China? Professor Wu.
So, thank you very much. Dear friends, colleagues from the Hindu Kush Himalaya regions and all of the world, it's my pleasure to participate in this interactive session. Because China, as you know, is a big country with a very diverse environment. So especially in the western part of the China, it's very rich in the biodiversity. I come from the Chengdu, the Sichuan province. This is located in the southwest mountain of the China. This is the global biodiversity hotspot place. So I work there, and so before that, I also worked in eastern mode in all of the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. So for this region, protected areas is very important, because only in China side, there's over the 400 the protected areas. But now the China also restructured the protected area, the system. So we established the new national park, for example, like the Giant Panda National Park. This is located in the center of the southwest mountain areas of China. So at present, up to now, there are over the 12,000 protected areas in China. And these protected areas have covered about the 20% of the territories, the land areas. But this is not enough, because we know we also try our best to protect the more biodiversity as the important areas. So in addition to the protected areas, we also promote like the heritage site, irrigation heritage site, agriculture important heritage site. In this way, we want to protect more the areas for biodiversity importance. So I believe in the futures, the China also want to cooperate with other member countries from the Hindu Kush Himalaya regions, the focus on the transboundary landscapes. Because for all of the Hindu Kush Himalaya regions, the transboundary landscape should be protected this is our priority in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Runing, for highlighting the importance of protected areas, but more importantly, how we need to conserve ecosystem biodiversity beyond the border at the transboundary scales in cooperation with other countries of the Hindu-Kush Himalaya region. With this very good note, now I would like to go to Bhutan to ask Dr. Wangdi about Bhutan, because Bhutan has been very successful in terms of protected areas coverage. They already have like 54 or more than 54% of protected areas. So I would like to ask Dr. Wangdi, what are the success factors that has led the country Bhutan in terms of protected areas, especially in Target 3? Dr. Wangdi.
First of all, thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I think it's wonderful to be here. I think this is my first COP conference that I'm attending after 12 years of service in the government and then 1 and almost 2 years of service in an NGO. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, I think, Isimot, for this platform today. In terms of the success factors, I think, first of all, I think we had leadership. Leadership is very important. We had leadership with vision. We already had the vision of living in harmony with nature since the first developmental plans in 1960s. So we already had the philosophy of living with nature, in harmony with nature. So our far-sighted visions, I think they had leaders, they had a strong vision. For such a tiny country like Bhutan, I think landlocked, we already had that realization that, okay, living in harmony with nature would be the future for Bhutan. So that's why today, I think all the agendas or any kind of platforms, we have been a forerunner in terms of biodiversity conservation, as well as environmental conservation, and also in the pursuit of economic development agenda. So we have been a forerunner in balancing the needs of the communities as well as the sustainable development approach. So I think leadership was one of the key successful factors. Another thing was there was a strong support from the communities. We also had strong policy and legal frameworks, institutional frameworks, right from the beginning of, in terms of natural resource governance or environmental resource governance. So those are certain key factors. And then, of course, nevertheless, we also had strong international support from the global communities in terms of enhancing our conservation efforts in Bhutan. So those are, I think, few points that I would like to state at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wangdi. While we are talking about the whole society approach, only recently, Bhutan has been practicing this since few years. So we need to tap this on in the region to really progress on protected areas in the region. So now I would like to request Dhananjay Paudel sir from Ministry of Environment and Forest in Nepal, because Nepal has also been very ahead in terms of conservation, and it's in fact pioneer in community-based approaches. So now I would like to consider, like with 30-30 prospect in Nepal, what are the challenges now if the country really wants to achieve this target in the region? Dr. Paudel.
First of all, thank you, madam, for giving me this opportunity to address this session. And I will start from the prospects and challenges, okay? Distinguished delegates, GF representative and dignitaries in this dash, colleagues from Isimod, Nepalese delegation, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Isimod for organizing this session. And we have the opportunity to discuss here about the success and challenges of achieving the target 30-30 in Nepal. I would like to start the forest status as well as status of protected area system in Nepal first, and then I will go through the challenges and opportunities for achieving the 30-30 target. Okay, right now Nepal has about 45% of the land covered with forests. And these forests are managed under different management systems. we have also a further commitment through NDC that we will achieve, we will make forest cover 45% by 2030. And I think you all know that Nepal is renowned and pioneer country about participatory forest management. And in participatory forest management, there are different modalities of inclusion of local people for the management of their accessible forest. And mostly widespread modality is community forest, which cover almost 35% of the forest land in the country. And then other modalities include pro-poor legal forestry and collaborative forest management. Altogether, these participatory forest management modalities cover about 40% of the forest land in Nepal. And in terms of protected areas, actually Nepal has right now about 24% of the land area has been declared as protected area, and which is protected under different categories of IUCN protected area system. Nepal welcomes the Target 3 of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and we have also joined hands with international community and showed our firm commitment in high ambition coalition also for reaching the 3030 target. And talking about the opportunity, we have ample opportunity for the fulfillment of the 3030 target in Nepal. The National Forest Policy 2019 has also the provision of providing recognition to traditionally conserved forest area by local communities other than internationally recognized protected areas as community conserved areas. The policy provides an overarching framework for 3030 target in the country. But we are actually new to OECMs. Thus we need to sensitize and make aware the indigenous people, local communities and other stakeholders about OECM and its significance in our context. We have now started the process of formulating standard guidelines and framework to declare OECM, adopting inclusive, equitable governance approaches so that an effective implementation of OECM could be possible. And at the same time, we are also serious about the concerns and rights of the indigenous people and local communities could be secured. The achievement of the 3030 target in the country also requires human and financial resources, as well as innovation and tools to manage human-wildlife conflicts for better and shared future for all. So finally, I would like to thank again ICIMOD for the opportunity to share our insights, and we look forward to working in partnership with all. Thank you.
Thank you, Paudel sir. So for highlighting how the opportunity we have, especially for OECM in Nepal, but at the same time we might have other challenges like human resources, financial resources to fulfill this target. So that comes to, takes me to Ms. Hannah from GEF, like, you know, to achieve the target, the financial resources is one of the important enabling condition and the requirement for us to achieve this in the region. So my question to GEF, Ms. Hannah, is like, what financial opportunities we have if we really want to achieve this 30 by 30 target in the country of, in each of the country of the Hindu Kush Himalaya region? Ms. Hannah.
Thank you so much. Hello, hello, okay, better. Thank you so much, Sunita, and I'll try to keep my comments brief. This is a real pleasure for me. I wish we could spend another hour discussing, but maybe in the hallways. My name's Hannah Fairbank, and I'm the Asia Regional Coordinator for the GEF Secretariat and a Senior Biodiversity Specialist there, and it's really been my great pleasure to work very closely with all of the countries that you all represent here on the stage and throughout the region. Really some exciting conservation programs going on. So I have just three things to introduce today. One,
the Global Environment Facility just concluded our largest replenishment process ever. Most of you have probably contributed in some way, either technically, intellectually, or if you're from a donor country, to that replenishment. So $5.33 billion for a 4-year period, our largest replenishment ever. The biodiversity focal area is the largest focal area in the GEF, with $1.92 billion over that 4-year period. And then applying the Rio markers, we're expecting up to 60% of the GEF 8 replenishment resources to have biodiversity outcomes, which is really exciting. For the Asia region overall, that's $550 million and $330 million for biodiversity alone. So the GEF 8 programming directions is very ambitious, and it's really built around being helping countries be nature positive by 2030 and carbon neutral and pollution free by 2050. So that's our broad brush strategy. How are we going to work with countries to do that? First and foremost, we're taking a healthy people, healthy planet approach. Really recognizing the interconnectedness of people's health and the health of the planet through policy coherence. And resource mobilization. So going down just one level to the biodiversity strategy for GEF 8, which really gets to kind of the meat of where the resources come and how we can help support countries to meet their commitments under the Target 3 of the GBF draft. So first, the biodiversity strategy for GEF 8 was absolutely designed to help countries meet the commitments under the post-2020 GBF that we are now watching come into play, and then also based on strong science and evidence. So I really appreciated the presentation on the status of protected areas in the region, and then really provides a comprehensive response to drivers of biodiversity loss. So if you look at the biodiversity strategy, we have 3 objectives. The first one is very focused on the conservation, sustainable use, and restoration of biodiversity. The second is on the protocols specifically, and then the third is on resource mobilization. So we kind of cover all of that. Keeping in mind, though, that GEF 8 actually has 11 integrated programs, or IPs as they're known. And those are designed to help countries address those systemic drivers and transform the systems that are leading to environmental degradation across all of the multilateral environmental agreements we serve. So everything from sustainable cities to food systems. We have a new one on infrastructure development, greening infrastructure development. I work on the wildlife integrated program. Happy to talk to you more about those. But this really reflects an evolution in the GEF biodiversity portfolio and our approach overall, which is following where the countries are going and obviously where the convention is going, into a much more systemic, integrated approach to addressing drivers. So in terms of GBF, sorry. In terms of opportunities for financing to meet Target 3 of the GBF, so while we do work clearly through this objective 1, we'll be supporting a variety of approaches, including protected areas, OECMs, and then including strong engagement with indigenous peoples and local communities. We had an interesting event yesterday that really highlighted the need not just to meet the percentages, but also look at quality and effectiveness and inclusiveness about how this target is met. And so within the biodiversity strategy, there is room for all of that. And then obviously getting involved in these integrated programs is a great opportunity for countries. Just making sure that the right and left hands are working together in terms of policy coherence, which then will provide further resources and resource mobilization. So I think, in conclusion, I just wanted to call everybody's attention to a small investment that the GEF made at the end of GEF 7, which is supporting the development of a guide to national planning for inclusively and effectively meeting the GBF Target 3. And then supporting 6 countries to actually start that planning process. So Nepal is one of those 6 countries, and there will be a larger event that those countries will be involved in, and others, hopefully, at the GEF Assembly, the 7th GEF Assembly in August of 2023 in Vancouver, British Columbia. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for highlighting so many opportunities for the region, especially for a 2030 target, but in general, biodiversity, conservation, and sustainable management, including especially for indigenous people and local communities in the region. So with this one, because this is an interactive session, so I would like to take a few questions from the floor for our respective panel members. So any question? So, can you please raise your hand? Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. Namaskar, I'm Pasang Dolma Sherpa from Nepal. Very glad to see our representative from Nepal and also from different regions from Asia. I work for Center for Indigenous People Research and Development based in Kathmandu, Nepal, but we have been also working in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Yeah, I just would like to, how you have been seen like 30 by 30 target is a really ambitious, but we have also challenges on the ground, no doubt, especially with the indigenous peoples and local community issues and concerns, our livelihoods issues, and also traditional practices. So especially how you have been envisioning for recognition of the traditional customary institution that has been basis for the whole intact of the knowledge system and culture and values, and contribution for the intact of the biodiversity ecosystem, and that has been one of the target, I believe, with the 30 by 30. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that question is for? So anyone. So would like to respond? Yeah?
Thank you, madam, for your concern. Actually, talking about Nepal, yeah, though we are new about 30-30 agenda, how to implement it in real ground, but there is no difficulty, I think, in Nepal, because we have already reached about 23 point something percentage of land area as protected area system. It has already been under protected area management system. Then we also have about 35% of the land, forest land, already handed over to local communities. So there is a system already in place. Just we have to declare and we have to secure rights and responsibilities, and benefit sharing mechanisms should be made more transparent, how you can make it. And we have to recognize the rights actually for the indigenous people and local communities, because Nepal government has already recognized the role and contribution of the local people and indigenous people for the management of the natural resources as well as biodiversity. So we are in the process of, devising guideline also. And after the endorsement of global biodiversity framework by this convention, Nepal will start immediately the process of declaring, preparing a guideline first and then declare OECMs. So I think that it will not hamper the rights and responsibilities of the indigenous people and local communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhananjay sir, for highlighting the role of indigenous people and how it has been envisioned in the policy. So I have another question from here.
Hi, I'm Shama. I'm from India, working with WCS. From the fact that Nepal is also a disaster-prone region and ecologically fragile area, given that, do you think 30 by 30 target could prevent or at least mediate such situations? And also, in your framework, would you also be considering how to future-proof or make the land more disaster resilient? I mean, will 30 by 30 have something on that? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And I think I'll give to Nepal, and then I'll also pass to others to reflect on this.
what I understand from you is that how we can make resilient as well. Yeah? I mean, while achieving the target 30-30, we also have to consider the resilience. So, you are right that Nepal is actually, Nepal has most of the area fragile landscape. And basically Churi area and Himalayan, I mean high Himal region, there is also the participation and involvement of local people and communities. We also have side by side water, I mean watershed management activities we implement side by side through the local people. So I think we are still conscious on it. And your suggestion is right that we have also to include that activity while implementing OECM, declaring and implementation of OECM.
Yeah, so we have a question for Bhutan.
Thank you, Shinta. My question is, you see, Bhutan, you have already allocated more than 50% of the land for protected area. Then what is your motivations for this 30 by 30? And if you talk about the OECM, it demands the conservation of area beyond the protected areas. So what are the opportunities you have to manage? Maybe you may need to reform your policy institution. So how you are seeing it? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think in terms of OECM, Bhutan is also, I mean, had already started identification of key biodiversity areas. I think that is one form of entry. And just like Nepal, we also have community forest management. So already our forest governance is also decentralized to the communities. So communities, there are more than 800 plus community forests identified in Bhutan. So that is another. Then in terms of the OECMs, we are also taking initiative of landscape-based approaches for critical habitats. So working together with communities to protect the ecosystems, particularly the riverine ecosystems and other systems. So I think it's basically, we have already achieved the target of 30 by 30, but then we are more than 50%. But still, I think we want to maximize the benefit from the already high natural resources that we have, high cover of forest resources, and that is our strength at the community. So we really want to derive the maximum benefit from it. So we are working together with communities to again enhance protection of the community lands and community forests. So that would be our and then at the same time, I think we can incentivize the communities for enhancing socioeconomic development along with sustaining the ecosystem resources for future generations. Yeah, thank you.
So, question to Jeff, representative. The parties here are asking for a separate global biodiversity fund, and you already have a biodiversity window or a focal area in the GEF, you know. So what are your views on having a separate funding mechanism for biodiversity? How would it relate to what Jeff is already doing? And congratulations on the largest replenishment.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you for the congratulations on the replenishment. This issue is for the parties to decide. The Jeff will continue to serve the convention and do the great work that we do to support all of your countries with the financing that we have. So thanks for your question. We're excited to see the outcome of the next 2 weeks. It's an exciting time.
Well, I can continue with the similar question to you, Hannah. See, our association with Jeff and protected areas, they go together for 20, 30, 40 years. Ever since we started moving into PAs, we knew that there was a Jeff for a funding arm, and you know about the investments of Jeff in India. Now the story of OECM is starting.
And there is a lot of expectation there too, that as some GEF fundings and projects have been unlocked for protected areas, is there any thought that there could be a special allocation for OECMs? Of course, countries will have to submit their proposals, but I must share with you that there is a lot of expectation because people have in their minds that PAs do get funding. Of course, they do get funding by writing project, defending project, and you know how difficult it is to get a GEF fund as well. Notwithstanding that, there is a legitimate expectation for people whom we want their lands to be designated as part of OECM. So I want to know from you that is there any thought process of separately allocating funds for OECM, which of course countries can pitch it together. I also work for WCPA, IUCN WCPA. We can combine with the countries in the region. We have Bhutan, Nepal, Bangladesh, India here present. We could also submit a regional proposal if there were a possibility of either country accessing this. I know GEF fundings have to be accessed by countries, but I want to hear from you that if we as South Asia region were to submit a proposal for OECM designation management monitoring, will it be possible to do so? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I just want to check on timing. So I will give a brief answer, and I'd love to talk to you afterwards because this seems like maybe a longer conversation. Just for the benefit of everyone, so the GEF is country demand driven, which means we set a broad strategy that is responsive to the Conference of the Parties on a cyclical basis, obviously. And then we look to GEF agencies and GEF governments working in partnership with CSOs and others to put together projects. So that's first and foremost. What we have seen is a little bit of an evolution that I alluded to in my initial comments of how countries are designing and the focus of those projects under the GEF strategies. From a more traditional protected areas based approach to biodiversity conservation into more landscape and seascape level conservation approaches, which has tracked kind of the international biodiversity conservation trends over the last 30 years. And so what we have seen coming in from countries has also tracked that, just the number and resources given to more integrated approaches. And so GEF 8 then puts us in a much more integrated position with this big strategy, which is exciting. But the biodiversity strategy still has this objective 1, and it does still hold space for particularly protected areas system strengthening and financial sustainability of those systems. But it's broader than that. It really is focused on landscape and seascape level conservation. And one of those pieces of that mosaic is obviously OECMs. And so it's squarely within Objective 1 of the biodiversity strategy for GEF 8. So I won't comment specifically on any proposed ideas around that, but Objective 1 of the GEF 8 strategy, which is we just had our first work program approved by Council last week, is off and running. And I'm really excited to work with India and other countries in the region to see what your ideas are for GEF 8. I am oftentimes on the other end of those portal submissions, so happy to speak with you offline. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Hannah. So I have last question for Professor Uning, because we are talking about regional collaboration. And at ICIMOD, we really try our best to promote and work at the regional cooperation level. So my question to Professor Uning is, how is it possible? It is possible, but like from now on, especially for this 30 by 30 target, how we can come together and work at the regional scale, especially for 30 by 30 target in the region, Professor Wu?
So I think there's a challenge questions. In the last over the 20 years, the China has to cooperate with the neighboring countries like Nepal, Pakistan, and we working together on the transboundary landscape conservation. And as we know, in the Hindu Kush Himalaya regions, we have already established the marine protected areas. But the marine protected areas is like the isolate the island. So I think in the future, just to mention, like the people mentioned the OECM, it can be used to promote the connectivities and the integrities of the protected areas. And so this promote the conservation in the landscape scale. So I think this is very helpful for us to cooperate with the other countries in the Hindu Himalaya regions. Of course, for China, we also think we should learn from each other. And so, for example, like Nepal and Bhutan, they have the very good experience in the communities forest conservation. And and we also can cooperate in the capacity building and how to promote the OECM and other protected areas. And we can cooperate in the big scales across the Himalaya. I think we have many opportunities in the future for the transboundary cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wu. Now we are already at the end of our program, and to complete this, to end this, I will kindly request Dr. Knuckle to give brief remarks and end the event.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be in conference of party meeting and this kind of side events and talking about mountains. As it was already mentioned, that mountains are contiguous. There is in biodiversity and ecology, there is no border. So that's why all the 8 countries are brought over here, and then the resources mobilization opportunities is also being explored. And we have discussed a couple of things which will be very instrumental in near future. So I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants out here, and also our representative from Jeff, and our colleagues from ECMOD and our panelists for bringing this perspective of 30 by 30. Just one small note, I think Mathurji is here, who is very instrumental in conceiving and also promoting, advocating OECM in India, that this 30 by 30 is not a national target that is mandatory. So it is a global target that is contributing by national targets, whatever feasible way that is possible. So that perception need to be clarified. It is not country-wise target. And our contribution from the Himalayan region is already 40% coverage already indicated. But as Professor Wooning was telling that in the perspective of climate change, in the perspective of contiguity, in the perspective of island concept of protected area that exists, the connectivity corridors and the regional cooperation is very, very inevitable aspects. But nonetheless, it is also critically important for countries like developing countries and underdeveloped countries to get resources, and also incentivize those countries which are already, sacrificing rather 53% of the countries as a protected area at the cost of implications of human-wildlife conflict and other consequences. So hopefully in near future, things will be improved, and then we'll be able to contribute more. But also importantly is to balance conservation as well as human livelihood, as well as the consequences of conservation that is impinging the cost of life and livestock depredation, as well as other economic loss that is emerging. And hopefully in near future, some sort of balance mechanism will be devised, and will reach to this 30-30 target collectively from the HKS region as well. So with this, I would like to conclude over here, and thank you very much, Sunita, for this wonderful organization of this event. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much with this positive note. And then we'd also like to thank you all the participants for coming here, devoting their time and asking questions to all the panelists. We have a small gift for all the participants. So just to end with the positive note, please kindly come here and collect your small gift from us, from the Himalaya region, in the Himalaya region. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Ça m'a dit le fort en plus, parfait ça, parce que j'en vois très fort. Et là 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 là. Parce que là, il n'y a personne qui parle avec un volume d'hommes comme moi, là. Parfait, laisse ça là, touche plus rien. Bon.
Olá, pessoal. Boa noite. Good night, people. We will begin this panel about gender and biodiversity conservation. E, pessoal, vamos sentando, vamos começar o painel aqui sobre mulheres e conservação da biodiversidade e de experiência, mulheres indígenas e conservação. Promoting gender equality in biodiversity conservation, the importance of the traditional knowledge in conservation. Primeiro, gostaria de convidar Jill Blocks. I'd like to invite Jill Blocks from the TNC. It's a climate change practice specialist for give a quickly open. Vou convidar a Jill Blocks da TNC só para fazer uma palavra inicial aqui do nosso painel, ok? Jill?
Hi, good evening.
Just a second. People, here you have the translation from Portuguese, English, Portuguese. You can scan this QR code and select the language that you'd like to translation, okay? Pessoal, tem tradução aqui, ó, esse QR código aqui na tela, você pode projetar e abre a tradução, você escolhe a língua português ou inglês, tá bom? Ok, Jill.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I just want to offer a very warm welcome and hello to all of you joining us today from the Nature Conservancy and also those of us that are supporting Indigenous peoples and local community-led conservation work globally. Just want to give a very brief intro and then hand over for our session. So as the world is facing our two crises, the crisis of biodiversity loss and climate change loss, we're really searching for tangible solutions. And we know that many of these solutions are already being implemented at the local level using traditional knowledge and very much led by women throughout the world. We're here tonight to highlight some Indigenous leaders, and with that we're also teaming up with the UNDP Equator Initiative, which awards the Equator Prize. I'm happily one of the members of the Technical Advisory Committee that awards that prize. It's given every second year. It's been active for more than 20 years. This is the 20th anniversary, and we have Jamie Irvine to speak to us about that. But that initiative recognizes Indigenous peoples and local communities implementing sustainable and nature-based solutions to achieve their development needs. And it's also there to help share knowledge and good practice. And so the events like this at the COPs are the means to do that. But we're here to also speak to not just practitioners, but also to policy and decision makers, just sharing the importance of this knowledge. So I'm going to pass back over to Elcio, who will be introducing our fantastic lineup of speakers, and very much looking forward to this session. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Jill. Thanks. Obrigado, Jill. Primeiramente, eu gostaria de convidar aqui os painelistas, as pessoas que vão fazer as suas apresentações e contar um pouco da sua experiência. Então, primeiro, eu gostaria de convidar a Cristiane Juliano, que é do povo Pancararu, indígena, liderança indígena do Nordeste do Brasil. Cristiane é geógrafa e doutora em antropologia. E Cris está aqui também representando a União das Mulheres Indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira, a UMIAB, e também representando a AMIGA, que é a Articulação Nacional das Mulheres Indígenas do Brasil. Obrigado, Cris. Gostaria de convidar também a Luciana Lima, que é da TNC, trabalha com o povo Xicrim, é geógrafa e bióloga, que é nossa pessoa que trabalha com as mulheres. E gostaria de chamar também a líder indígena Ingré. Ingré? Cadê? Ingré é do povo Xicrim, do estado do Pará. Ela representa a associação Bebo Xicrim, que é a associação que foi ganhadora do prêmio Equator Prize esse ano. Ela representa, vai falar um pouco da experiência dela, do projeto das mulheres indígenas da região do Xingu. E, então, muito obrigado, Ingré Igarati. E, por último, eu gostaria de chamar Jameson Erwin, da UNDP. Jameson, que é doutora em recursos naturais pela Universidade de Vermont. É pessoa no UNDP, no PNUD, gerente, né, de todo o programa de natureza e conservação. Obrigado, Jameson. Pessoal, então, boa noite, meu nome é Elcio, eu sou antropólogo, eu trabalho na TNC também, eu sou o coordenador do programa e da estratégia com povos indígenas e comunidades tradicionais da TNC. E o objetivo desse painel um pouco é destacar o papel e a força das mulheres indígenas na preservação e na conservação da biodiversidade da Amazônia e falar um pouco da liderança que as mulheres indígenas têm tido no Brasil, não apenas no bioma da Amazônia, mas em todos os biomas, Cerrado, Caatinga, Mata Atlântica, no ponto de vista de participação na gestão dos seus territórios, na tomada de decisão e mesmo na implementação de política pública. Para a gente é muito legal ter esse painel, porque o movimento das mulheres indígenas, hoje no Brasil, é um dos principais movimentos que tem assumido liderança na condução da agenda socioambiental e na agenda de defesa de direitos indígenas. E aqui a gente tem algumas das principais lideranças que têm atuado nesse papel. Pessoal, a tradução está funcionando? Está funcionando a tradução? Okay. Então, para abrir um pouco, eu queria até pedir então para a Luciana, se ela pode introduzir um pouco, assim, acho que o destaque principal é ouvir um pouco as lideranças indígenas, mulheres, né? Mas acho que a Luciana poderia fazer uma pequena introdução para a fala da Ingré.
Oi.
Acho que você tem algum...
Boa noite, eu sou Luciana, trabalho na TNC Brasil, sou bióloga de formação, mas venho trabalhando com as mulheres na Amazônia, mulheres da terra indígena Trincheira Bacajá, mulheres da terra indígena Paracanã, que fica próximo do rio Xingu. A ideia desse painel é a gente falar da importância da participação das mulheres na proteção territorial. Eu vou fazer uma introdução um pouco do território antes da Ingré, para que vocês entendam um pouco o cenário da região. A TNC tem uma atuação nessa região desde 2010, né, com uma proposta de construir o plano de gestão territorial e ambiental. Então, nesse período de construção, a gente teve um olhar de que as mulheres tinham que realmente participar dessa proposta de construção, né? Então, foi onde que a gente viu que as mulheres tinham um distanciamento nessas esferas de participação. E a gente pensou, por quê, né? E aí onde que a gente olhou que elas gostariam de fazer reuniões de forma separadas, né? E não tinham esses espaços para elas. Então, acho que a TNC teve essa sensibilidade de olhar, né? Eu acho que por ter também mulheres também atuando nesse momento da preparação, da construção. E aí onde a gente começou a buscar a construção dessa ferramenta, né? Que é de uma política nacional de gestão. E aí é um mapa das terras indígenas do Brasil, né? Essa região onde está destacada é as duas terras indígenas que a gente atua, Paracanã e a Piteréua, Trincheira Bacajá e a Piteréua. Especificadamente nesse encontro a gente vai falar do povo Xicrim, que é uma região que tem um território que abrange mais de 1.600.000 hectares. Juntando as duas terras indígenas, a gente tem mais de 2,5 milhões de hectares. A gente tem um número de mulheres bem representativo, né, que acima de 51% desses territórios são mulheres, e com uma população em torno de, hoje, atualmente, está em torno de 1.900 a 2.000 pessoas. Pode passar. Opa. Aqui vai um pouco do plano, né, na língua indígena Mebengo Creche Crim, chama-se Abem Cabem Marimei, todos falando a mesma língua, todos falando sobre a mesma coisa, tomando decisões juntas, né? Então, é Abem Cabem Marimei é o nome desse plano.
O que é? É plano de quê?
Plano de Gestão Territorial e Ambiental, né? Então, um número representativo de terras indígenas no Brasil que tem essa ferramenta como norteador de mecanismos de proteção, de monitoramento, de recursos, de como fazer os mecanismos, as dinâmicas de recursos naturais. E as mulheres tiveram uma participação nessa construção, né, onde que elas deram o norte do que elas gostariam, como elas gostariam que fossem ouvidas nas esferas, né, de tomadas de decisões, nas esferas de oportunidades econômicas. Então, foi onde que a Ingrid vai contar um pouco como as mulheres começaram essa trajetória, né, que começou lá em 2013, tá? Isso pensando em algo externo, tá? As tomadas de decisões internas sempre teve uma representatividade feminina, porém não era visibilizada, né? Então, os homens tomavam uma decisão a partir de uma fala depois com elas, mas eram eles que levavam isso externamente, né? Então, hoje ela vai contar um pouco como que foi essa trajetória, que foi ela que puxou dentro da terra indígena Trincheira Bacajá toda essa força da participação das mulheres atualmente.
Valeu, Luciana, muito obrigado. Então, acho que tem a segunda apresentação. Vamos passar um pouco para a Ingrid. Como a Luciana falou, ela foi uma das mulheres que, dentro da terra dela, liderou o trabalho de organização das mulheres, né? O protagonismo das mulheres na implementação do plano de gestão territorial, que, como a Luciana falou, é o plano de gestão, é como cada povo na Amazônia organiza a conservação, a proteção do seu território. Geralmente era um plano feito só pelos homens, e as mulheres xicrins, em Garaté, foi uma das que tomou liderança e passou a participar da execução do plano de gestão. Então, Ingrid, essa foto aí, o que é? É na sua terra?
Camanmei. Meu nome é Ingrid Xicrins, sou da aldeia Paticru, né, que é a Trincheira Bacajá, da aldeia toda, da TI, né, que chama. Aí aqui é a nossa aldeia, onde nós mora. Ali é a Casa do Meia, onde que nós chamamos a Casa do Guerreiro, né, onde as pessoas se unem, né, para tomar decisões. Somos homens e as mulheres que tomam decisão, né? Mas, antigamente, eu vou contar agora um pouco da história, antigamente era só os homens que tomavam a decisão de tudo, né? Participavam de tudo e deixava as mulheres do lado, e as mulheres não participam de nada. Aí, então, chegou um momento, né, que eu disse, espera aí, bora parar por aí, né? E os homens, só os homens que tomam decisão e as mulheres, né? As mulheres também têm que tomar decisões, né? Aí, muitas pessoas, né, as pessoas antigas, falaram, não, porque as mulheres têm que respeitar os homens, não pode participar, né, do reunião dos homens, né, decisão dos homens, né. Aí eu falei assim, não é assim mais não. A geração nova tem que tomar providência, as mulheres também, não é só os homens. Então, tem que dar esse espaço para as mulheres. Então, a gente chegou na FUNAI, né? Pediu para a FUNAI ir na aldeia. Aí, a FUNAI foi na nossa aldeia e nós pedimos para eles, né? Para a FUNAI. FUNAI, o que as mulheres podem fazer? Porque as mulheres também podem, né? Tem voz, né? Aí, a FUNAI pode, a mulher também toma decisão, né? Aí que começou a decisão das mulheres, né? Se unir, tomar decisão, né? É assim que nós comecemos, entendeu? Tá, aí nós comecemos. Aí todas as mulheres se uniam numa aldeia, né? Tomavam decisões, né? O que é para fazer, para melhorar a nossa terra, né? Tomar decisão, o que nós faz. Não é os homens mais não, porque tudo é a mulher que faz agora, né? As mulheres que vai para o mato, coleta coco, né? Essas coisas tudo. Aí, castanha, aí as mulheres que vai, tudo isso as mulheres que faz, né? Aí, mas, as mulheres que bota tudo dentro de casa, né? As mulheres que cuida das crianças, entendeu? Tudo isso é as mulheres que faz. Faz farinha, vai pescar, vai caçar. Tudo as mulheres que faz, né? Aí quando tem festa, as mulheres que cuida do marido, pinta marido, enfeita marido, para dançar. Tudo isso é a mulher que faz. Deixa o marido bonita. As mulheres vai para a roça, arranca batata, as mulheres vai para a roça, arranca cará, mandioca. Tudo isso as mulheres que faz farinha, faz tudo, né? Beiju, tudo. Tudo as mulheres que faz. Tudo. Tudo. Aí vai pro mato aí para pegar as coisas, tudo do mato. O coco, na floresta. Põe a coco, traz o coco, bota no sol. Tudo isso as mulheres faz. Aí quebra o coco. A merda da babaçu. Tudo isso nós que faz, nós mulheres. Eu daria a palmeira da babaçu. Aí é o cacho. E aí é amêndoa que nós quebramos. É da amêndoa que nós tira o óleo da babaçu. Aqui. Aí, ó. Aí nós vamos pro mato, catar coco, aí depois nós carrega, aí bota no sol, aí depois do sol que nós vem, quebra, dá quebra, aí nós pega a amêndoa, aí nós vamos pesa, aí que ela vem para a máquina para extrair o óleo, aí que ela vem para a barragem, para consumo, para o cabelo, para passar no corpo, usa para tudo. No óleo. As mulheres também trabalham com a pulseira, aí as mulheres estão se organizando, tudo aí, né? Como é que nós vamos fazer, né? Aí as mulheres tudo faz aí.
Ingrid, esse aqui, o que é esse foto aqui?
Aí o tecido que nós pintamos, nós usa a pintura corporal no rosto, na pintura no corpo, aí nós estamos tirando agora para fazer no tecido, né? Nós pinta o tecido, aí nós faz bolsa, nós faz o vestido, tudo isso é nós que faz.
E vende também?
Aí nós vende. Para uma associação, que é a BEX, né, que chama Bebo Chicrin, né? A primeira associação mãe. E nós tá aí, nós vende para eles.
Próximo, Lu? Ou não?
Mais?
O que tem mais aqui?
Aqui nós só organiza, aí eu estava mostrando para elas como é para fazer tudo isso, né? Que a maioria sabe falar português e a maioria não sabe, não entende, aí eu tenho que estar explicando para elas, entendeu? sobre a organização, como é que nós vamos fazer, né, para melhorar, né? Tudo isso.
Tem mais? Opa, passou? Peraí, acho que passou.
Aí é falar um pouco de território, né? Que a língua não dá para falar do Cubem, mas aqui é o garimpo, né? Aí é que o Cubem tocar fogo na nossa mata aí, pegando fogo tudo aí, ó. Aí isso nós quer a proteção, né? Porque não adianta nós, né, indígenas todos, nós, né, protege a nossa área. Aí o homem branco vem querer acabar com tudo. Aí por isso que aqui eu peço ajuda de todas as parcerias, né, que ajude nós para manter a nossa floresta em pé, onde que nós tira a nossa sustenta e onde que nós trabalha, que ajude nós. Tudo isso. E acabando bem, só, né?
Acabou? Médico
bem.
Médico bem. O que é?
Tá bom.
Tá bom. Muito obrigado, Ingré. Acho que é muito legal ver o trabalho das mulheres, então, né? Não só lá na organização dentro da aldeia, mas também ali na produção, né? Nos produtos que você mostrou, os óleos, mas também as ameaças, né? Foi importante que você falou da questão do garimpo, como aquela foto é na sua região, né? Do garimpo e do fogo pegando. Tá bom, Ingré. Vamos aproveitar agora para a gente falar um pouco com a Cristina Pancararu. Como eu falei, ela representa aqui também a fala do movimento organizado das mulheres indígenas no Brasil, que hoje é uma das principais referências e ajuda, né, Ingra, as mulheres na defesa dos seus direitos em vários espaços. Então, peço para a Cris falar um pouco da visão que a UMIAB tem e da amiga e o desafio que vocês têm no Brasil atualmente.
Obrigada mais uma vez, Elcio, a TNC. Boa noite, mulheres e não mulheres. Essa expressão eu também aprendi com uma mulher, grande parceira do ISA, a Norit Bessuam. E é importante, assim, esse painel, assim, eu acho que a gente vivencia um momento muito importante politicamente também, porque a política não é feita só para homens ou só de homens, como o movimento não é feito só de homens ou só para homens, e o território também, né, meu querido? E ela coloca muito bem, assim, o nosso papel, o quanto é importante na sociedade, em todos os aspectos. E é muito importante aproveitar desses espaços para poder estar trazendo isso, fazer esse lembrete, inclusive a nós mesmas, da importância que nós temos para a subsistência, para o cuidado, para a manutenção de todos os lugares e tudo que a gente se propõe a fazer ou a gente é convidado a fazer. Então, nesse importante papel que nós temos de difusão, inclusive, de saberes, de fazeres e de acolhimentos, que a UMIAB também se fortalece. A UMIAB é a União das Mulheres Indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira, é um braço muito forte dentro da COIAB, que é a Coordenação das Organizações Indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira, uma das organizações, inclusive, que congrega e que conforma a APIB, a Articulação dos Povos Indígenas do Brasil. São 7 organizações que conformam a APIB, e a gente faz esse trabalho não só também no bioma amazônico, mas também em todo o Brasil, com todos os biomas. Assim como a UMIAB, outras organizações indígenas também têm procurado fortalecer essa participação das mulheres indígenas. É claro que isso não tem sido fácil, porque a gente precisa vencer ainda o discurso e, sobretudo, ações muito misóginas, muito patriarcais, muito machistas, né? Coisas que têm sido pregadas, que é costume dos povos indígenas, quando, na verdade, não é. Porque quando a gente está no momento de ritual, no momento de tradição, desse exercício cultural, cada um tem uma função e a gente se fortalece dessa forma. Cada um resolvendo a sua atribuição, assumindo o seu papel na execução de um processo, de um ato da nossa tradição, mas saindo desse momento, aí os homens tomam um fôlego de que tudo é ele. Mas isso é muito do sistema colonial que a gente vivenciou com a própria FUNAI. Desde o SPI-LTN, SPI, FUNAI, esse fortalecimento da presença masculina ou da força masculina, o guerreiro, tem que estar sempre à frente, né? Foi criado expressões como o cacique, o pajé, a liderança masculina, e isso foi crescendo e foi se naturalizando. Então, isso não é cultural dos povos indígenas. Isso é algo que foi introduzido muito fortemente e foi asseverado por muito tempo, inclusive pela própria igreja. E diante de tudo isso, nós, mulheres indígenas, estejamos nós na Amazônia Brasileira com a UMIAB, no território Xicrim, ou qualquer outro território, como a TIX, com as mulheres lá do Xingu também, na APOIME, o Departamento de Mulheres Indígenas. E assim a gente vem crescendo e buscando nosso espaço. E foi daí que surgiu a Amiga, né? Essa articulação e mobilização de mulheres indígenas, buscando o nosso espaço também, buscando ecoar nossas vozes. E a gente tem uma caminhada longa de resistência, porque se a gente for pensar no processo mesmo colonial, começa ainda de 22 de abril de 1500 como data oficial, mas a gente começa a se firmar mesmo em 2015, quando a gente cria um coletivo chamado Voz das Mulheres Indígenas, né? E essa expressão Voz das Mulheres Indígenas passa a ser também ação, passa a ser um ato. As mulheres absorvem isso e a voz passa a ser também protagonizada pelas mulheres indígenas. E desse movimento do Voz, a gente foi construindo paulatinamente também nos espaços do acampamento Terra Livre, esse protagonismo das mulheres que estavam participando ali e conformando e ampliando e fortalecendo quem eram essas mulheres que conseguiam chegar no acampamento Terra Livre, fazendo o quê, que papel, se era apenas um papel secundário, seja na relatoria, seja no cuidado da comida, seja no cuidado de manter ali as coisas em ordem na barraca, porque quem estava falando, quem ia à frente, guerreando, pintado, tudo, eram os homens. E a gente foi se dando conta do nosso papel também nessa mobilização política, dessa reivindicação dos direitos territoriais, dos direitos sociais, aos quais nós também temos muito a ver na construção deles, até na própria Constituição Federal. E aí a gente vem se conformando nesse lugar. Então, de 2015 a 2019, a gente conforma e realiza a primeira marcha das mulheres indígenas. Né? Foi em agosto de 2019. Me emociona, porque foi muito forte o momento. Me emociona até hoje, porque, assim, a princípio, quando a gente começou a organizar, os próprios homens indígenas não queriam que a gente fosse. Muitos até desdenharam do que seria esse encontro. A gente vai trocar receita, vai brincar de artesanato. Ninguém deu confiança, inclusive proibiram até as mulheres irem. A princípio, a gente esperou um público de 1.500 mulheres. Depois, com esses discursos, foi diminuindo essa perspectiva. E aí não conseguimos avançar como a gente pensou que fosse conseguir. Mas as mulheres foram resistência em seus territórios. E a gente teve um público de quase 3.000 mulheres. de 185 povos. Então, foi uma grande conquista. Nós realizamos a primeira marcha das mulheres indígenas, território, nosso corpo, nosso espírito, e isso também se tornou uma força de ação, né, de trazer a força do território, a luta pelo território, pela demarcação, pelo reconhecimento e pelas políticas sociais inclusivas, com mulheres, com jovens, e tratando de um assunto muito delicado, que ainda mas agora a gente consegue falar com mais fluidez, não com naturalidade, mas com mais fluidez, que é a violência contra mulheres indígenas, contra mulheres e crianças indígenas. Porque antigamente a gente ficava meio ressabiado em falar, hoje a gente consegue falar com mais fluidez, e foi um dos temas de pauta da nossa mobilização que nós fizemos enquanto amiga, a Caravana das Originárias, percorrendo os territórios indígenas. Né? Esse momento aconteceu esse ano, porque teve a pandemia, isso também foi uma proposta das mulheres indígenas, de avançar junto com os territórios, já que as mulheres não conseguem chegar nesse cenário nacional ou no cenário internacional. Então, a gente que conformou a Amiga foi até essas mulheres para poder ouvi-las e entender o que se passa em cada território. É esse processo: escuta, acolhimento, aprender a ouvir a outra, ter empatia, ter uma sororidade e ter esse acolhimento com todas as mulheres que estão passando por situações de garimpo, de mineração, desmatamento, queimadas, caça predatória, porque isso influencia muito na alimentação, na segurança e soberania alimentar e nutricional nos territórios, e isso muito impacta, porque quem está nesse cuidado somos nós, né, bem creio? Somos nós que estamos nessa observação e ali atenta à saúde, à educação, e a segurança, a moradia, tudo isso parte desse cuidado e desse olhar das mulheres que muitas vezes não está reconhecido, não é destacado, mas é reconhecido. E aí foi nessa missão também de ocupar esses espaços, de trazer vozes e corpos de mulheres indígenas e crianças indígenas também, que a gente também realizou a segunda marcha. Na Tora, nós realizamos a segunda marcha, porque também não era para acontecer, em meio a uma pandemia, em meio a falta de recurso, mas a gente conseguiu realizar. E é importante ressaltar esse momento da segunda marcha, porque todo o movimento indígena estava mobilizado em Brasília por conta do julgamento da terra indígena Laclanô, povo Choclen, lá em Santa Catarina, que estava no Supremo, justamente no STF, tramitando no Supremo Tribunal Federal, e aí já começou a mobilização desde junho, né, o Levante pela Terra. E foi no Levante pela Terra que o movimento decidiu fazer tanto o acampamento Terra Livre como a segunda marcha das mulheres indígenas. E aí, do acampamento Terra Livre, o julgamento foi adiado, passou para a semana que seria acontecer a mobilização das mulheres, e aí, quando acabou a semana de acampamento Terra Livre, quem assumiu o acampamento fomos nós. Todo mundo migrou para o local onde foi realizada a segunda marcha, e a gente sustentou o rojão por quase 3 semanas em Brasília, suportando o movimento bolsonarista que estava por conta do 7 de setembro. A gente ficou no meio, ali na esplanada, no eixo monumental. Então, tanto a ala norte como a ala sul foram bem pauleira. O próprio poder de força, o próprio poder policial disse que se houvesse confronto, iria partir para cima de todo mundo. E aí foi uma briga dentro da própria Secretaria de Segurança Pública. Eu quase saí presa, mas não fui, porque é as forças que a gente busca e acredita. Mas seria isso se a gente entrasse em conflito. Ninguém tem conflito. Nós não temos conflito. O conflito é com um governo que não está reconhecendo o direito territorial. E o que a gente está fazendo aqui é buscando e brigando por um direito nosso, consuetudinário, reconhecido constitucionalmente e reconhecido também por leis internacionais. Então, a gente não quer nada mais do que não seja nosso. Apenas isso. E se vocês quiserem conhecer o nosso acampamento, pode ir lá no Universo Paralelo. Lá as mulheradas estão lá dançando, pintando, com as crianças brincando. A discussão lá é outra, o universo lá é outro. O paralelo aqui, quem está com briga são vocês. Ninguém quer briga. E foi nessa discussão também de muita resiliência, de pensar também como seria a nossa marcha, por onde seria a nossa marcha. Vou finalizar. E a gente não foi para a esplanada, porque tinha um grupo lá esperando por nós, e a gente foi justamente fazer um ato lá na estátua, no monumento que foi feito para Galdino Pataxó, que foi morto, incendiado, por uma brincadeira. Tinha um grupo de jovens brincando, atirou fogo no indígena. E nós fizemos nosso ato ali, depois deu uma volta pela esplanada mesmo, não, pelo eixo monumental, e voltamos lá para a Funarte, onde estávamos acampada. E esse movimento, a gente viu assim quase 7.000 pessoas ali, então foi incrivelmente fortalecedor, porque mostra a potência que nós temos, nós mulheres, sejamos indígenas, não indígenas, dependendo da nossa condição social, nossa condição econômica. Eu acho que vale a pena a gente buscar esses espaços, vale a pena a gente buscar pelos nossos direitos, inclusive na própria ONU, porque a própria ONU também tem esse espaço de resistência para nós mulheres, né? Veja a CEDAW, o que foi feita lá há anos-luz, e a gente não consegue avançar nessa convenção. Então, nesse sentido, assim, como eu falei, desde a UMIAB, com a articulação regional, ali na Amazônia, a AMIGA, com a articulação nacional, a nós, que estamos nesse cenário aqui nacional, é importante a gente se apropriar dos direitos que os homens estão reconhecendo, para nós exercermos o nosso protagonismo, exercermos a nossa autonomia e o nosso poder que nós temos, de dizer o que nós queremos e o que nós não queremos, porque o que a gente decide também vai refletir na vida deles. E eu acho que é essa mensagem que esse painel traz para nós. Obrigadão, Elcio.
Obrigado, Cris. Uhul. Não, pessoal, acho que as duas falas foi tanto da Ingré como da Cris, foi um lado mostrando a força das mulheres no território, né? Na gestão, na proteção dos seus territórios. E o outro, essa coisa surpreendente que a Cris falou, o papel que as mulheres indígenas elas tiveram no Brasil nos últimos anos na defesa dos direitos. Elas estavam na linha de frente, no front line, pela proteção da Amazônia, pela proteção dos direitos. A Cristiane deu o depoimento, né, da presença delas em Brasília, como foi fundamental, e mostrando essa força do movimento de mulheres que tem merece um grande respeito nosso pela essa importância na defesa dos territórios no Brasil. E aí eu queria passar um pouco aqui a palavra agora para Jameson, aqui do PNUD, que inclusive trabalha, apoia o prêmio, o Equator Prize, o prêmio do Equador, que o Chicrinha, várias associações do Brasil de mulheres receberam o prêmio esse ano, e foi muito importante para fortalecer o trabalho delas e a iniciativa delas. Então seria muito legal você falar um pouco sobre por que o PNUD faz isso.
So good evening. I think everybody knows that we're facing a four-part planetary emergency. We're facing an ecological collapse, a planetary collapse with climate change, a land degradation, deforestation, and also an inequality and human rights disaster. Is someone else?
Just a second. Ela vai. Você quer vir aqui para traduzir para elas? Como você vai? Só um minutinho. A Friné? Ok. It's okay. You can go. You can go now. You have translation.
Excellent. Thank you. So sorry, my Portuguese is not up to speed. And we know that half of the Sustainable Development Goals depend either partially or fully on nature. The success or the failure of the goals that we're trying to achieve here at the COP depend in no small part. They depend largely on indigenous peoples and local communities. And this is not just hyperbole or some abstract concept. Here's an example from Tanzania, a water insecure country. And you can see these areas in yellow is their water supply. The areas in blue are the protected areas. And here is an Equator Prize winner from the Soledo Forest community. These women are protecting the forests that protect the water for one of the most water insecure countries on the planet. Indigenous peoples and local communities are the factor that will achieve success of the Sustainable Development Goals. So what is the Equator Initiative? The Equator Initiative has been around for 20 years. We are a partnership that recognizes success of indigenous peoples and local communities around the world, like the Xikrin, who are implementing nature-based solutions for their own development, but also contribute to the whole world. I just want to diverge for just a moment, if I may, and think about how does change happen in this world. So when we think about 120 years ago, we had horse and buggy. If I were coming from Vermont, I wouldn't have taken a bus or a train. I would have taken a horse and buggy. And now the horse and buggy, you can find it in the Montreal Museum around the corner. And 100 years ago, we had the Model T, and now we have the Model Tesla. And somewhere at that point in time, I think this is from 1907 in New York City, you had horse and buggy, and you had bicycles, and you had automobiles, and you had buses, and no one knew how it was going to play out. This was a time of change, of inflection. We're at that point right now in humanity, in the course of our planet. We're right at that point of inflection. And so when we talk about change and about indigenous peoples and local communities and their role in change, it's from going from the status quo of what tourism looks like in the Caribbean to a new model of community-led, indigenous women-led ecotourism in Mexico that's becoming the model for the entire state of Quintana Roo. It's a new model. And so our role at the Equator Initiative is to think about all of the transformations we need to see and to identify the communities like Xikrin for around the world that represent and embody those transformations, like protected areas and indigenous and community conserved areas, like safeguarding indigenous rights, like indigenous or community enterprises, or deforestation-free commodities. There are about 25 transformations we've identified. So we help indigenous people and communities tell their story through advocacy and storytelling, through boot camp and communication skills. We have national award ceremonies where it really matters for winners to tell their story to their governor, to their president, to their minister. We are scaling with partners like Daughters of the Earth, an offshoot of One Earth, where we provide women-led enterprises, women-led initiatives with connection to donors to scale up their success. Oops. And we're also partnering with the Saul Family Foundation to help scale up women-led regenerative agriculture across the southern part of India. But I just want to tell a personal vignette. 30 years ago, 35, more than that, 1985, I worked in Nepal for 5 years on women and girls' education, literacy in eastern Nepal. And I found this map a year or two ago, and it showed that the infant mortality rate in eastern Nepal was among the lowest in the country. And when the penny dropped is that when you educate girls, you change the trajectory of a culture. When you give rights to indigenous women for their land, and when you give rights for indigenous peoples, we change the trajectory of our entire planet. We've recognized a number of women-led initiatives. If you go to equatorinitiative.org, you'll see some of them. This is of Xingu, the seed network where women from 25 communities in Brazil collecting native seeds for reforestation. The Sunkpashe Women's Collective in Ghana, where they're doing sustainable supply chain, deforestation-free. And of course, from Xikrin, women-led micro-enterprise for sustainable babasu coconut oil that keeps trees standing and carbon in the ground. Huh? Yeah. Exactly. And a wonderful women's organization in Panama that protects big cats while also educating children about the importance. They're changing the narrative of nature. So take a look, equatorinitiative.org, but please have a word. There are at least 3 or 4 Equator Prize winners here at the COP. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Jameson. Podemos ver da fala da Jameson esse poder transformativo das mulheres hoje no mundo todo, né? Mostrando sua força, e o Equator Prize ajuda a dar visibilidade e a mostrar essa força das mulheres indígenas, das mulheres tradicionais. Pessoal, a gente tem um tempinho ainda que dá para fazer, se alguém quer fazer alguma pergunta para as mulheres aqui, para as lideranças, ou quiser refletir alguma fala, ainda temos algum tempo. Alguém gostaria de perguntar ou comentar alguma coisa?
Pode ser em português? Estou me sentindo mais à vontade em português aqui. Uma maravilha, né? No nosso idioma. Bom, em primeiro lugar, parabéns pelo evento. Eu acho que trazer essas lideranças mulheres aqui para dar voz a a COP15 é fundamental. Ontem eu falei para a Cris que nós somos todos aprendizes, né? Em relação a conhecer mais, a entender mais. E meu nome é Luiz Marinello, eu sou advogado no Brasil. E uma dúvida que sempre vem para nós é a seguinte: o que o povo indígena, o que as etnias entendem mais seguro para elas? Divulgar o seu próprio conhecimento tradicional, para que todos tenham acesso a isso, ou manter em sigilo? Qual que é o caminho que deixa as etnias mais à vontade? Porque eu acho que, sob a ótica da indústria, é sempre muito difícil, às vezes, interpretar o que é um conhecimento, o que é um determinado produto que detém conhecimento tradicional ou não, para entender. E para isso precisa entender uma origem, né? Precisa fazer um estudo. E nem sempre é fácil entender o caminho. Então eu gostaria de entender profundamente, né, que nós temos aqui algumas lideranças, o que elas entendem que é mais seguro para elas.
Obrigada pela pergunta, Marinello. Eu vou responder começando assim, como um dito popular do meu povo. O segredo está no segredo. Então, assim, nem tudo a gente pode estar dizendo. Todo mundo tem seus segredos. A indústria tem seus segredos, o sistema tem seus segredos, todas as instituições têm e mantêm seus segredos. Se você revela, deixa de ser. Então, aquilo que for para ser dito, será. O conhecimento tradicional associado ao patrimônio genético, como a gente usa esse jargão no Brasil, ele é atrelado ao nosso dia a dia, está no cotidiano. Agora, tem coisas que só cabe a nós. Cada povo tem a sua forma de manter e preservar os seus segredos. Está dentro de um ritual, está dentro de uma dança, está dentro de uma preparação para uma comida, para a pintura, enfim. Esse é muito particular e pertence a cada povo. Aquilo que é para todo mundo saber, vai saber. Como, por exemplo, um chá, porque isso é espontâneo, né? A cura da matéria parte primeiro da cura da alma, você precisa acreditar. O que se discute, por exemplo, o que está se discutindo agora com o DSI, sequenciamento genético, ou descobrir qual é o princípio ativo de cada coisa, isso para a gente não interessa. A interessa é o todo. Porque desde a coleta, por exemplo, de qualquer erva, isso demanda muito de como nós estamos preparados para estar nesse lugar, para pedir licença e retirar. E vai retirar a quantidade que foi dita pela nossa força, que a gente acredita, espiritual, do que acredita nessa força espiritual, eles vão dizer o que vai ser preciso ser feito, o tempo que vai ser feito, e pronto. Aí, mas o sistema quer ter o controle, né? Quer controlar. E é nisso que a gente precisa parar para ouvir. Então, assim, os nossos segredos pertencem a nós. Aquilo que fosse para ser revelado, será. Então, não é um conhecimento difuso, mas é aquilo que precisa ser dito. Está entendendo?
Obrigado, Cris. Alguém mais? Dá um tempinho para mais uma fala. Ok, ali duas, então.
Tá.
Por favor, pode só falar seu nome.
Boa tarde, Andréa.
Eu queria... Cris, eu queria fazer uma pergunta para você sobre o movimento das mulheres. Vocês fizeram esse engajamento, esses grandes encontros. O que são os próximos passos? Vocês planejam fazer um encontro anual, alguma coisa assim? Ou isso está bem descentralizado nas terras indígenas, nas aldeias? Como que vocês planejam seguir o movimento?
Então, desde a primeira Marcha das Mulheres Indígenas, nós acordamos que a marcha seria realizada a cada 2 anos. Então, foi 2019, 2021 e ano que vem. Porque também, justamente nesse período, para não ficar atrelado ou agregada ao período eleitoral. Porque, justamente, a gente ia fazer em 2018, mas como Sônia saiu como candidata a co-presidente com Boulos, aí também a gente sentou e conversou e achou melhor não, para não atrelar a campanha dela ao movimento e dar eco que muitas pessoas já estavam dizendo que ela estava usando o movimento para se promover. Eu acho que Sônia Guajajara não precisa disso. Ela é ímpar, única e pronto. Então, a gente decidiu, conformou no próprio acampamento Terra Livre, em fazer no ano seguinte, já para evitar esse tipo de coisa, e acordamos que seria a cada 2 anos. Então, a próxima marcha, a terceira marcha será ano que vem, provavelmente ou em agosto ou em setembro, porque tem 2 datas assim muito simbólicas para nós indígenas. E aí, nossos próximos passos, a gente tem um grupo de WhatsApp, porque uma das coisas que a pandemia nos ensinou foi se entender nesse lugar da internet, das redes sociais, e a gente tem encontros semanais e discussões constantes no nosso grupo, chama As Mães do Brasil, e a gente pensa nesse roteiro, como é que nós vamos agir, interagir dentro dos territórios e também na política para além dos territórios. Desde o município, a gente trabalha como se fosse uma espiral. Aldeia, não, dentro de casa, aldeia, território, município, estado, Brasil, e aí vai ampliando essa rede de participação e atuação das mulheres, respeitando, claro, o posicionamento de cada uma, se querem estar nesse lugar, né? E se querem que fale dela também. A gente respeita muito também a autonomia de cada uma nesse processo de construção e afirmação política. E nossos próximos passos é muito nesse consensuar de ações, como foi a caravana, como é a marcha, como é incidir agora nos grupos de trabalho de transição do governo Lula, por onde nós vamos estar, em que lugar nós vamos estar, como as coisas vão funcionar. Então, a gente tem tentado fazer essas incidências com os nossos pares e com os nossos parceiros.
A Cristiane acabou de falar, para quem não conhece, da Sônia Guajajara, eleita deputada federal no Congresso em Brasília, que mostra também a força das mulheres, né? Os indígenas do Brasil têm conseguido representação no Congresso Nacional a partir das mulheres indígenas, que têm conseguido se eleger. Sua pergunta?
Eu queria perguntar, enquanto ONG ou enquanto implementadores de projetos, né, a gente tem sido cada vez mais exigido a igualdade de gênero, a garantir que isso aconteça nos projetos, né? A gente tem que contabilizar isso, falar que está acontecendo um empoderamento maior das mulheres, ou elas estão participando mais. E eu não sei, eu acho assim, difícil da gente ter essas garantias ou contabilizar nesse formato algo que é tão delicado, né? Porque uma coisa é a nossa sociedade urbana, né? A forma como ela acontece, a forma como ela conta. Outra coisa é o que acontece nas comunidades rurais, né? Não só com as comunidades indígenas, mas onde você tem mulheres que têm vários tipos de situação acontecendo. Como que a gente consegue contabilizar ou ganhar força de verdade, de fato, nesses territórios, não só para contabilizar nos projetos, como é exigido, mas como a gente não quer fazer, né? A gente quer que isso realmente seja real, aconteça. Mas como promover isso com respeito, delicadeza, né, entendendo que está dentro de um território não é igual ao que a gente vive em outros lugares, mas como fazer isso, né? Eu estou passando uma pergunta aqui para todo mundo, na verdade, porque acho que ninguém tem uma solução, mas isso é um desafio que está cada vez mais recorrente, pelo menos dentro da instituição, né, que a gente trabalha, que é o ISPN, mas a gente vê isso acontecendo cada vez mais, essas cobranças estão cada vez maiores, né, de garantir a igualdade de gênero, mas como que a gente garante isso e como que a gente respeita também as tradições, o que está acontecendo em cada território, sem passar por cima, né, trazer algo de cima para baixo.
Bem, uma coisa é isso, é dentro do território, né? Como, de que forma o próprio sistema chegou nos territórios. FUNAI. Então, a FUNAI já vem caducada de um sistema de tutela, de controle, de controle de corpos e de espaços, né? Essa moda feia de arrendar terra, de destruir, de devastar, de caçar tudo, quem autorizava sempre foi a FUNAI. Então, pensar na autonomia dos povos indígenas era coisa absurda. E tem muitas pessoas que ainda entendem assim, que os povos indígenas precisam passar por um processo de capacitação, porque nós não temos uma capacidade de estar na sociedade. Tem sempre alguém para tutelar, para dizer o que a gente tem que fazer, pensando por nós, como é a COP. Como a COP está fazendo agora, decidindo por nós, né? Os grupos de trabalho para discutir as metas foi só sobre isso, pensando o que é melhor para a gente. Ninguém nos escutou. O sistema não nos escuta, porque tem esse conceito, tem essa concepção de que a nossa incapacidade ainda é relativa, né? E que o índio de verdade, o índio puro, é aquele que está na floresta, nu, caçando, pintando. Agora, detalhe, cadê a floresta? Cadê os rios? Cadê a nossa fauna? Porque a degradação está aí, a caça predatória está aí, pesca predatória, hidrelétricas, inclusive, é um dos empreendimentos que mais destruiu e afastou da gente do território, desde a Chesf e agora a Belo San, lá no Xingu. Então, assim, a gente vive o que foi a Belo Monte. Então, assim, a intervenção de fora do progresso, que precisa acontecer a todo tempo, e a gente que faz à frente, dizendo que não é da forma como está sendo colocado, a gente não está dizendo que é contra o projeto, mas é o formato que se dá para executar esse projeto, né? A fake news do EIA-RIMA, que é todo formulário inventado ali para poder validar um processo, um projeto, e não respeita esses processos. Então, assim, a igualdade de gênero não está nesses projetos, porque a gente pensado como coletivo. Os povos indígenas são coletivos. Ninguém está pensando no poder da mulher, da força do jovem, da criança, do ancião. É o coletivo, o povo indígena, os povos indígenas. Mas aí, quando começa a pensar nesse processo de separar gêneros e gerações, a gente vê o potencial de cada um. Mas que, se vocês perceberem, todos os nossos movimentos, seja de mulheres, seja de jovens indígenas, é o mesmo discurso. Demarcação do território, direito à consulta, direito a formular nos projetos de protocolo de consultivo, pensar na segurança também alimentar e nutricional, olhar na soberania alimentar e nutricional, como a gente discute na FAO e no TIFA. E aí, esse conjunto de leis que não se implementa porque o Estado precisa cumprir suas obrigações também, né? E parar de terceirizar o serviço, parar de terceirizar a participação, e condicionar nossa participação. Porque até para vir para uma COP, por exemplo, como esta, como a gente estava tentando se articular, o MRE ainda sondou a possibilidade de evocar uma resolução da ANTAC, onde nós indígenas só podemos sair do país com autorização do presidente da República. Então, veja que a gente ainda passa por isso. A ideia de tutela ainda é muito forte. Então, pensar em igualdade de gênero no contexto indígena ou para fora disso é também sensibilizar os países colonizadores, porque eles continuam decidindo por nós, né? E acho que nós também, nesse espaço, nesse âmbito, nós mulheres como um todo, precisamos ocupar, inclusive, os espaços da ONU, que onde agrega essa organização, essa comunhão de países que decidem pelas bases, né, sempre na exploração, né, sempre pensando como explorar, como esgotar os recursos, bens e recursos naturais, que também são patrimônios, e tentar fazer essa incidência. Como disse, a CEDAW é uma convenção sobre a eliminação de todas as formas de violência contra mulheres, indígena, palestina, africana, indiana, hinduana, enfim, nós mulheres. E a violência do silenciamento nesses espaços que as organizações das Nações Unidas também nos impõem, as mordaças que nos impõem. Então, a igualdade de gênero vai ser quando nós, mulheres, nos unimos efetivamente nesse projeto de sororidade, sabe, de empatia, para vencer o machismo.
Então, obrigado. Com essas palavras aqui da Cristiane, a gente vai encerrando, agradecendo a Jameson por sua participação, a Cris, a Lu, a Ingrid, que viajou de barco, de avião, de carro para chegar aqui, está longe da sua aldeia. E muito obrigado por trazer essa experiência, Ingrid. E muito obrigado ao público, né? Vocês que estão aqui esse tempo todo participando. Então, acho que a gente sai renovado, né, de perceber essa força transformativa das mulheres, tanto na prática da conservação da biodiversidade, como na prática dos direitos e da política. Um abraço, muito obrigado, gente. Boa noite, gente.